Chapter 501 Chapter 499 The Woman Who Dares to Move Me. Death, get out of me! Avril suddenly coldly shouted, seeing the increasingly crazy expression on Ma Long's face. When Malone heard it, his eyes suddenly narrowed. Paralyzed, it's really shameless to face, and now, pretend to be pure. But Ma Long can't turn his face right now, and Avril is the one who can hammer him to death with a single punch, and can't be sedated now. Once sedated, don't even think about standing out from here. Avril Lavigne, being this way, I have such a small problem. Once you encounter something against your heart, you will feel a little uncomfortable. As long as you drink this glass of wine, we will be able to get together and get together. I swear to the sky, looking for your trouble, I thunder and thunder. Ma Long stretched out his right hand, pointed to the sky, and said solemnly. When Avril Lavigne heard Ma Long's words, she was taken aback, and then she looked at the fantastic glass of wine on the table. Drink, drink. You'll be mine if you drink it. Ma Long yelled sickly in his heart. He is really excited to die, because Avril Lavigne obviously has the urge to drink that glass of wine at this moment. Ma Long was anxious, and directly picked up the wine glass with that hand and moved it towards Avril. Avril Lavigne just stretched out her little white hand. At this time, with a loud bang, the door seemed to be blasted open by some powerful force. Then one person rushed in. The woman who dared to move me. Die. A thunder blasted across the room. That Ma Long was shocked, his eardrums were in pain, and he turned his head. Before he could see who was coming, a huge fist hit his face directly. Ma Long just wanted to shout something, but that powerful force would be knocked into the air instantly. Boom! Ma Long was instantly hit by a huge force against the wall, spraying a large amount of blood mist in midair. Avril Lavigne looked at him with a small face in surprise. She saw the person who came, and she immediately covered her mouth, looking at it in disbelief. It's Yeaton. That's right. Yeaton's eyes were red, and with a strong killing intent. He looked at that Ma Long stubbornly. Why are you here? Avril Lavigne said softly. Yeaton turned his head and looked at Avril Lavigne and said softly, Fool, can't I come? If you don't come, you will be harmed by this brute. Yeaton said finally, turning his head and looking crazy. That Malone was smashed and fell apart. Knocked on the blood, slowly climbed up from the ground, just to see the stranger and Avril so intimate. Moreover, he had received such a heavy blow, and his entire expression suddenly became ugly. As soon as he wanted to speak, he heard the strange man actually call him a beast. Malone became more crazy now. No matter who you are, you must die today. Ma Long roared at Yeaton. Ma Long is really crazy. Seeing the beauty in his hand, he actually killed Cheng Yojin halfway. This cannot be forgiven at all. After Ma Long finished roaring, he immediately pressed the emergency button toward Guang Nao on his wrist. This emergency button is a button to summon his dog legs. When entering the hotel, he took all the dog legs away, fearing to attract some people's attention. So his dog legs are not here. Ma Long's actions have all received Yeaton's eyes. Yeaton smiled cruelly. And if he doesn't kill him today, he won't be named Yi. Yeaton walked towards Ma Long step by step, and there was a dull noise from his feet. It could be seen that the strength of Yeaton's whole body was arousing. If this is a punch, then Malone will not die. Ma Long saw Yeaton's crazy killing intent, and his heart trembled fiercely. He felt the powerful pressure on Yeaton. This is not an ordinary warrior, but a very powerful warrior. Avril, who was standing by, was also startled, looking at Yeaton with a small face in surprise. She didn't expect that the little man from before had grown to this level. Even better than myself. What are you going to do? Let me tell you, my people will come soon, and you will die if you come. I am the Ma's son. That Ma Long roared tremblingly at Yeaton. But Yeaton didn't have any troubles. Even what he said made Yeaton's heart even more angry. As a big family, can you deceive people too much? As a big family, can you do whatever you want? As a big family, are you the master of this world? No, it will be killed today. Yeaton rushed toward him fiercely, and then rushed to the front of Ma Long quickly. Fist turned into a palm, and thrust into Ma Long's chest fiercely. When Ma Long saw the afterimage rushing, he couldn't avoid it. The stranger opposite was too strong. Boom! Ma Long only felt that an object was stuffed into his chest, and the powerful pain spread all over his body at once. Ma Long was trembling all over, and his mouth screamed wildly. Yi Danlin looked at Ma Long coldly, and said coldly, "Avril Lavigne is my daughter, can you move? A woman who dares to move me has a dead end." When Ma Long heard Yi Tan's words, his eyes were staring, his whole body trembling, and his mouth screamed, "CNM, who are you so special? Do you dare to treat me like this? Do you know what the end is? I am the son of the Emperor Ma family. Do you dare to touch my hair? You are dead." When Yi Tan heard Ma Long's roar, he was immediately angry, and the hand that had penetrated his chest was violently inserted. This time it was not inserted horizontally, but half of his elbow was inserted. What? The huge object was inserted into his chest and was still moving forward. Ma Long made a terrifying scream, and the blood from the corner of his mouth also kept flowing out. The blood mixed with Ma Long's saliva. It can be said that Ma Long was so painful that he couldn't close his mouth from ear to ear. "It's the Ma's family. But do you know who I am?" Yi Tan tucked his elbow in, looking at Ma Long with cold light in his eyes. Ma Long trembled, staring at Yi Tan frantically, and wailing constantly in his mouth. His arms couldn't touch the strange man in front of him. "Who are you?" Ma Long roared heartbrokenly. "I'm your father." Yi Tan burst out. Immediately afterwards, the arm that was stuffed into the chest began to stir frantically from side to side, and a large number of bones, internal organs, heart, etc., were torn apart by Yi Tan with powerful force. Puff! Ma Long directly sprayed out a blood mist, and then the whole person's spirit suddenly became sluggish, the corner of his mouth was constantly bleeding, and his head fell weakly. The voice gradually decreased, but Yi Tan still had a bloodthirsty and crazy expression, stirring in his stomach like crazy. And at this moment, suddenly a dozen men rushed into the room. These people are Milan's Doglegs and his full-time bodyguards. "Stop the evil barrier!" An old man in front of these people shouted at Yi Tan. Chapter 502 500 chapters, "Get down here!" "Stop!" The old man shouted loudly, and then his whole body flew towards Yi Tan. The people who followed the old man were also cannibalistic, paralyzed, and someone dared to touch their young master. It was just looking for death. Mr. Yun went up, "He must kill this guy, and anyone who dares to move the young master must kill him." The hearts of these people roared crazy. They were stimulated by the blood of Ma Long. If Ma Long died, they would not even want to live today. At this moment, it seemed as if the explosive barrel was directly attracted. Avril Lavigne also saw this old man and was shocked. This old man started to be one of the best masters in the Ma Long family. How could Yi Tan have played? Thinking about it, Avril Lavigne is about to shoot. But the old man had already rushed to Yi Tan less than a meter. "Yi Tan!" Avril Lavigne exclaimed when she saw this scene. And those shit guys all had horrible smiles on their faces. Very hideous. "Kill him, Mr. Yun, kill him." Of course, Yi Tan heard the noisy voice behind him, and even heard Avril's exclamation. He thought Avril was in trouble and turned his head abruptly. A dark shadow was found running towards him, even in front of him. Suddenly, the black shadow leapt suddenly, and a cold light flashed, and then slashed at Yi Tan fiercely. Yi Tan's eyes instantly became blood red. "CNM, come down to me." Yi Tan's neck was raised with blue veins, and it was a terrifying row toward a shadow. Then his left hand slammed into the air. He grabbed the old man's neck in his hand. Before the old man could react, Yi Tan pinched the old man's neck and threw it to the ground. Boom! A powerful dust hit. The one who became one of the best masters in the Ma family was thrown to the ground with one move, and everyone was directly confused on the spot. Those doglegs were all dumbfounded and looked at it dumbfounded. They really couldn't believe what they saw before them. Dead. A thunder blasted in everyone's ears again. That dead word, "just a list," echoed crazily in this small private room. It was like the voice of a hell demon, very terrifying. After Yi Tan Bao finished drinking, he slammed his foot towards the old Yun's head. Yun is always one of the best masters, but he hasn't done anything for years, so he can only use this reason to explain his panic. It must be that I haven't done anything for a long time, and I have been careless. Before Yun Lao realized his thoughts, his eyes suddenly became black, and immediately afterwards, boom, Yi Tan stomped Yun Lao's head with one foot, and the blood and brains splashed directly under Yi Tan's feet. CNM, who is called Niza. Who is Niza? Yi Tan looked like a madman, madly lifting his foot, stepping on it, lifting his foot, stepping on it. That Ma family's top master was so smashed by Yi Tan. On the spot, the people present directly opened their eyes and stared dumbfounded. Even Avril Lavigne was shocked, covering her small mouth, looking at that domineering Yi Tan in disbelief. Even the 7 big bosses who had just arrived saw the shocking scene and watched them beepingly. How is this possible? That is the worship of the Ma family. It's just like this. This is too beeping. Huang Sheng's civilization chief spoke subconsciously in Earth language. These words are all learned through understanding of the Earth. After all, Yi Tan loves to say this sentence most, and they need to study thoroughly what the word means. Yi Tan's scarlet eyes slowly faded away from that crazy look, and he glanced coldly at the old Yun's corpse. He hates other people calling him CNM, wicked obstacles and the like. He has been alone for 2 lives, and he has never seen his mother. How could he insult his deepest illusions? This is absolutely impossible. Even if you are not an orphan, you can't let people insult your biological parents. At this moment, the old Yun's corpse, flesh and blood like glutinous rice cakes, very slimy. Yi Tan lifted his feet. The flesh and blood seemed to be connected together, and the blood was black, very disgusting. Yi Tan saw his right hand still inserted into Ma Long's body, and suddenly pulled out his arm in disgust. With a bang, Yi Tan pulled out his right arm with blood, and there were crimson pieces of meat everywhere on that arm. There are still some intestines in his hands. After pulling out his arm, that Ma Long's body fell directly towards the ground. At this moment, Ma Long was already dead. Looking into the distance with grey eyes, the little brothers Ma Long standing in the private room, each with their legs on the board, they are really scared. That Yi Tan was like a devil. It's horrible. Mr. Yun is a master of the Ma family, he stomped to death. If this is said, who special letter? If you want to tell others, they will only give you one sentence. Go. After seeing Yi Tan pull out the bloody arm, he was forced towards them step by step, and he was so scared that he wanted to escape here. And the bigwigs of the 7 civilizations just happened to be blocked at the door. Seeing the 7 people, those dogs, without even thinking about it, shouted, "Go away." The bursting sound directly made the 7 dumbfounded. Nima, we are the Lord of Civilization. When have we been so angry? Just as they were about to get angry, the dozen or so little brothers swarmed and rushed towards the 7. The hearts of these more than a dozen people had collapsed, and the killing gods behind them were getting closer and closer. In this situation, each of them will be brutally headed by this demon god. The old and dead Yun looked in their minds for a long time. Go away. When everyone saw that the 7 civilized tycoons were still blocking the door, they screamed even more frantically. The expressions on their faces looked more terrifying than one. These 7 big men are not warriors, so they have a temper and dare not provoke these dozen or so crazy neuroses. The 7 lords of them all rely on their family heritage to become the masters of civilization. As mentioned earlier, everyone has different talents, so becoming a warrior is also a matter of choice. Although these 7 big bosses have strengthened their bodies, they are not real warriors, compared with these Milan's dog legs. They are just a rookie. Seeing the 7 big guys get out of the way, the dozen or so crazy doglegs ran towards the aisle. Seeing Yi Tan walking step by step behind them, they suddenly felt fortunate in their hearts. How about running so slow and powerful? When you go back, you must be dead. Boy, wait, the Ma family will kill you all one by one. Wait. Ha ha ha, someone in the crowd yelled. Their goal is to go back. Just go back and you will be safe. When Yi Tan heard their roar, A bloodthirsty smile suddenly appeared at the corner of his mouth. Can he really escape? Chapter 503 Chapter 501 The crime deserves death. More than a dozen doglegs who ran to the door had already broken through the door. Breathing the air outside, with excitement and luck on their faces, they finally escaped. If they didn't believe it, the devil dared to be on the street and killed them. This is impossible. Because this is the star of Freya civilization. Who would dare to make trouble here, even if it was the Ma family, would not dare to kill people on the street. This was against the constitution of Emperor Star. Let's go back. The young master was killed by them. You must tell the master about this. The leading dogleg, standing in the middle of the intersection, said gloomily, watching the surrounding people. And at the entrance of Hwashing Hotel, there will never be a shortage of people who are onlookers and eat melons. After all, this is the center of the imperial capital. Basically, the daily flow of people here can reach hundreds of thousands. You can imagine how many people are there. Hey look, why did those people run out of Watson Park? What happened? Why is that person covered in blood all over? What's the matter? Suddenly, those doglegs, whose whole body was splashed with the blood of the elders, ran out of the Hwashing Hotel, and suddenly attracted more and more onlookers. This is Hwashing Hotel. No matter what happens, it is big news. Seeing more and more people around, the dogs are safe in their hearts. Don't be afraid. With so many people, how could the demon god kill them here? Suddenly these doglegs began to become active again, ready to leave here, ran back to Ma's house, and told the owner of this. And just when they were about to leave, suddenly, a group of imperial soldiers ran from a distance, fully armed. Seeing this formation, the onlookers all hid away one by one. This is no joke. These are all heavily armed soldiers. There is no blink of an eye to kill. The doglegs also saw the heavily armed soldiers, and they were all stunned. What's the matter? Did the patriarch bring soldiers here? Suddenly their eyes lit up, and the patriarch came. The demon god in the Hwashing Garden must die. Just when the heavily armed soldiers surrounded Watson Park in the doglegs, a group of people walked out of the Hwashing Hotel. It was Yitan who took the lead, with red blood all over his body, and some pieces of meat hanging on it. Wow! The people around were shocked when they saw that Yitan was covered in flesh and blood. What happened? Look! Isn't that the king of the 7 civilizations? Fuck. Isn't that Miss Avril? Where do you look? The man covered in blood is the master of Tamron civilization, the big boss of the blood-stab Mecca. The entire crowd was shocked, and who was standing at the door of Hwashing Hotel was an ordinary person. One was bigger than a background, and what shocked them even more was that Avril turned out to be a bird like a human, looking at Yitan affectionately. This shocked their hearts even more. What's the situation with Nima? The founder of the Bloodstab Mesh is actually related to Miss Avril. Looking at their expressions, the relationship seems to be unusual. When the dogs saw Yitan, everyone, their hearts trembled, and the devil came out. Suddenly, his face turned sullen, but he thought of the thousands of onlookers behind him, as well as the army in the Emperor's Star. They are not afraid at once. Even the little brother who delivered medicine to Ma Long did not expect that the army would not come from the Hwashing Hotel at all, but for them. Because this little brother saw the normal appearance of Avril Lavigne's clothes, he thought that the young master did not have time to administer the medicine. It was dried to death. Therefore, he believed that these imperial troops must have been sent by the patriarch. The owner must have known that the young master was killed. Thinking of this, the dog-leg-headed head calmed down the tremor in his heart, and roared at the bloody Yitan. Boy, no matter who you are today, you kill my young master and Yun Lao, you will die. Wow! As soon as the shit said, the entire crowd of onlookers exploded. What the hell? Malone was killed? And Mr. Yun? Isn't the Ma family one of the best masters? Why was he killed by the founder of the Blood-Stabbed Mecha? The founder of the Blood-Stabbed Mecha, so thin, can kill a high-level strong? Are you sure you are not joking with us? Everyone kept talking. They were really shocked by the news. Hearing the discussion from the crowd, Gauguzi became more confident in his heart. So many people knew that the young master was killed, and Yitan dared to do it if he didn't believe it. Patriarch's army is still on the way, Doglegs thought in his heart. At this moment, a golden shuttle with the emblem of the Freel civilization flew down suddenly from the air, hurried to the door of Huashing Yuan Hotel, then steadily stopped at the door. Then, an old man walked out from inside. When everyone saw the old man, their eyes shrank suddenly. Albo, he was also here. Those onlookers trembled when they saw Albo. This is big news. It seems that Ma Long's death is real. Is it true that even Albo is here? The Doglegs also had cold eyes when they saw Albo. Albo was the steward of Avril Lavigne. This is about the army. If you see Albo, you won't be listening to them. Because in the army, Reba is a big man with military power. The Doglegs became worried. They only hoped that their family's army would arrive sooner. Poorly them, they still think that the army standing behind them was sent by the patriarch to the town. And Albo trot all the way to the side of Avril Lavigne, and after a closer look, he breathed a sigh of relief. If there is anything wrong with the lady at this time, no one has to play. Seeing that the lady was fine, Albo nodded to Yitan. Then he looked at the Dogleg and yelled, Ma Long, son of the Ma family, dare to have a wonderful double promotion in Miss Avril's wine today. The evidence is conclusive. The crime deserves 10,000 deaths. The Lord has orders. These people who have committed crimes, cut them off! Exclamation mark. Chop, chop, chop. Albo's roar, shaking people's heart and echoing in the entire open place. Although the sound was like thunder, but it's not deafening at all. Yitan squinted his eyes. This Albo's level is probably one level higher than himself. I wonder if he can become the #1 general of Freel civilization. It turned out to have real ability. Following Albo's roar, the troops standing behind the Doglegs ran towards the Doglegs. The crowd onlookers in the whole scene were just numb by the roar of thunder. And now they recovered and looked at them in horror. Ma Long dared to give Avril Lavigne a wonderful double promotion. The sin deserves death. Chapter 504. Chapter 502, Master of the Ma family, Ma Song. Everyone around was horrified. The news was so terrifying that Ma Long dared to put a wonderful double promotion in Miss Avril's wine. With the roar of Albo Xiao killing, the Imperial warriors standing behind those Doglegs rushed towards them one by one. When the dogs saw such a situation, their eyes suddenly narrowed. This is a soldier of the Empire. They couldn't fight at all, and even if they could, they didn't dare to do it. Once they did it, they would betray the Freel civilization, so they have no way. Some Doglegs saw the Imperial warriors rushing in and ran away crazy. But how could the soldiers of the Empire let them escape easily? This place is under the public. Wouldn't it be shameful to let you run away? Puff puff. The Imperial warriors used the power of thunder to chop off those Doglegs' heads one by one. The whole scene suddenly became bloody. Those Doglegs' heads were rolling on the ground, their eyes were dead grey, and there was endless unwillingness. Everyone around saw such a situation. Some people were scared to cover their eyes, while some people watched the scene excitedly. The Ma family is a big family, and the voices of Emperor Star can be said to be everywhere. Many people have been bullied by the Ma family, and now Ma Long has been hacked to death. And even these often arrogant Doglegs have been decapitated. Their hearts are still very happy. It's all gone. It's gone. When the matter was over, the soldiers of the Empire began to evacuate the crowd. And Reba also turned around and came to Avril Lavigne, with cold eyes, looking at Avril Lavigne and said, "Miss, are you okay?" Avril Lavigne smiled slightly and said, "Albo is worried. With Yitan here, how could I be wrong?" After Avril Lavigne finished speaking, her face still showed happiness. She hasn't been so protected since she was a child. Seeing Yitan's expression of killing Yun Lao, his weight must be very heavy in his heart. Avril Lavigne's heart, at this moment, as if eating honey, sweet. Albo showed a thankful smile at Yitan. If Yitan were not there, Miss Avril would really be succeeded by Ma Long. In this case, no matter what happens, everyone will feel heartache. Seeing that the Imperial warriors had cleaned up the scene, Liber immediately said to Avril Lavigne, "Miss, we should leave. Tomorrow is the big match. Those people of higher civilization have already arrived at the Emperor Star and are in the Imperial Palace. Talk to me. After hearing this, Avril Lavigne nodded and looked at Yitan with a look of dismay. Every time she met with Yitan, it took a few minutes. When can we really be together? Although the father supported her, how could those people in the Empire support themselves? Ugh. Avril Lavigne sighed in her heart, and Yitan saw the change in Avril Lavigne's face, and immediately hugged Avril Lavigne. A confident smile appeared at the corner of his mouth and said, "Fool, don't worry. I will also visit your big match tomorrow. Don't worry." After Avril Lavigne heard it, tears suddenly appeared in her eyes, and her arms tightly hugged Yitan. I don't care at all about the onlookers who haven't left yet. Those onlookers were shocked when they saw this scene. Unexpectedly, Avril Lavigne is really famous. Turned out to be the founder of the Bloodstab Mecha. The master of a second-level civilization. How could this be possible? Everyone was horrified. But it was the case. Miss, we should go. Bilbo stood aside and urged, looking at Yitan's enjoyment with twitching corners of his eyes. The dog was beeping in my heart. This seemed to be the Chinese cabbage I had worked so hard to grow. That's right, Reba grew up watching Avril Lavigne. It can be said that Rabu has no children under his knees and already considers Avril Lavigne as his daughter. It can be said that Avril Lavigne is all he has. Of course, this is pure family affection. Yitan, I am leaving. You must come tomorrow. Avril Lavigne looked at Yitan affectionately and said. Yitan smiled slightly and said, I will definitely come. After speaking, Avril Lavigne followed Bilbo on a luxury shuttle and flew towards the Imperial Palace. After Avril Lavigne left, Yitan's eyes directly released a dense cold light. The 7 big men standing aside were also shaken by the cold breath of Yitan. What kind of killing intent is this? It is really terrifying to be able to reach this level. And the 7 big brothers already understood one thing at this moment. That's the start of the big match. Miss Avril's situation is getting more and more dangerous. And now the Ma family is starting to do it. What about the others? It is inevitable that you will not be able to do it. If you want Fremen to go down, but you don't want Avril to succeed, I am afraid those people have already started to act. The news of Ma Long's death has been passed to the Ma family, which is one of the 4 major families of Emperor Star, and the news is also very informative. When the warriors of the Freel Civilization Empire surrounded Huashing Garden, their Ma family had already learned the news. When the dogleg was killed, the Ma family knew that Ma Long was dead. In the reception hall of the Ma family, the lord of the Ma family, Ma Song, stood in the hall with gloomy eyes at this moment. The face is even more hideous. Boom! Ma Song slammed the table fiercely, and looked at the people sitting on both sides of the hall with an angry look and roared, What's the matter? Why did Long rush to drug Avril so boldly? I know Ryua's character, and he dare not do this if he gives him 100 courage. Say, do you know something? Ma Song roared grimly. The retainers sitting on both sides are all high-ranking figures of the Ma family and members of the Ma family. Marf is the younger brother of Ma Long. Big brother. How can we know about this? We don't care about this kid, Long, but he doesn't take us seriously. Marf sat on the chair and said with disdain. Ma Song frowned and looked at Marf firmly. I don't care what you did, but my dragon is dead. This thing can't end like this. I heard that the person who killed the dragon this time is the master of a small second-level civilization. The Bloodsting Machine. The founder of Ma Song growled lowly with gloomy eyes. Big brother, what do you want? Want revenge? The founder of the Bloodstab Mesh has a very deep background. It is not so simple to want revenge, Marf said disdainfully. After Ma Song heard it, the anger in his eyes kept beating. What's the deep background of a small secondary civilization? Ma Song said coldly. Chapter 505 Chapter 503, Greater than Reward. Brother, are you used to being the head of the house? Do you think everything is under the control of our Ma family? I can tell you now, the Freel civilization is about to change. Marf sat in the position and said coldly. As soon as Ma Song heard this, his eyes narrowed. He knew that his younger brother was a sinister and fierce man, and he had nothing to fear since he was a child. But now, a small second-level civilization controller is afraid that he will be frightened. This thing is not easy. Do you know something? Ma Song said coldly, looking at Muff. Big brother, I don't know anything. I only know that Miss Avril and the kid who killed Longer are very close. Moreover, the kings of the 7 civilizations all have a cooperative relationship with that kid, Muff said with a smile from the corner of his mouth while sitting. In fact, he has been stealing music from his heart. Since the appearance of the Bloodstab Mecha, he has been sending people to understand the information and background of the founder of the Bloodstab Mecha. But as more and more news came back, his heart became more and more frightened. This seemingly humble second-level civilization controller has a complicated background. Moreover, the level of their civilization, I am afraid it is no longer the second level. The strength can already be compared with the freer civilization. Of course, without those backgrounds, his power is at best comparable to the 7 civilizations. But in this way, it is much stronger than their Ma family. Their Ma family is only in the freer civilization. But in other places, there may not be such a powerful bump. Ma Song sat in the first place, looking at his younger brother with cold eyes. Long Er's death must have something to do with them. Ma Song has already noticed something. He is the head of the Ma family, and he can easily find out if he wants to investigate this matter. But now, Long Er's corpse capital has not been seen, and even all the clues of the relationship are broken. This left him, the head of the Ma family, with no other direction to investigate this matter. Go down. Ma Song waved his hand to disband everyone. He squinted his brows and squinted his eyes for not knowing what to think. When everyone sitting in the hall heard the patriarch's words, they all clasped their fists and left. They can't speak in this hall. Only the brother of the patriarch can speak. But patriarch's own brother, Muff, seems to be very shameful to patriarch today. Everyone can smell a strong smell of gunpowder. It seems that the Ma family is about to change, and I hope it will not affect them. Everyone thought in their hearts as they exited the hall. After everyone left, Ma Song's complexion changed, a stubborn face, and angrily sitting in the first place. What, Muff? Don't think I don't know what you are doing. Do you really think you can replace me? I am the head of the Ma family. Ma Song's eyes were full of murderous intent. Avril Lavigne, the founder of the Bloodstab Mecha. Tomorrow is the big competition. I want you Freel family to completely disappear in Emperor Star. In the hall, Ma Song let out a low roar of Xiaosha. Ma Song also left the hall. He began to avenge his son, and all conspiracies were in progress. No words for a night. The next day came, and on this day, the entire Emperor Star started to lively, because everyone knew that the once in 10 years competition was about to begin. The Advanced Civilization Academy will come here to select students. If anyone is selected, they will be prosperous and wealthy for the rest of their lives. You can leave this border and go to the deepest part of mankind, without worrying about the Zerg attack anymore. Therefore, the Advanced Civilization came to Emperor Star to select students. It is simply a flourishing age for everyone. In the Royal Academy, countless students have gathered at this moment, and these students are all students from all the academies in the domain of Freya civilization. They are all outstanding among the university members. They are all here to participate in this competition. After all, everyone can participate in this big competition, of course, in the age limit. If you are over the age, you cannot participate in the competition. At the moment at the gate of the Royal Academy, the crowd of people coming and going were all blocking the gate, and they were all signing up. The speed of registration is also very fast. As more and more people entered the Royal Academy, the crowd at the door gradually decreased. At the Huashing Yuan Hotel, Master, do you really want to participate in this competition? Hong Long stood beside Yi Tan and asked softly. Yi Tan sorted out her clothes and said, I must do what I promised Avril Lavigne and help her sweep the opponents. Isn't that good? Yi Tan said with a smile. And Hong Long looked at Yi Tan's smile from his heart, and suddenly there was a slight fluctuation in his heart. Who doesn't understand Yi Tan? Doesn't he still understand Yitan? Yitan couldn't help it. Although Yitan's ultimate goal was to subdue all civilizations in the entire Freel civilization domain, everything was not ready now. Now there is no such ability to conquer the entire Freel civilization domain, and also need the backing of Freel civilization, and don't want Avril to be sad. So he must help Avril to achieve this achievement, so that the Freel civilization can continue to survive. With the great backing of Freel civilization, it will be much more convenient for Yitan to regain the entire domain in the future. Even, there can be one less 4-level civilization. Wouldn't it be good? So this is Yitan's idea. Let's go. I don't want to be late, Yitan said with a smile. Then Yitan walked towards the door of Huashing Yuan Hotel. At this moment, the bigwigs of the 7 civilizations gathered at the door. The luxurious shuttles steadily stopped at the door. Seeing Yitan coming out, the 7 hurried forward. Mr. Yi, everything is ready. Huang Shengwen's king looked at Yitan and said. Yitan nodded and looked at the 7 people, and suddenly he was a little bit amused in his heart. Unconsciously, the 7 people almost became their own doglegs. Let's go. Following Yitan's order, everyone got into the shuttle and flew towards the Emperor's Star Royal Academy. Inside the shuttle, the 7 kings sat side by side with Yitan. Just when he was about to reach the Royal Academy, suddenly, the light brain on the wrist of King Huangsheng's civilization gave a prompt. King Huangsheng Wenming looked down. He suddenly narrowed his eyes, and said, "This year's grand tournament is different from previous years. I don't know if those advanced civilized academies are suffering from a convulsion or something. The benefits of this year's grand tournament are more than twice as good as previous years." When everyone heard it, they all looked at Huang Shengwen and wanted to know what those benefits were. This year's welfare, the first place, rewards a Swish Bleevil fighter. In addition, rewards a Bleevil 60 success rate of evolution potion, a Bleevil mansion. There are also 10 billion energy stones. Second place, reward a Class B mecha, a bottle of evolution potion with a 60 success rate, and 10 billion energy stones. And the third place, there is only one evolution potion with a success rate of 60, and 10 billion energy stones. Chapter 506 Chapter 504, Be Sign Up. When everyone heard it, they took a deep breath. Fuck. This year's rewards are really too rich. They directly ignored the following 10 billion energy stones. In advanced civilizations, energy stones are a high-end commodity. It's just the energy of low-level civilized ships. As for the advanced civilization, they have long discovered a kind of energy even more powerful than the energy stone. That kind of thing is more energy than 10,000 energy stones. But the point is that the class series of mechas and fighters, that kind of thing, can be compared to the 4 major warships of the Freel civilization. One can imagine how precious that thing is. But when Yitan heard these rewards, his eyes cleared. I, Nima, still must participate in this competition. 10 billion energy stones, although this time I have saved 10 billion to upgrade, but the next level is left, but 100 billion energy stones are needed, which is not enough. It can get 10 billion, which is 10 billion. Yitan didn't put those series fighters and mechas in his eyes at all. Because for Yitan, those things were just advanced materials, and there was no design inside. It's a good invention by my own scientist. So in order to make 10 billion this time, Yitan said he must go the once. Mr. Yi, we are here. The voice of King Huangsheng's civilization brought Yitan's thoughts back to reality, and Yitan was taken aback for a moment and arrived at the place quite fast. Go ahead, I'll sign up first. Yitan looked at the 7 and said with a smile. The 7 nodded. At the entrance of the Royal Academy, those super luxurious shuttles steadily stopped at the entrance of the academy. Suddenly attracted the attention of many people. All of them looked sideways, wanting to see which big person came. Immediately after the luxurious shuttle, a cold-looking, handsome and sunny man walked out. There was still a wicked smile on the corner of his mouth, and all of a sudden, countless nympho girls at the entrance of the college had peach blossoms in their eyes. So handsome. Who is that? So arrogant. Yeah, I really want to go up and smoke him, so arrogant." The men standing at the gate of the academy all said with disdain, in their eyes, "Yitan is just playing cool, too arrogant." But Yitan walked directly into the academy without squinting. There was no bird at all. Even the gorgeous women are not a bird. Walking into the academy, Yitan knew why this Royal Academy was called the Royal Academy. The entire Royal Academy is so big. Visually it is almost the size of a province on the earth. Despite such a large area, people can still be seen everywhere in the college. It can be seen how many students of the Royal Academy are there. However, what made Yitan helpless was that the entire foundation of the Royal Academy was specially made of gold. How rich is this Nima? But the universe is not the same as the earth. In the universe, gold is a useless material, just a little better. It's not worth a few dollars at all. But as an earthling, Yitan still couldn't accept such a luxurious ground. Yitan stunned in the distance, and instantly attracted the non-earls in the academy. "Look, that man is so handsome. Cut. Can Shwai be a meal? My young master Bai is not only handsome, but now I am estimated to be a high-level E-class, and I will soon become a level warrior. In our domain, D is already the highest existence, right?" Exclamation mark. A girl said with peach blossoms in her eyes. When the woman standing aside heard this, she rolled her eyes and said, "Even if young master Bai is more powerful, what can he do? He doesn't look down on you. And only Avril is in the eyes of others." The lewd woman, when she heard it, she gave a cold snort, turned her head and left. Yitan just saw this scene, and suddenly shook his head helplessly. It seemed that the girl was pursuing a lot of people, but a level high-end. Yitan's mouth was filled with a contented smile. He is a high-ranking D grade. Hong Long told him that now he can't level up with any medicine unless relying on base upgrades. But every time the base is upgraded, Yitan will become a high level in every stage. Yitan wandered around the Royal Academy for a long time, and finally found the registration office. At the registration office, the person was crowded, looking at countless heads. Yitan took a breath. How many people were there? With so many people competing, when will the competition be finished? Looking at so many people, Yitan could only sigh, and just about to walk forward. At this moment, one person ran towards Yitan. Yitan squinted and saw that it was Huang Saiken. Huang Saiken had made a deal with him at the beginning, and that was to put the blood stab mesh experiment in the Star Wars mesh game he developed. And Huang Saiken couldn't believe that he was killed. That blood stab mesh was so popular in the Star Wars mesh game. The traffic of the Star Wars mesh made him a full basket. Coupled with his father, who walked so close to Yitan, Huang Saiken also recognized. After all, his father, who is so special, is now like a dog leg. He is a beeping dog with Yitan every day. Therefore, Huang Saiken can only be a dog-leg dog. "Mr. Yi!" Huang Saiken ran to Yitan and shouted with a smile. "Huang Saiken?" Yitan asked with a smile. "Well, Mr. Yi, my father asked me to take you through the VIP channel and line up here. I'm really sorry for your identity." Hearing Huang Saiken's words, Yitan squinted his eyes and nodded with a smile. The king of Huang Sheng's civilization still had a bit of insight. "Then go." Upon hearing this, Huang Saiken hurriedly took Yitan to the VIP channel. "Mr. Yi, I will take you to meet my friend in a moment." Speaking of which, my friends seem to be the sons of Mr. Yes partners. Huang Saiken said embarrassedly, because his friend is the son of the 7 civilization kings. Yitan was taken aback, and then he wanted to understand. It seems that the old guys want their son to have a good relationship with him. But it doesn't matter, I'm all his own doggies. So if my son can make a good relationship, he should make a good relationship. Yitan nodded with a smile, and the big rock in Huang Saiken's heart fell. I was afraid that Yitan would not meet, so fucking. But his father said, as long as you have a good relationship with Yitan, your future, such as higher education, will be better. They were shocked if they were able to let their father say such a thing, and they all wanted to see what Yitan was capable of. There are 7 of them, but in the realm of the Freel civilization, the famous dudes are not dudes. After all, they are all ambitious. They don't want certain dudes, except for being arrogant, eating and drinking, making girls, and nothing. Meeting. And they are all martial artists, and even have their own business. In working hard. Chapter 507. Chapter 505, Everyone gathers. Recognize the little brother. Huang Saiking took Yi Tan through the VIP channel and quickly signed up for the competition. Huang Saiking, who stood by, knew that Yi Tan was here to participate in the competition, but he couldn't understand why a big boss who stood by every second of the capital would also participate in this competition. Moreover, looking at Yi Tan's thin body, he didn't look like a warrior at all. Huang Saiking had never seen Yi Tan's outbreak, so he didn't know Yi Tan's real level. The two came to an academy residence in the Royal Academy together. Mr. Yi, this is the residence of the college. Those who are outside the school have no right to live here. Of course, there is also a powerful student who can live here, Huang Saiking explained while standing beside Yi Tan. Yi Tan nodded. This place is really luxurious. The small villas are not like the tall buildings in front of them. The bedrooms in those buildings are all living together with several people. If Yi Tan were to live there, it would be dead. Huang Saiking took Yi Tan to a luxurious villa. Standing at the door, Yi Tan heard the noise in the villa from afar. Huang Saiking stood aside and smiled awkwardly. His brother, although he grew up since he was a child, will be like a child as long as he gets together. Although Huang Saiking was embarrassed, he led Yi Tan towards the door of the room. As soon as the door of the room rang, the noise inside disappeared. The third child is back. Are you back? Then Mr. Yi takes it. As soon as Yi Tan walked to the door, he heard some excitement inside, and smiled helplessly in his heart. When did he give people such a sense of expectation? Yi Tan followed Huang Saiking to the room and found that there were 6 people standing in the room, plus Huang Saiking. Exactly 7 people. Mr. Yi, the first person who spoke, was the Prince of Jin Yao civilization. He had misunderstood Yi Tan twice. Simply, Yi Tan didn't kill him. It stands to reason that the Prince of Jin Yao civilization had the earliest friendship with Yi Tan. At the beginning, it was in the entrance of the third world, and Yi Tan registered civilization. At that time, he was at odds with Yi Tan. At the beginning, their Jin Yao civilization was to upgrade civilization, because their Jin Yao civilization had some deals with some civilizations outside the region. So it quickly went from the pinnacle of the second-level civilization to the pinnacle of the third-level civilization. When he was upgraded, he happened to encounter Yi Tan. When the empire was promoted to the pinnacle of the third-level civilization, his heart began to float, and he didn't put anyone in his eyes. Immediately afterwards, at the entrance of the third world, Yi Tan was severely slapped in the face. Mr. Yi, let me introduce to you. This, the prince of the Hongxian Empire, named Hong Eli, is our boss, nicknamed Hong Lao Da. After Huang Saiking finished speaking, he pointed to the strong man standing in the center. Hong had a short head. His eyes were piercing and he was strong, and he looked like a cow. Mr. Yi. Hong held his fists respectfully. Although he was the boss of these young masters, it was all because of his strong physique level and good talent. But the Empire civilization ranks 5th among the 7 civilizations. But Hong Lai is a man of justice and respect. This, the prince of the Sui Empire, named Sage, is our second brother. Sage also raised his fist respectfully towards Yi Tan and shouted, Mr. Yi. Yi Tan nodded towards them with a smile. Mr. Yi, I don't need to introduce it. I am their youngest. He. Huang Saiking said with a smile while touching his head. The 4th oldest, State Kin, named Kinyu, ranked 4th. 5th, Mr. Yi also knows him. He is the prince of Jin Yao civilization, Jins. The 6th child, the prince of the Emperor Haiyun Yun. His name is Haiyan Hong Lao Chi, the prince of the White Cloud Empire. His name is Bai Yi. Huang Saiking introduced all the 6 people, and he knew about the 7 empires. Good boss. Just when Yi Tan hadn't recovered, Huang Saiking didn't know when he had been standing inside, and the 7 yelled at Yi Tan. Yi Tan was shocked, staring at the 7 people. What's wrong? Why did you become your boss? Looking at the puzzled look on Yi Tan's face, the leader of the boss, Hong, shouted in a humming voice, Boss, These are all what we mean. We have discussed with some of our brothers, if anyone is higher than ours, we will recognize who is the big brother. Yi Tan was taken aback. Although his level was high, Hongl was not bad. Hongl, if I am not mistaken, your level is not much different from mine, Yi Tan said with a smile. As soon as Yi Tan's words came out, the 7 people were shocked. They still didn't believe it, but they had to believe it when they heard what Yi Tan said. Brother, my level is also the first level of level, but big brother, your level is already level peak. After Hongl finished speaking, he looked at his 6 brothers and nodded to each other in the face of Hongl's gaze. Yi Tan solemnly shouted, brother, please be respected by the younger brothers. After speaking, they directly held their fists and bent over, quietly waiting for Yi Tan to reply. Yi Tan hasn't replied yet. They lowered their heads and shouted heavily, brother, if you don't accept me today, we won't get up. After speaking, their waists have become deeper. The bend is so deep, only the master of civilization of Freya can enjoy such a gift. This kind of gift is a shame to their 7 royal children, but facing Yi Tan, they feel that this is the most basic respect. Yi Tan was stunned. After running around, he took 7 brothers? Is this Nima kidding me? However, Yi Tan was lonely and he was proud of loneliness in his heart, so he was especially cautious when dealing with people, doubting that. Master, take it, they have a lot of princes of the 7 civilizations. These princes are just outstanding, but they don't have the idea of running an empire. They just want to cultivate martial artists and become the top martial artists in the universe. So in their hearts, the stronger the person, the more respect they will receive. After Yi Tan listened, he put down the stone in his heart and walked straight to them, helping them up one by one. When the 7 saw Yi Tan Fu and them get up, wouldn't they just agree with them? But Yi Tan looked at Chi Ren with a biting light. Why do you have to recognize me as the big brother? Hearing what Yi Tan said, the 7 of them didn't even think about it, and said directly, big brother, in each of our families, the deeds are all your extraordinary deeds. From a small undeveloped civilization, in only 3 years, the entire civilization has become a 4th level civilization. Even your physique, eldest brother, can never be strengthened. And now it has been Level, who has such a great achievement, can do it. Chapter 508. Chapter 506, Fatu family. The 7 extended to look at Yi Tan enthusiastically. Yi Tan nodded with a clear understanding. The achievement monument. The kings of the 7 civilizations could do such things. These 7 civilized kings are the people who know the most, except for the red police base. What Yi Tan did, they all know. So they recorded these things one by one, so that the children of the family could encourage and catch up, worthy of being an advanced civilization. After understanding what happened, even if Yi Tan's heartstone was completely put down, it would be good to have 7 more forces. After all, his own red police force had some limitations. Good. Starting today, I am your eldest brother, I have a sip of soup, and I will never let you drink the rest, Yi Tan said with bright eyes. When the 7 people heard Yi Tan agree, they were all excited and don't want it. Yi Tan looked at the excitement of the 7 people, and he was very happy. The red police were red police. After all, those were connected with his blood, but the soldiers were all soldiers without self-awareness. They are all cloned fighters. To be able to speak, only the superhero Natasha and the red dragon. They are a bit more human. Diddy. Everyone's watches sounded, and Yi Tan's watch also made a sound. Everyone lowered their heads and turned on the voice of wisdom brain. Brother, the test is about to start. Now I'm asking to go to the square together. With a strong war spirit in Jin's eyes, he looked at Yi Tan and said, go, let's go to the assembly. Yi Tan didn't say anything, and directly followed the 7 people towards the square. On the road, Yi Tan had already planned the road for these 7 people. One's own army also needs an eye, and an assassination army, so that the 7 of them will form a secret department, training some reliable people, and even mobilize some prodigal spies, so that they will have a secret department. By then, wouldn't it be easy to dominate the universe by yourself? Arrived. Yi Tan raised his head and looked at the huge square. At this moment, There were densely packed people. Yi Tan couldn't believe it. How many students are there in the Freya civilization domain? This is at least 100,000. At this moment, the entire square suddenly sounded like thunder. All candidates, please take the corresponding transport ship according to your test number. All candidates. The constantly broadcast sound made all the students in the entire square move. Brother, our exam numbers are not together. Nahongilai said with a frown. Yi Tan narrowed his eyes, and then said, don't worry, although we are not on a battleship, we should get the destination in a place. Hearing Yi Tan's words, everyone put down the stone in their hearts. Just be in one place. Yi Tan already knew where he was going this time, and he didn't feel any fear in his heart. After everyone said goodbye to each other, they left according to their corresponding transport ship. Yi Tan also came to his corresponding transport ship and walked inside. The densely packed people inside were all sitting in their seats. Yi Tan also found his place, and beside his place, there was a fat man sitting unexpectedly. If the safety chair is already small, the fat man can sit on 1.5. Yi Tan's eyes became a little cold, and the fat man looked at Yi Tan with a fierce look. What do you look at? Using your dog's eyes to see, believe it or not, I will pick out your eyeballs. Before Yi Tan spoke, the fat man said fiercely, as soon as the fierce expression on his face appeared. The fat on his face trembled. Step aside, Yi Tan said coldly. The fat man seemed to have heard a big joke, staring his eyes, and said arrogantly, oh fuck, who are you so special? Do you know who Lao Tzu is? Open your dog eyes and take a good look. I am the Yu family of the Freel Civilization Empire. You dare to talk to me like this? Do you want to die? Kneel down and apologize, and I will forgive you. Yi Tan was going to take a lesson, but when he heard it, the 4 major families of Emperor Star suddenly became angry. Yeah, I haven't found your 4 big families yet. Someone has come out first. What are you waiting for? Yi Tan slammed his palms out, and slammed the fat man's cheeks with a palm, with a bitterly killing intent in his eyes, and said to the fat man, yes family, you go first, they will follow you. When the fat man heard this, he just wanted to break free, but the powerful force on his face grew stronger and stronger, and his cheeks were about to burst. Even the fat on his face was pinched out by Yi Tan's claws. Fatty struggled more fiercely, but no matter how hard he struggled, his palm, like pliers, couldn't get rid of it. And my cheek was getting more and more painful, and the bones in the cheek seemed to be crushed. What? The fat man roared like a pig, and instantly attracted countless students around him. Fuck. Isn't that the fat Yu from the Yu family? Why was he beaten up? Good fight. This fat guy is disgusting and ruthless. It's good to have one less opponent. It's best to kill both. The instructor in the transport ship also discovered this, and immediately ran towards this side with a baton. Stop it. It's a big competition now. You are not allowed to fight in private. If you don't stop, you will be disqualified for the exam. The instructor held the alarm, waved it, and shouted at the 2. Yi Tan snorted disdainfully when he heard the instructor's words, and then let go of the fat man's cheek. The fat man was let go by Yi Tan. His eyes unfastened his seatbelt in horror, and moved to the side. He was really scared, and he made himself such a bear when he didn't agree, and he didn't have any ability to resist. The strength of this man is really terrifying. The fat man was terrified in his heart, and the look in Yi Tan's eyes was dodging. His fat body moved to the other side. The fat on his body did not dare to exceed Yi Tan's line. Seeing this situation, the instructor nodded immediately, made a round of inspections, and left. After all, they are all students. They don't bother to worry about it. Yi Tan saw that the fat man was scared, and glanced at him disdainfully, and found that the fat man was still looking at him with small eyes. Yi Tan glared at him, and the fat man shrank in fear. But although the fat man squeezed over there, the people over there were terribly uncomfortable. But he didn't dare to offend this fat man. This was from the Yu family. Ding! At this moment, everyone's wrist Gwengbra made a beep. Chapter 509. Chapter 507. The big competition begins. All candidates, please pay attention to the first competition, location, insect star number 3, and mission completion requirements. Stick to the insect star number 3 for 3 days and require each candidate to get 5,000 Zerg tentacles. In 3 days, please gather at the 30 location of the third insect star. Note, in worm star number 3, there are missing equipment and resources, as well as mecha fighters, but the missing locations need to be found by the respective examinees. Perhaps the resources and equipment are at the core of the insect swarm. It depends on your good fortune! After reading these tips, Yi-Tan suddenly narrowed his eyes. Such a big ratio is a bit interesting. 100,000 candidates are placed in Chongqing. Are you sure you are sending students to die? Moreover, this competition did not mark whether it can kill each other. Not to say at all, this means that they can kill each other, and they have placed some weapons and equipment on the third insect star. But is it really that easy to get those things? Ding! There was another optical brain reminder, and everyone looked down. There are still 10 minutes before departure. Students who want to withdraw can now get out of the transport ship and leave the college. Seeing this message, many people who were a little shaken in their hearts showed tangled expressions on their faces. They originally thought that the big competition was just to compete with each other, but this year's big competition turned out to be on Chongqing, and they didn't care about life or death. Isn't it clear to let them die? I'm not going either. This is to die. Suddenly, on the transport ship Yi-Tan, many people shouted emotionally. Those who did not quit looked at them with disdain. A group of cowards. Those who withdrew followed the instructor and left the transport ship one by one. In the square outside the transport ship, dozens of transport ships kept coming out of people, and those were all exiting people. There are nearly tens of thousands. In the Royal Academy's monitoring room, it was densely packed with people at the moment. These people are all big people. And there are some people who don't look like Freel's civilization. They are the people of the Highest Civilization Institute. This year's competition is different from previous years. I didn't expect so many people to be eliminated at the beginning, but it's also good. The fiercer the competition, the better the survivors. In the monitoring room, an old man touched his beard and smiled. The others also smiled and nodded. This was indeed good, although their hearts were hurt, because this time the competition was bloody and cruel. It is the face-to-face of death and death. The transport ship took off, and dozens of larger transport ships began to fly towards the third insect star, and Yi-Tan did not send a war fort to follow along, because there were many large warships outside the third insect star. Going to the war fortress, you will definitely be besieged. After all, there is a place for students to compete, and the security is strict. Even if the war fortress is not gone, Yi-Tan can still get in touch with Red Dragon. After all, he still has a light brain. But in Worm Planet 3, everything depends on itself. After flying for several hours, Yi-Tan closed his eyes slightly, recuperating, and the fat man sitting on the side didn't close his eyes all the way. He was afraid of the ruthless person beside him, waiting for him to close his eyes and give himself what to do if you die. Simply, a few hours have passed by myself, and I will soon arrive at Chongqing. When I find the young master, I must avenge him and kill him. Those who dare to do something to the family don't even want to survive. The fat man thought hard in his heart. Sitting on the side, Yi-Tan felt the thick killing intent in Fatty's heart, and slowly opened his eyes. Seeing the fat man's expression from the corner of his light, he snorted inwardly. Dear candidates, the destination has arrived. Please pick up your own gene counter under your own safety chair. Inside the transport ship, a sweet broadcast sound appeared, and Yi-Tan was taken aback. The gene counter. What's that? Without saying anything, Yi-Tan took out a gene counter with his own number directly from under his seat. After fiddling for a long time, Yi-Tan understood. It turns out that this gene counter, that is, the antennae obtained by killing a Zerg each time, can use this gene counter to absorb genes, and then become a number. and even if someone else picks up a corpse, it will not accept genes. In this way, the idea of someone picking up the leak is eliminated, and it is even a lot more convenient. At least in this case, there is no need to run around with thousands of tentacles. But Yitan also found a problem, that is, this kind of gene counter can trade the quantity at will. In this case, cannibalism is indispensable. Yitan's mouth showed a murderous smile with excitement. The entire transport ship suddenly made a bump, and then the entire transport ship stopped steadily, and then the door of the transport ship opened steadily. A powerful turbulence blew in directly. Yitan squinted his eyes to feel the turbulence, and his heart became convex and concave. Right? They are all in the sky. Is this going to jump from the air? Dear candidates, please receive your own wingsuit. Hearing these words, Yitan's thoughts were directly affirmed, and it was really in the air. In this case, all the candidates would not be together. Everyone began to put on their own wingsuits, and after Yitan put them on, he began to use the light brain to contact his 7 little brothers. But the light brain did not react at all. Even the red dragon did not respond. Yitan suddenly secretly said that it was broken, and this planet might have been cut off by the Academy. Just when Yitan thought there was no signal, suddenly the red dragon's voice rang in Yitan's headset. Dominate, Red Dragon? Yitan narrowed his eyes, and Red Dragon could contact him. Master, this isolation of the signal network is too trivial to me. I don't need to enter it at all. I can get in touch with you directly on their signal end. Hearing these words, Yitan immediately laughed. Yes, to what extent has the Red Dragon advanced now? It is an existence that can be controlled by even level 5 civilized ships, let alone this small signal. The net is cut off. It's fine if you can get in touch. Help me get in touch with Avril Lavigne and some of them, Yitan said with a dazzling light, squinting his eyes. He came this time to help Avril Lavigne. Master, I can only talk to you, I can't contact them at all, because their signal coordinates are constantly being monitored. Once I contact them, the examiners will find out, but I can know their coordinates. Hearing Red Dragon's words, Yitan himself was still a little bit disappointed. But after hearing that, he immediately started fighting, as long as he could know the place. Darby, let's start, Yitan said with a strong killing intent in his eyes. Chapter 510 Chapter 508 If you have grudges, report. On the spot. All the dressed students began to jump down, and there were even some people who stood in the hatch and refused to jump down. Too high. This planet is twice the size of the Earth. The height is also very high. It is normal for all students to dare not jump. Yitan also came to the hatch and took a breath as he looked at the invisible height. If this falls, is there anyone else? I'm afraid it has become puree directly. And when Yitan was thinking, the fat man from the U family also came to Yitan, wearing a large-sized wingsuit, and a little brother beside him. The fat man also noticed Yitan, and turned to Yitan disdainfully, cutting his throat on his neck. Yitan saw it with a strong killing intent in his eyes. Do you die? I want you to die, Yitan said coldly in his heart. This fat man is too arrogant, thinking that he would be fine if he jumped off the transport ship. Sure enough, the fat man saw that Yitan's eyes were wrong, and he jumped directly below. Yitan followed suit. The fat man didn't notice that Yitan jumped down with him. In his eyes, Yitan was scared. So tall, he wouldn't be scared if he didn't believe him. And he has jumped down, don't believe he can keep up. Thinking of this, the fat man couldn't help but grinned. Quack, in the strong turbulence, the fat man was still in the mood to laugh, and not far from the fat man, there were many people flying, all looking at the fat man strangely. Shame. Fatty directly carved such an image in everyone's hearts. Laughing in the turbulence. He is probably the only one. And when the fat man flew lower and lower, he felt wrong. How did he land so fast? The fat man panicked, turned his head to look, his eyes shrank suddenly. Yitan looked at him with a harmless smile on his face. Fuck. The fat man shouted directly, what is he on his back? wondering that he is flying lower and lower. It turned out that someone was lying on his back. "Go away!" the fat man yelled and wanted to twist his body, but as soon as he wanted to twist, Yeaton's hands pressed the fat man's head fiercely and began to squeeze it fiercely. But the fat man felt the powerful sympathy in his brain, and suddenly became frightened, and the magic hands came again. "My cheek still hurts now. If it weren't for that instructor, I'm afraid I would have died long ago. But now, the smell of death is here again." The fat man twisted his neck, trying to fight Yeaton's hands away, and even his hands began to hammer indiscriminately. But his hands controlled the wings. The wings began to swing randomly, and his speed fell even faster. Very fast. Seeing that he was approaching the ground, the fat man's eyes had already revealed a crazy look. "If this continues, he will die." "Go away!" the fat man yelled, and Yeaton's hands fixed him, unable to move at all. Wow! The powerful air current came and it was already close to the ground. Boom! There was an earth-shattering noise. Yeaton lay on the fat man and fell directly to the ground. And that fat man, under the strong pressure at this moment, was directly thrown into mud, and the flesh and blood directly stuck to the ground. Yeaton also received a lot of shocks, numb all over his body. Seeing that the fat man had become a pool of flesh, he suddenly smiled disdainfully, and had to report on the spot. "Do you have to wait for you to go back and tell some big shots?" After Yeaton gave a cold snort of disdain, he began to look around, surrounded by a forest, quiet and ruthless, without seeing a single insect. At this time, the red dragon's voice came out. "Master, this planet was originally a colonial star, but after it was invaded by the Zerg, it became the territory of the Zerg. And it was also a test site for the human. This is a big forest. There are countless Zergs in it. The number of nutrients is also a kind of nutrient that the Zergs absorb, so the master must be careful." Hearing Red Dragon's words, Yeaton suddenly gave a wry smile. Mardan, he even ran to the densest place of Zerg. "Red Dragon, call out the place where Avril Lavigne. I will find her first." Yeaton said coldly. "Master, Avril Lavigne's coordinates are 30. I have called everyone's coordinates for you. You can check their coordinates at any time." After Red Dragon finished speaking, there was no sound. Yeaton knew that Red Dragon was avoiding signal detection at this time. Yeaton opened the Gwynbrain map and found that all the coordinates were far away, but that Honglai was very close to him. Yeaton's eyes lit up when he saw that Hongl's coordinates were closest to him. He spread his legs and ran in the direction of Hongle. At Honglai's coordinate location, Honglai had just arrived in this area, and a dozen men surrounded them with an unknown family badge hanging on the chest of their clothes. "Ha ha, brothers, catch a single one. Great. Now we have bait." The dozen or so people saw Hongle as if they had seen a prey, and all of them had a greedy look and laughed. And Hongle himself was a steady person. Seeing everyone's appearance, his heart sank suddenly, and he had not found a weapon until now. When landing on the transport ship, all weapons were searched and taken away. You can't bring any weapons into this planet. But in the hands of a dozen people in front of them, the headed person actually held a simple weapon. It seems that they have been holding weapons for some years. It is an energy series weapon. It seems that they are lucky and found a weapon just after they came down. "Boy, what do you look at? Our boss is talking to you. You are walking in front of us, or else, my boss weapon doesn't have eyes." Ha ha ha. One of the younger brothers shouted arrogantly. He was called the Old Man, and when he heard the little brother say that, a smile suddenly appeared on his face. When Hongle heard what the younger brother said, his heart was also angry, and he dared to use himself as a bait. It seemed that they were looking for death. "Okay, I'll take the lead for you," Hongle said blankly, looking for opportunities. No way, although he has a strong physique, it is impossible to subdue the leader in a second, because no matter how strong his physique is, he can't stop the attack of that energy weapon. As the saying goes, no matter how high martial arts is, you will fall with one shot. Ha ha ha, gossip. Those little brothers laughed loudly after seeing Honglai's submission. And Hongle's eyes became more and more fierce, and he wanted to pinch these people to death. "Trash, don't leave yet," the headed boss shouted angrily. And at this moment, a cold voice sounded behind them. "Who do you say is trash?" Chapter 511 Chapter 509 Lead the 5,000 Zergraces, dominate. "You guys, who are you talking about rubbish?" Behind everyone, there was a cold voice. Suddenly, those people hurriedly turned around and found that a man was already standing behind them without knowing when. "Who is your special?" "Another one." "It's better that way. There are too many bugs in that place. It would be great to have two of them as bait." The headed boss, holding the energy gun, pointed at Yeetan and said viciously. Yeetan sneered, and Hongl saw that it was Yeetan, and his eyes suddenly showed excitement. "It's great to be able to meet the boss so soon, boss." Hongl shouted at Yeetan, and was about to run towards Yeetan. "Stop." The leader with the gun took a look and suddenly drank coldly. "Yeah, you two know each other? Let me just say, whoever is so ignorant, you two will separate me," the leader shouted with a gun. But Yeetan frowned, looked at the leader and said, "Noisy." When the leader heard Yeetan yelling at him angrily, his face suddenly changed, and he took up the gun and fired at Yeetan. But Yeetan's speed was faster, and he rushed to the leader in the blink of an eye, punched him on the cheek, and hammered fiercely. Boom! The leader's cheek was instantly punched through by Yeetan, and the brain and flesh and blood splashed all over the floor. Vomit. Those little brothers who watched vomited out instantly. It was the first time they saw such a brutal murder method. Even Hongl was shocked by Yeetan's punch, and even more shocked was Yeetan's speed. It stands to reason that the martial artist has two evolutionary directions, one is strength and the other is speed. But it is rare that both can be brilliant. Some people can only take care of one aspect. For example, he is more powerful, but the speed is still very slow. Seeing that their boss was punched to death, those little brothers showed horror on their faces and wanted to escape. But how could Yeetan let them go? He directly waved his fist and rushed towards everyone. Even Nahongalai waved his fist and ran towards everyone. This was the first time the two of them had cooperated in a fight. Hongalai is very proud in his heart. Boom! One head after another, exploded like a watermelon, leaving only one corpse on the scene. Blood-red minced meat all over the floor. But Yeetan didn't rush to kill him, leaving a living. After all, they just said that there is a place where bait is needed, which roused Yeetan's interest. Wouldn't it be better to find some weapons? The living mouth that was left was already frightened and collapsed, sitting on the ground dumbfounded, watching the two beasts killing gods. Yeetan and Hongalai walked up to the goods and said coldly, "Say, where is the place you found? Say it. I will let you make a living." Hearing Yeetan's words, he hurriedly yelled, "Some distance ahead, there is a swarm of insects. Inside there is a barracks that was abandoned before, and there is also a large equipment box. That's what I know." Many. Yeetan heard that. Really, those people put their weapons on the places where the insects gathered, just to train them. "How many swarms are there?" Yeetan asked coldly. "Yes. There are 5 or 6,000. He cried and roared alive. He was really scared. He didn't want to die. He was here to compare, not to be killed. But he never thought that what they did just now was to send Yeetan and the others to death. Very well, you answered the question, and you will kill you. But there is still another task. If you do this task, you can leave alive," Yeetan said with a smile. Seeing Yeetan's smile alive, it was like a god of death, revealing a thick murderous intent. And he shook his head in horror. "This task must be to send oneself to death. I won't do it myself." "Oh, don't do it. Then you go to die." Yeetan screamed angrily, and then slammed his punch towards the living mouth. Bang! The lively head exploded directly, and the hot brain and blood splashed directly in all directions. Yeetan stood up, looked at the direction pointed by his mouth just now, squinting his eyes and wondering what he was thinking, and Hongl is more and more admired for his newly recognized eldest brother. Only such a person can survive longer in the universe, right? Killing decisively, iron-blooded man. Hongalai respected the strongest, and everything that Yeetan had shown in iron and blood had completely convinced Hongalai. "Brother, what do you do now?" Hongl asked when he walked to Yitan. Yitan squinted his eyes and said, "Go, let's go to the place to have a look. You tie up all the stones, and we take it over." Hearing Yitan's words, Hongl's eyes lit up. With these corpses, will it be bait soon? Although they can't run, they can let the Zerg fight for a while. Go. After Hongl promised, he began to move all the corpses, took off their clothes and tied them one by one. After everything was done, Hongl followed Yitan and ran towards the place that Huoku pointed out just now. Behind Hongl, dragged a string of corpses, and the gene counters on them did not have a single Zerg population, which meant that they had just arrived below. I met Honglai, and then it was like letting Honglai use it as a bait, but instead of using it as a bait, he became a bait. The two ran for a while, and finally found a place. The two stopped not far away. There was a huge pit, and there were many people gathered around. Big brother. Hongl's heart was tense when he saw those people. He thought that only the two of them knew, but he didn't expect so many people to wait for the opportunity. Yitan obviously didn't expect that there were so many people. His brows frowned, and then he seemed to think of something. His brows relaxed, and he looked at Hongl with a grin. Hongl didn't know how many casualties Yitan's smile would bring. But Honglong knew that as long as Yitan smiled like this, it meant someone was unlucky. "Come here, let me tell you," Yitan whispered in Hongl's ear. And outside this Zerg gathering place, many people began to gather. They seemed to want to unite, ready to take down this Zerg gathering place. And just as they were getting ready, suddenly, a commotion began. All the minds were tense. Which one of the people who was looking for death actually moved a bug? Everyone looked towards the giant pit. Their eyes shrank suddenly. My Nima, someone dragged a dozen corpses behind and ran towards the insect swarm. But that's okay. If someone draws away the bugs, they can get weapons now. Good people, great people. Everyone thought excitedly. And just when they were happy, the two of them dragged the corpse, carrying the bug towards them. "Fuck Nima!" Someone yelled and ran away. The whole group of people who had just united all ran away. Chapter 512. Chapter 510, You were fired. "Fuck Nima, everyone, run." Everyone was shocked when they saw a large group of corpses behind the two young men, with Zerg behind the corpses. Each one ran desperately in the opposite direction. They were really frightened by the young man's actions. "This Nima is too crazy." Many people just buried their heads and ran forward, but there was still the overwhelming Zerg hissing sound from behind. Hearing this voice, many people trembled again, turned their heads, and looked back. I don't know, this look didn't almost scare everyone. The two young men. But now there is only one thin man left behind, fast and closely following them. Seeing this situation, many people are beeping in their hearts. "Go away, don't follow behind us." "Draft Grandma, get out." The people who ran away desperately in front yelled coldly at Yitan. But Yitan didn't have a bird at all, and just ran away. Where the people in front go, he will follow them. Anyway, the sky is falling, and there are big men in front of you staring. In the First Civilization Emperor Star, in the Derby monitoring room, many big figures have seen this scene, each with their mouths open, not knowing what to say. Who is this student? He has courage, but can the 5,000 Zerg tribes really let them go? An amiable old man touched his beard and said. And the old man sitting beside him was a little angry and said, "What courage? In my opinion, this kind of student is a shit stick. If they cooperate to bring this Zerg down, why not share the weapons equally?" Why? But this young man actually used the body of his compatriot as a bait. From my perspective, this kind of student is not worthy of being our student. After the old man shouted angrily, the senior Freya civilization sitting in the room looked at them with gloomy expressions. This young man is the most powerful mecha player in Freya civilization. The blood-stab mecha is sold in a mess. But they really didn't know Yitan's real level, or they didn't even know that Yitan was also a martial artist. In their eyes, Yitan is a mecha merchant. But now, even participating in the big competition, and doing such annoying things, these high levels, wiping the sweat from their foreheads, while Freeman, who was sitting at the top, smiled disdainfully when he heard the old man's words. In his heart, he still admired Ethan's actions in front of the Zerg, talking about the righteousness of the human race. Did I die fast enough, in the face of death? If they don't use everything that can be used, that is, they are looking for death, and they are the instructors of the highest civilization institute. Even if they don't even understand this shallow truth, I really doubt whether they are the tutors of higher education institutions. At this moment, Yitan didn't know that there were countless eyes. All of them noticed him, and Yitan was running happily now, at that speed, chasing behind everyone without hurries. The people running in front are really going to be mad. Nima has the ability not to follow us, so she has been following us, which is a breakdown. They really wanted to turn around and kill Ethan, but there was no way, because once they stopped, whoever would die. No, they were splattered with blood. It was just that one of the two stunners couldn't run, and stopped to rest for a second before being swallowed by the Zerg. Think about everyone's scalp tingling. Therefore, even if they are given 100 courage, they dare not stop. To stop is to die. Look, there is no way ahead. At this moment, someone in front suddenly roared, and the person running behind looked up. As expected, there was no way. How to do? In front of them, there is a huge lake. As a regular college, they certainly understand one thing. That is the planet occupied by the Zerg. And the lake is the most dangerous place, because in the depths of the lake, there are many large water monsters. These water monsters are some sea worms born by mother worms that have absorbed genes from marine organisms. Once these sea worms are launched into the water, they begin to devour sea creatures indefinitely and multiply wildly. It can be said that if you give the Zerg a piece of the sea, you will also give you a piece of the worm. What to do? What do we do now? The people who had reached the lake shouted emotionally. What else can I do? Fight with him. Someone yelled. Yes, fight it. It's a dead end anyway. We might as well kill a few more Zergs. How many humans are pests? Someone looked truthless, but said righteously. The people in the monitoring room saw this scene, and the tutors from the colleges and universities looked at everyone with admiration. Okay, this is the real student, who is not afraid of sacrifice and dare to go shopping for the Zerg. What we want is such a person, not the man named Ethan, who actually framed our compatriots. Such a person is not a pity. The old man who was in the monitoring room disdain for Yitan just now looked at the students and said with admiration that several instructors around him all agreed. Elder Su, you will unlock the optical brain restrictions for those students now. I want to talk to them. In addition, also unlock Yitan's optical brain. The old man looked at the old man who admired Yitan just now and said. Elder Su was taken aback, frowned and said, Elder Liu, this is wrong. We can't interfere in any situation in DA by. When Elder Liu heard this, he became a little impatient. Elder Su, even if there are any problems, I will be responsible. I can't let these students sacrifice in vain. There are not many such bold students in our humanity. Elder Su was taken aback for a moment. There was nothing to say about this. Everyone said that they could only open up their restrictions of those students. In Chongqing, those people stood by the lake, looking at Yitan who was running in the distance, and the killing intent in their eyes became more concentrated. They are all the people in front of them. If it weren't for him, would they be so persecuted? Did he? At this moment, their optical brains all gave out a prompt, and then one projected out. It was an old man. Everyone was stunned when they saw the old man. What's the situation? Dear students, this is Elder Liu of Tandwu College. Everyone didn't want the old man like Bird, because Yitan was coming with the Zerg. But when they heard Tanwu Academy, their hearts trembled fiercely. Elder Liu of Tanwu Academy, isn't it the mentor chosen this time? Moreover, Tanwu Academy is a 6th level civilized academy, and does not belong to any civilized academy. The reputation is very big. Elder Liu. The crowd did not dare to hold big, and shouted respectfully towards the projection. Chapter 513 Chapter 511, Rescue. Deacon King. Elder Liu was very satisfied when he saw the respectful appearance of everyone. Dear students, I can see what you do and what you are doing. You are the best students in mankind. But unexpectedly, you have been victimized by a traitor. As a result, you have no retreat. Don't worry. As long as you persist for a few minutes, weapons it will be sent to you. Hearing Teacher Liu's compliment, each of these people showed surprise expressions. They were more than for what they wanted to enter the college, but they didn't expect it. Teacher Liu has been paying attention to them. Ha ha ha, we are about to become a member of the Higher Education Institute. In their hearts, they don't know how many times they roared, and their faces are very excited. Thank you, Elder Liu. Everyone hurriedly shouted to the Elder Liu respectfully. They don't need to think. They already know what's going on. The lunatic must have brought the Zerg to drive them, so Elder Liu saw it. From the awe-inspiring meal they had just now, their desperate behavior with the Zerg made Elder Liu see it. So as long as you dare to fight the Zerg, you will be valued by the people above. They were a little bit amused in their hearts. In fact, they just wanted to fool each other and make some dumbfounders rush forward. Then they were waiting for an opportunity to escape. In fact, everyone's heart is like this, but now they are valued by Elder Liu, and they dare not have that kind of thought in their hearts. At this moment, Yi Tan was leading the Zerg, rushing towards those people. At this moment, his light brain suddenly projected an old man in front of him. Before Yi Tan spoke, the old man uttered a word, almost causing Yi Tan to fall. Student Yi Tan, from now on, you have been kicked out of the big competition. You don't have to continue, the old man said with biting eyes. Yi Tan heard that my name rushed to the lake with the Zerg hard. What did you say? I was kicked out? Roll. Yi Tan responded coldly. When the Elder Liu in the projection heard this, his face suddenly turned blue. He is an elder of the 6th level of civilization. Who dares to talk to him like that? Student Yi Tan, let me tell you that I am the person in charge of this competition. If you bring the Zerg to chase and kill the students, you should be expelled. Then Elder Liu growled with gloomy eyes. When Yi Tan heard this, his heart became even more angry. Without the bird, the Zerg race behind was about to rush over. Well, stay cool, don't hinder me. Yi Tan was like chasing stinky flies, working in the grey mist in the air, and the angry Elder Liu's face turned pale for a while. Elder Liu snorted coldly, and continued to say sternly, "Boy, you took the Zerg to persecute other students, can't I deal with you? Tell you, the support army will be here soon." After speaking, Elder Liu stopped asking for numbness, and quickly closed the video screen. Yi Tan smiled disdainfully when he heard what Elder Liu said. Are they still teachers of advanced students? Could this Nima be fake? Or is there something wrong with the plan Red Dragon gave him? When Yi Tan was suspicious, the Red Dragon's voice suddenly said in Yi Tan's ear, "Master, there will be no problem. There's Zerg in the lake and the Zerg on the ground are in the same family, but their female worms are not one. In the Zerg tribe, as long as two female insects meet, they will kill each other until the victor's female insect is determined." Hearing the Red Dragon's explanation again, Yi Tan couldn't help but slap his tongue. He didn't expect that the Zerg would be so disgusting and would swallow each other to advance. In the monitoring room, the Elder Liu, who was scolded by Yi Tan, looked at the screen with a gloomy expression. Yi Tan was about to reach the surviving crowds at this moment. Fortunately, the support weapons will also arrive soon. Elder Su, this is the so-called courageous student you value? If you dare to insult the teacher, can you say that such a person can be invited into the academy? Elder Su, who was sitting on the sidelines, immediately shook his head helplessly when he heard what Elder Liu said. Elder Liu still had such a temper. If we let the above know, they, supervisory elders, would abuse their power to help Abba's students. I will be blamed, but it's better now. At least the students who he thought were good just now had such a temper, which directly offended many people. Even if the blame came down, there was still that student who resisted thunder. Then Elder Liu saw the expression of Elder Su's dress, and suddenly closed his eyes slightly, waiting for Yi Tan to be headshot. At this moment, Elder Su, who was sitting aside watching the video, suddenly stared and shouted, Elderly. Look. Elderly opened his eyes impatiently and shouted directly, "What are you looking at? Did Yitan kill those people?" With that, Elderly burst into anger. When he saw it, he almost stared out. In the video between them, Yitan took the Zerg and ran directly in front of the survivors. When the survivors saw the Zerg, they ran away in fright, standing in the distance and watching from a distance. But Yitan took the Zerg directly and ran towards the lake. "What's the situation?" Elder Su asked puzzledly. When Elder Yu saw this scene, he suddenly smiled disdainfully and said, "What else is there? This guy must be expelled from the big competition." So he gave up on himself and wanted to commit suicide by jumping into the river. "Coward," Elder Liu said confidently. Elder Su and the others watched the video intently. The situation was not right. Yitan brought the Zerg into the river and never came out. Is it true that he committed suicide by jumping into the river, as Elder Liu said? At this moment, the Karma Lake suddenly began to boil. "Look!" Elder Su shouted in surprise. A few minutes before they just found out about it. Outside the planet of Yitandabai, inside a huge warship, Deacon Wang, Elder Liu wants us to send a rescue spacecraft to rescue a group of students. Deacon Wang, who is the deacon of this tournament, is responsible for all issues of the tournament, and his level is higher than that of Elder Liu. Elder Liu and the others are just responsible for monitoring the situation of the students. Above them, there are high levels. But those high levels did not watch this competition. What's the situation? Didn't it mean that no situation can be involved in derby? It is the life or death of the students, it is their life. Then why didn't Elder Liu obey the order and let us go to rescue? The Deacon Wang himself had a violent temper and was very upright, so he was sent to supervise derby in all situations. It's such a Deacon King. Listen to Elder Liu and them. The reporter told Deacon Wang all the things that happened. When Deacon Wang heard it, his stomach exploded with anger. A student actually took the Zerg and opened the sword at a higher student? This kind of thing must be done, and that student must be taught a lesson. Chapter 514. Chapter 512. Are you blind? Go. Let's go to the rescue. As soon as Deacon Wang came up with a violent temper, he directly led his subordinates, piloted the spaceship, and flew towards Chongqing. This happened just now when Yitan rushed in front of many students. Fuck, run away, the goods are here. When many students saw Yitan Fingjian's servant leading the Zerg running towards them, all of them were scared to pee, pushing towards the distance, suppressed. But Yitan had no expression on his face and ran directly in front of them, heading straight to the lake. Everyone who saw it was stunned again. What's happening here? What's wrong? Didn't you come to kill us? Why did you run into the river? After Yitan ran into the river with the corpse, 5,000 insects behind him also ran towards the river, like dumplings one by one. Ploppy. Those students who were watching were even more dumbfounded. They don't even know what happened. At this moment, there was a burst of urn sound above their heads. Everyone looked up and saw a cool fighter plane above their heads. It's rescue. Many students shouted excitedly. Yes, that fighter was driven by Deacon Wang. After circling around, the fighter plane stopped steadily below. And then the Deacon King and some soldiers in black armor walked straight to those students. Who can tell me what's going on? Didn't it mean that someone brought the Zerg to chase you down? Deacon Wang said in a loud voice, with anger in his stomach. He felt that he was played by Elder Liu. Dare to ask this teacher. A savvy man stood up and asked respectfully with his fist in the Deacon. Deacon Wang saw that the student was still respectful, so he sternly said, I am the Deacon Elder of the Tandwu student, and my surname is Wang. When everyone heard it, they suddenly realized, is this reinforcement? A Deacon Elder was sent to rescue. They were shocked and crossed with excitement. Deacon Wang, what happened is like this. The shrewd student finished his words. After hearing this, Deacon Wang suddenly realized, you mean, he seemed to be sick in the end? He didn't chase you, but headed towards the lake? The shrewd student saw Deacon Wang's majestic eyes, and suddenly lowered his head and nodded. That's how it happened. that Sharby didn't chase them in the end, and even ran towards the lake. Isn't this shame? Just when Deacon Wang didn't understand why Yitan finally ran towards the lake. Suddenly, Deacon Wang, look! A soldier yelled at the lake. Deacon Wang and everyone turned to look. I saw the lake boiled, as if countless things were swimming below. Immediately afterwards, a scream belonged to the mother worm suddenly sounded. Countless insects emerged from the lake, and the hideous-looking insects, the insects with only two large pincers, were madly biting together with thousands of zergs full of claws. The scene was extremely crazy. Everyone was dumbfounded when they saw this scene. What's the situation? Why are the bugs fighting with them? Just when everyone was dumbfounded, a young man slowly walked out of the lake. Their zergs didn't seem to see him, they only knew they were biting each other. Deacon Wang, you see. That was the one who killed us with bugs. The shrewd student suddenly pointed at the young man by the lake and shouted. Deacon Wang turned his head to look, squinting his eyes and wondering what he was thinking. Most of his spirit was placed on the zerg who swallowed each other. If he didn't guess wrong, that's it. Thinking of this, Deacon Wang already had an answer in his heart, but he still needs to ask the young man about this matter. If that's the case, this young man is too powerful. He is simply a talented player. And in the frail civilization Emperor Star, the monitoring room, everyone in the entire monitoring room was stunned. Seeing the Zerg on the land and the Zerg in the sea gnawing together, they were all blinded, and their heads couldn't react for a long time. Elder Liu, do you know what happened? Elder Su sat aside, looking at the Elder Liu with subtle eyes. Elder Liu was also confused, frowning and wondering what he was thinking. After a long pause, this Elder Liu wanted to understand, said disdainfully, looking at everyone's puzzled eyes and said, if I didn't guess, this young man must be using what medicine to make the Zerg brains in confusion, biting each other. Zerg itself is a race, except when two female worms meet, they will not kill each other. And just now, there was not a single female insect in the 5,000 insects. This must be what Yitan used. Elder Liu said disdainfully. Everyone nodded suddenly. I want to know what happened. Don't you know? After Deacon Wang asks it. Elder Su sat aside and said with a little annoyance. Elder Liu considers himself too much, right? Yitan happened to be in charge of the chip. You said he brought some kind of potion. So he brought it? Doesn't this show me that the supervision is not strong? In Chongqing, the Deacon King had already arrived in front of Yitan. Student Yitan, I am the person in charge of this competition. Deacon Wang said majestically, standing in front of Yitan. Yitan had just escaped from the lake. The lake was densely packed with Zerg. When he went down, he almost thought he could not return. Before he recovered, he heard someone screaming in his ears. Suddenly looked at the Deacon Wang with a bit of discomfort and said, what's wrong? Do you want to expel me too? Are you blind when you come to the mentor at higher institutions? The people standing aside heard it and almost fainted on the ground. This Nima is a tutor at a higher school. If you don't fawn, it's okay to say something bad. To death. Everyone looked at Yitan, showing a look of pity. In their hearts, Yitan was already a dead person at this moment. Deacon Wang did not expect that this young man came up with a scolding, and he almost fisted in a round of fist when he was angry. What is blindness? What does it mean to come from colleges? Are all blind? I am the highest person in charge of Derby. I will not be expelled. It is my decision. Elder Liu has no right to expel you. Deacon Wang was angry in his heart, but he still had to be fair. After all, there are still so many students. Can you tell me what happened? Deacon Wang knew that Yitan had resentment in his heart, so he could only whisper. But Yitan's words almost didn't make him run away. Are you blind too? You can't see it for yourself. Chapter 515. Chapter 513. Question. Are you also blind? Can't see it for yourself? Yitan said coldly. The students were so scared that they almost fainted to the ground. Nima, this is Deacon Wang, the elder of the colleges and universities. Are you afraid of not being admitted if you talk like this? Everyone looked at Yitan dumbfounded, and at the same time looked at Deacon Wang. This guy is about to end. the Deacon Wang will definitely be angry. But what was a surprise to everyone was that Deacon Wang didn't even have a trace of anger. He looked at Yi Tan and said majestically, "This student, you don't need to be dissatisfied with me, you just need to tell me what happened." "Not flat," Deacon Wang said calmly, but his heart roared impatiently and angry. "Are you angry with him, right? If things are really as he thinks, this is the most talented student he sees so much. If this Nima gets angry, will this student follow him?" They are not from the same academy. They came to 4 academies this time, and the level of each academy is the same. Tanwu Academy, Martial Arts Academy, Danji Student, Creation Club. These 4 are all middle and higher academies that are famous in the universe, and there are even higher academies, that is, academies within the supreme civilization. That is not to say that you can enter the college. Seeing that the Deacon King's personality was better, Yi Tan frowned and said, "What do you want me to say? Isn't this what you saw? Did the Zerg begin to devour each other?" And just before his voice fell, Yi Tan's optical brain cast the projection of Elderliu. Elderliu looked at Yi Tan with a gloomy look and shouted directly, "Deacon Wang, don't listen to his nonsense. He must use some medicine to let the Zerg swallow each other. Their Zergs are originally a family, how can they swallow each other? Even if they swallow, I haven't seen the mother worm from beginning to end." Upon hearing Elderliu's words, the students suddenly realized that it was so. No wonder the Zergs were so abnormal. Kill each other. This is simply impossible. Hearing what Elderliu said, the Deacon Wang suddenly showed an unpleasant look on his face. He was asking this student himself, or would you ask again? Before Deacon Wang spoke, he saw that Yi Tan smiled disdainfully, and said coldly, "If you say you are blind, you are blind. May I ask this instructor from the college, which eye did you not see the female worm? I seriously doubt you right now. Are you a tutor at a higher school? If your tutors are so blind, how can I rest assured?" Hearing Yi Tan's words, everyone around him held their breath. This Nima was too crazy and too deadly. To be so tough is really an idiot who is not afraid of death. Sure enough, when Elderliu heard Yi Tan's words, he almost exploded out of breath. His face suddenly distorted. "Well, you said, don't give an explanation. You don't want to get out of the insect star today." Elderliu suddenly shouted angrily because of this anger. He doesn't believe it. This student can tell the reason. "How old are you? Just let me say it. Isn't that shameless?" Yi Tan yelled with cold light in his eyes. "You!" Elderliu's angry fingers were trembling, pointing at Yi Tan, and could not speak, but he was not easy to have a seizure, because the Deacon Wang on the side was looking at him with majesty. "This student, since he doesn't believe you, you should tell everything, right or wrong. I will make the decision. If he misunderstands you, I will help you solve it." Then Deacon Wang said righteously, "Everyone around me is a little bit skeptical. Deacon Wang is so paranoid about Yi Tan. Is there really something they don't know?" Elderliu also showed a tangled look on his face. Because the Deacon Wang knew him, he was a just and awe-inspiring character. If he really misunderstood this student, he would know his fate. Deacon Wang will definitely report it to the dean. At that time, I will peel off my skin without dying. Hearing Deacon Wang's words, Yi Tan couldn't continue with Meng Lang. He directly showed disdain in his eyes. He looked at everyone and said, "My brother and I found a weapon drop site in one place, but we found that it was actually there. There was a large group of bugs, and then my brother and I started investigating. Finally found this lake and even the Zerg inside. So I have a plan." Hearing what Yi Tan said, everyone looked at it nervously and said the key point. You can see what happened in a moment. Everyone knows that every insect swarm is controlled by a female insect, right? Yi Tan said coldly. Everyone nodded. This sentence is correct. Deacon Wang also nodded. Although they are in the deepest part of the universe, there are a lot of Zerg brought from the border every year, and they study a lot. There is a female insect in the lake. Everyone can see it. So I took the insect swarm I found and headed towards the lake. Once the two insect swarms meet, they will start to swallow each other. Get up. After all, this planet, you said, there is no insect emperor. So, The insect swarms on this planet are all advanced. So I took the insect swarm and headed towards the lake. But I didn't expect that there was another group of people ambushing in the direction I was going. I warned them that it was too late. I thought that if they had a little brain, they would away from another place. But none of them have eyes. Just like the blind, they are always in front of me. I am going to the lake. Should I take the insects to other places? In case I encounter insects, how to do? Listening to Ethan's words, everyone suddenly realized that if they did this, they would be right. Those students also had an embarrassing look, but they always felt wrong, because you didn't say a word, and you showed a crazy smile when you ran. It seems that we are dead. What do you say you are going to the lake? Why didn't you say it earlier? But Elder suddenly shouted, no, there are female worms in the lake. Everyone knows that, but we didn't see the female worms of the swarm you found. Yes, those students immediately fought back, but they didn't want to just end up like this. They died. Several brothers, all of them were killed by this guy. Just a word easily to understand. How can that be? Hearing what everyone said, Ethan smiled disdainfully, shook his head suddenly, looked at the elder and drank coldly. Sharby. Hearing Ethan's words, everyone's eyes shrank suddenly, and they were stunned. And they yelled at Elder directly. Even if you did the right thing, you wouldn't be able to escape. Chapter 516. Chapter 514, The Truth is Out. Slap owl you, presumptuous. I am the elder of a Tanwu student. Tutor, you dare to talk to me like this? You are expelled from the qualifications. Elder drank it in anger. Yitan snorted disdainfully. But Deacon Wang frowned, thinking about Yitan's words. What Yitan did was roughly the same as his inner thoughts, but the zergs he led had no female worms at all. Enough! Deacon Wang suddenly shouted coldly. Towards the elder said majestically, you let this student finish talking, and then I'm making a decision. Don't forget, I'm taking care of this place. You can't tell me. Hearing Deacon Wang's anger, Elder snorted coldly, looking at Yitan with biting eyes, wanting to see what this kid could say. This student, keep talking, Deacon Wang said majestically. Yitan nodded, squinted his eyes and said, since you guys said you didn't see the female worm, can you drop the screen just now? Let's take a look with confidence. If this shit elder is blind, everyone will know at a glance. Elder heard Ethan's humiliation again, gritted his teeth angrily, and said angrily, okay, I'll call up the video to make you feel confident to see if there is a female worm. If there is no female worm, let me see how you explain it! Exclamation mark. Elder shouted angrily during the projection, and then on the side of his projection, a student's optical brain cast the video just now. Everyone looked at things stubbornly, trying to find the mother worm from the 5,000 worms. But after watching for a long time, no female worm was found. When Elder saw such an effect, he suddenly laughed disdainfully. Yitan, what else do you want to talk about? There is no female worm at all. Elder looked at Yitan and shouted angrily. Yitan smiled disdainfully. Since you always say that there are no female worms, do you know what female worms look like? As tutors of higher schools, you should know what female worms look like. Everyone looked at Yitan with jokes, and did not speak. But Deacon Wang stood aside and nodded. The mother worm changes infinitely, and the mother worm evolved from the larva. No matter what kind of zerg gene is used, he has an obvious characteristic, that is, the mother. The flesh crown can be used to command their zerg tribe. It can be said that once the female worm loses the flesh crown, it will completely become a useless worm, and the worms under her will collapse like a fly without a head. Hearing Deacon Wang's words, Yitan nodded suddenly. It seems that these colleges are still capable. The female fleshy worm he saw last time also had a thin fleshy crown on its back. The larger the fleshy crown, the more insects he controlled. Well, take a closer look at 3 minutes and 12 seconds, the most central bug. Yitan said coldly. Everyone hurriedly turned the screen backwards, looking towards 3 minutes and 12 seconds. and found no difference among the black and unrelated black insects. Elder Liu laughed even more when he saw this scene. Deacon Wang, don't listen to him talking nonsense. We don't know how many times we've seen this swarm. As the instructors of the academy, how could we have never seen a female worm? I don't even like the female worm. He, a small student, also came to teach us. Is it really a joke? Then Elder Liu stood aside coldly and sarcastically. Deacon Wang looked at Yi Tan with a puzzled expression. He also wanted to know an explanation. Seeing the expressions of the crowd, Yi Tan felt sick in his heart. He walked directly in front of the projection and pointed his finger at a black inconspicuous bug. Enlarge this. Open your eyes and take a look. Immediately afterwards, the bugs in the screen opened up. Although enlarged, they were not blurred at all. This is the technology of advanced civilization. Everyone took a closer look. There was no difference at all. Wrong. Look, the back of this bug seems to be different. There is a thin gold thread. Someone shouted in surprise, and everyone hurriedly looked. Sure enough, there was a thin golden thread on the back of that inconspicuous bug, and everyone was shocked when they saw this scene. Deacon Wang was even more shocked. This ... This is the insect emperor. What? It's the insect king? Once the insect king evolves, but can control the entire planet's insect swarm, haven't we already eliminated the insect king on this planet? How come there is another insect king? Then Elder Liu roared even more shocked. His face hurts. He knew that he was wrong. He actually misunderstood a genius. He was able to find the insect king among the 5,000 insects, and also brought the insect king to fight with other female insects. This courage. When Elder Liu saw the face of the Deacon Wang, he was suddenly frustrated and he was finished. If this matter were to be known to him, he was completely finished. That's right, it's an insect emperor. When this insect emperor grows up, it will definitely give you headaches. Instead of finding out, you have to expel my qualifications for the exam. Tusk. I don't know if some of your elders have something to do with the Zerg. You want to protect the Zerg king so much. Yi Tan saw that everyone was silent, shaking his head, smashing his mouth, and said meaningfully. Hearing this sentence, all eyes were on the Elder Liu, and when Elder Liu looked at it, his blood almost filled with distress. He looked at Yi Tan in horror, then turned to look at Deacon Wang. He quickly explained and shouted, Deacon Wang, don't believe his nonsense. How can I collude with the Zerg? We are the elders of the higher institute. Deacon Wang didn't speak, but looked at Elder Liu blankly. He pulled out this matter and must be reported to the deans. He almost let a genius die. If he hadn't found out in time, the genius would have already died. Seeing that Deacon Wang didn't speak, Elder Liu was even more frightened, and he was really finished. At this moment, Yi Tan suddenly continued, Hey, don't believe my nonsense. How many times have you said this sentence? You have said it all. You are the elder of the higher institute, and you didn't even see the insect emperor, and the matter has not been defined yet. You are so anxious to get out of my qualifications for the exam. What do you want to do? You said you have nothing to do with the Zerg. Do I believe it? I heard Yi Tan say so much. The projection on Elder Liu's side suddenly spewed a thick blood, and then fainted to the ground. Elder Liu, what's wrong with you? Elder Liu? At the projection end, the surveillance room was panicked. Yi Tan smiled disdainfully when he saw this scene. He originally wanted to kill those people. He and Hongl both swallowed those weapons and equipment, but you had to jump out. It's good if you don't kill you. But Yi Tan knew that those people would not believe that Elder Liu had a relationship with the Zerg. Just kidding, no one would dare to recognize this kind of thing. Chapter 517 Chapter 515, Classy Energy Weapons. Elder Liu fainted and fell to the ground after a spurt of old blood. I saw that Deacon Wang's face was broken, and he was so good that he spurted blood when he said that he spurted blood. Can't his heart be measured? Fortunately, Elder Liu fainted. If he heard Deacon Wang's words, he would have vomited blood and died. Can this be said of measurement? You have been wronged by one person, try colluding with the Zerg. After Elder Liu spouted a mouthful of old blood, the projection disappeared directly on Yitan's optical brain. Yitan smiled disdainfully after seeing the situation. Understand, still wanting to kick himself out of the competition? Are you kidding me? You are fine if you are not killed. Deacon Wang, who was standing on the side, looked at Yitan awkwardly. He wanted to say something, but he seemed to have thought of something. He suddenly shook his body, and a righteous aura revived on him. Yitan was also stunned for a moment. You changed your face too quickly. If you say it, you will change, and you will still look like a righteous and stubborn face. If you didn't see you in front of you, you would almost believe it. This student, I have already understood the matter. Regarding Elder Liu's mistakes and his unauthorized interference, I will solve them. I believe you are an outstanding student. I hope you can have an outstanding result in the competition! Exclamation mark. After speaking, the Deacon Wang took his soldiers and left without saying a word. Hearing the last few words that Deacon Wang said when he left, everyone was shocked. They didn't expect that Deacon Wang was optimistic about Yitan. Even their hopes were shattered. They originally wanted to curry favor with Elder Liu, but after hearing what Deacon Wang said just now, what else did they favor? At the end of the competition, you can still see that Elder Liu is a problem. And the Deacon Wang didn't leave them a weapon. These students, after looking at each other, left directly in despair. In the entire empty place, only Yitan was left. Yitan squinted and looked at the lake, not knowing what he was thinking. The cannibalism of the Zerg has passed, that is. For a while, Yitan had seen the Zerg in the lake. The entire lake was densely packed with worms. It is worthy of giving you a piece of the sea, in exchange for a piece of insects. Yitan stood in the distance and waited for a while, then rushed towards Hongl excitedly, grinning excitedly at the corner of his mouth, like a neuropathy. But the Deacon King returned to the warship outside the Worm Star and came to the command hall. And then his face of righteousness suddenly became gloomy. As the watchdog of the Big Buy, he abused his power and wanted to put the talented players to death. This matter must be reported. Deacon Wang lowered his head and said, and the helmsman standing by took notes one by one. By the way, cut off the optical brains of all members of TB this time, so that the testers cannot see all the conditions in the insect planet. 3 days survival of that bee depends on them. If the testers, if they are private here, we continue to help some students. What is fair in this big competition? Deacon Wang's face was gloomy, and he whispered majestically, quite a bit domineering. Yes, Deacon Wang, do you report it now? Asked the helmsman standing aside. Well, report it now. They must be punished, Deacon Wang said coldly. He has already investigated the news that Yitan participated in the competition this time. As long as the competition is over, if he can be pulled into his academy, then I made a lot of credit. Deacon Wang thought with joy in his heart. And at this moment in the insect star, that is the weapon drop site that Yitan found, that huge pit, at this moment, no Zergs can be seen. Moreover, the white boxes have been moved to the deep pit by Hongl. Hongl was struggling to open the boxes one by one, looking at the weapons inside with some excitement. Hongl suddenly raised his head and saw Yitan running from a distance. He immediately stood up and waved and shouted, "Boss, here!" Yitan heard Hongl's voice and ran towards Hongl's direction. When he arrived in front of Honglai, Yitan glanced at Honglai, and then all his eyes were on the weapons. And he found that these weapons had not been seen before. It's not like a regular weapon. Boss, these are all good things. These are military supplies of the Freel civilization. Look at this, Hongl said, and took out a stranger-looking gun from the box. This gun is not loaded with bullets, but on the barrel of the gun, there is a small square iron box, which looks no different from the outside. But inside, there are some electronic instruments inside. Boss, at this time, the latest energy series weapon researched by the Freya civilization, A-level, as long as it hits the energy stone, it can emit energy beams, and it is launched instantly, which can kill the bugs of A-level in seconds. But against A-level bugs, there are still some difficulties. Hongl frantically stroked his weapon, his expression as if he had seen a naked beauty. Yitan was extremely speechless. As for, isn't it just a weapon? However, Yi Tan and Hong Eli have been together for a few hours, and they have already understood that they are mad fighters. As long as he is very enthusiastic about war. Is there a lot of this stuff? Yi Tan glanced at Hong and asked when he looked at the large boxes behind him. Boss, only 3 weapons, 3 power stones, nothing else. What? Yi Tan stared, looking at Hong and shouted in horror, how come there are only 3? These are several big boxes. Have you opened them for inspection? Seeing his boss' shocked expression, Hong shrugged helplessly and said, Boss, I checked all of them. There are only 3 weapons. The other boxes are empty. I suspect those boxes for airdropped weapons. Many of them are empty, just to increase the difficulty. Hearing Hong's words, Yi Tan's stomach almost exploded. He carried 5,000 insects desperately, and he had to come with 3 weapons. This Nima is too bad, right? It seems that this competition is really not as simple as I thought. It is estimated that many people will die in this competition. What can be said about the mission is to survive for 3 days. But it has been 4 or 5 hours since I came to Chongqing. It has always been so quiet. Wouldn't it be too easy to survive for 3 days? In this case, there must be a conspiracy. Go. Let's head there. Yi Tan pointed to the west, and to the west was the closest Prince Jin Yao. Hong nodded, directly picked up all the weapons in the box, straddled 2 of them diagonally on his back, and then followed Yi Tan closely, heading west. And why Yi Tan wanted to go to the west, he didn't ask, because he is his boss. Chapter 518 Chapter 516, Hi, how are you guys? In the silent forest, a thin man with a gun was shooting wildly at a wave of insects in front of him. Behind him, followed by a strong man. The sturdy man looked at Yi Tan who was shooting wildly in front of him with a painful expression on his face. Boss, if you consume energy stones like this, you will run out soon. Hong couldn't help but reminded behind Yi Tan. Yi Tan was taken aback. After killing the last bug, he turned his head to look at Hong and said, there are still restrictions on this gun? How many times can a power stone be hit? Boss, the energy stone we use is cleaned at the 3rd level, with a purification content of 30%. You don't need to easily damage the gun when you use it, but each energy stone can only emit energy beams 1,000 times. After the first use, the energy stone is consumed. When Yi Tan heard this, he was immediately helpless. He could only fire 1,000 times. Is this too energy consuming? The energy contained in the blood stab mesh also uses energy stones. But if you don't use the purifying energy stone at all, you use the primal energy stone directly, and the cost is not so great. Sure enough, the red police product must be a boutique. Well, I will save energy, Yi Tan said helplessly looking at Hong's painful expression. After Hong responded, he walked towards the insects that had just been wiped out by Yi Tan. This group was a small-scale insect with only a few dozen. Hong took the gene counter and started to absorb genes one by one. Seeing the numbers on the counter grow wildly, Hong felt happy in his heart. If it was so easy, it would take less than 3 days to make up 1,000. No, 2,000 would be enough. The corner of Hong's mouth showed a glimmer of joy. At this moment, in front of them, a loud noise suddenly came. Hong turned his head and glanced at Yi Tan, and then saw an expression of surprise in each other's eyes. Yes, they walked all the way, but they didn't see a living person. They discussed a lot of plans along the way, and Yi Tan praised the murder plan. Now Hong unexpectedly coincided with him, and also thought of a murder plan. This killing came faster than killing insects. Go! Yi Tan yelled in a low voice, and then the two hurriedly hid on a tree aside, holding guns, and staring down. At this moment, the noisy voice was getting closer. Yi Tan was hiding in the tree, looking at it coldly. Only a group of people appeared in front of them. Everyone in that group is holding a bright knife in his hand. It looks very sharp. Look! There are bugs. Someone shouted in the crowd, and then someone hurried to the bug. He took out the gene counter and sucked the genes on the bugs, but there was no response at all, and the person stroked the bugs again. Suddenly his face changed, and he said coldly, "The worm has been counted, and the worm has just been killed. It must have not gone far. let's chase it. After the person finished speaking, the group of people immediately moved into action, and began to spread like a circle. Yitan, who was hiding in the tree, saw a man's neck with several gene counters hanging on it, and found that several people were like this. Suddenly, a smile of disdain appeared at the corner of Yitan's mouth. It seems that these people, like him, rely on murder to obtain gene quantity. That's good. It must be plundering a lot of bug genes, killing you. You will definitely get more. Yitan moved towards another tree, hiding his particularly good Hongl, and made a gesture. Seeing Yitan's gesture, Nahonglai suddenly lowered his head and looked at everyone below with bloodthirsty smiles, like a hunter staring at his prey. Have you found it? Not on my side. Me too, there is no trace of anyone. The people under the tree are reporting to each other. Obviously their consciousness is still very good. They didn't go far, just looking for traces around. This pedestrian, that is, the one who ran to the insect first, he is the eldest of this pedestrian, the third young master of the U family, Yubo. These people are members of his family, and the reason why they can be together is because when they jumped off the plane, they were on a transport ship. When Yubo heard that there was no trace, he was immediately puzzled. Their worm was obviously just killed, and it was attacked with energy series weapons. How can I not find a trace? Hateful. If you find the people who kill these Zegs and snatch the weapons in your hands, then they are not in this big competition. Walking sideways, Aftermath was a little unwilling. No, I will definitely not go far. If there is no trace, I must still be here. Yubo thought, and then yelled at the U family, all gather. Hearing the words of the third young master, these U family members hurriedly gathered, looking at Yubo one by one, waiting for orders. Yubo didn't talk to them, but looked at the big trees around and looked closely. Looking at the place where Yubo stared, everyone was puzzled. Are all those hiding in the trees? How is this possible? These books are not high. If you hide in a tree, wouldn't you have discovered it long ago? Master-san, we have checked all these places, and there is no trace at all. Will they return the same way? One person stood beside Yubo and said flatly. Yubo narrowed his eyes, glanced at everyone, and said, since we are gone, let's go. After Yubo finished speaking, he turned his head and walked directly in the other direction. He did this deliberately, and he believed that those people must be hiding here. It's just that they were hiding, and they didn't find it. After they leave, those people will definitely be revealed. Until then, a wicked smile appeared at the corner of Yubo's mouth, and he was thinking about it beautifully, but he didn't know that when all of them had just turned around, there were two vigorous steps that came quietly behind them, even close to them. Three young masters, we have to. The man who walked at the end said towards the back of the third young master, but the words were so normal, they stopped abruptly and let out a dull roar. Hearing this voice, everyone was in their hearts and turned their heads abruptly. Even the Aftermath turned their heads in horror. It was discovered that two strangers were standing behind them, and they even showed bloodthirsty smiles. It seems very scary. Hi. How are you guys? The stranger standing in the front actually waved to them. Looking at the family who had just spoken, their heads were broken, and the brains inside were all over the floor. The scalp of everyone who saw it was numb. Hi, your sister, run. Yubo saw that these two people were extraordinary at a glance. Looking at the weapons hung on their bodies, their hearts trembled. How did Nima fight? Isn't this looking for death? Chapter 519 Chapter 517, Second Brother, save me. Run. Yubo roared, and then ran away with everyone. But Yitan, how could they leave at will? Otherwise, what you have done is in vain. Want to run? Have you ever asked me if I have a big knife? I'm already hungry and thirsty after waiting for you for so long. Nahongalai suddenly shouted, and then yelled, grabbing the big knife of the person who had just died, and turned towards you. Everyone rushed home. When Yubo heard this sentence, his heart trembled. My Nima, wait for us for a long time? Why can't you go to heaven? You are still hungry and thirsty. so you seem to have just picked up a knife. But now is the time to expose them at all. It still matters to escape. This Nemo is really too infiltrating. It was behind them unknowingly. It was still a momentary matter. Can this not make the rest of their family tremble? At the moment when the aftermath was stunned, there was a puff, as if something was cut open. Run! All stay! Another cold voice sounded. Yubo turned his head and almost stared out his eyes. This man, who looked thin and thin, was running faster than them. He also knew what the puff was just now. It was his people who was cut into two pieces by this thin man. The man who was chopped in two, the place and the flesh and blood flowed directly all over the place, and the red blood directly emitted a dense bloody smell. No, if this goes on, the bugs will find them too. Yubo thought about it coldly. In the Zerg planet, the most taboo thing is not to attract insects with the smell of blood. Once the insects are attracted, it is no small matter. That's endless entanglement. Run! We rushed through this forest. We are safe. Yubo roared in front of the crowd. He was really scared. The two people behind are crazier than bugs. When the Yu family heard the aftermath, they spread their legs, faster than the rabbit, and ran wildly. If there is no need for the aftermath, they all run faster than anyone else. This Nemo is too crazy. The two people behind are simply demons, killing goods without blinking. Hongl ran the slowest. He was a natural strength type, so he was much slower than many people in terms of speed. He unhurriedly followed Yitan behind him, and once ran over, he saw the person who was slashed to death by Yitan. They all took a deep breath. The scalp is a little numb. He found all the gene counters on the corpse that had been split into two parts, and after getting his hands, he ran towards where Yitan was. On the road, Hongl admired Yitan more and more. It's very handy against Yitan. In the entire Freel civilization domain, who can kill people so cruelly? Except for some neurotic people. Yitan has caught up with the Yu family at this moment, but things have changed a little. 3 young masters. Look at that quickly. Isn't that second young master? Behind Yubo, someone had sharp eyes, and they saw a group of people rushing anxiously from a long distance. Yubo turned his head and looked at him. It was really his second brother who was so lucky to be able to meet here. Second brother. Yubo shouted directly with his throat. The group of people in the distance was immediately alerted. Yubo's second brother, Yuan, who was standing in the distance of the pedestrian, immediately frowned when he heard Yubo's roar. The voice is too familiar. He looked at his original people in the distance. Behind the pedestrian, there was another holding a knife, chasing them. An energy series weapon is also hung on his body. Second young master, that seems to be third young master. The person on the side reminded that Yuan originally felt that his voice was a little familiar. Hearing what the clan said, he became more familiar with him. Damn Nizazong, is it really my third brother? Who dares to kill my third brother? Looking for death, Yuan also roared and drew a big knife from his waist and rushed towards Yubo. Yitan had heard the aftermath of the call a long time ago, and he also looked at the original person in the distance, and his eyes suddenly stared. This Nemo was like a dog. Is this too lucky? Chongqing is so big. Why did you two meet? But it's okay to pack the two together, and after saving, you have to deal with them one by one. Big brother, help me. Yubo was excited when he saw his elder brother rushing. There was a slight curve in the corners of his mouth, and he almost opened his mouth, laughing. In his eyes, the second elder brother is an 11 pinnacle warrior, and he is only an 11 beginner. If it weren't for the protection of these people, he would have been killed by the Zerg. As long as the eldest brother comes, he can live well. Who would dare to kill my third brother? Looking for death. Yuan's voice grew louder and louder, and he even came to Yitan's side. Roared at Yitan. Immediately after that, a knife slashed at Yitan fiercely. Yitan had a big knife crossbar in front of him, steadily blocking the two directly colliding together, but no one took a step back. Seeing this situation, Yubo suddenly shouted arrogantly, second brother, hacked him to death, hacked him to death. He killed several brothers in our family and avenged them. When Yuan heard the words of his third brother, his face suddenly sank. Several brothers died in the family, all in the hands of the man in front of him. What a gangster! Killing my people, this hatred must be reported, Yu Yuan shouted with stern eyes. Then his gaze swept across the energy series weapons hanging on Yi Tan's chest, and his heart suddenly became hot. Energy series weapons. This is a good thing. And the Yu family had already met together at this moment, surrounded Yi Tan, and shouted fiercely one by one. Kill this guy, kill him, kill our brother, you must die. He must die. The second young master is an 11-level peak martial artist. How could he have beaten the second young master without us at all? He will be cut off by the second young master on the spot. Just rely on him. What kind of green onion is he? If you dare to kill the rest of our family, there is only one dead end. The Yu family were all in a circle. Every word you said, every word I commented. Yi Tan's expression was gloomy. There was an expression of enjoyment on Yu Yuan's face. The people around me are simply disgusting. This gun is not bad. It belongs to me. With that, Yu Yuan drew it abruptly, and slashed it at Yi Tan's cheek. Yi Tan saw that Yu Yuan had drawn his sword, and he didn't take time off. The speed was twice as fast as Yu Yuan, and he severely slashed towards Yu Yuan. Boom! There was a sharp metal crash. It shook everyone's deafness, and everyone was directly stunned and shocked one by one. How could this be possible? Is the strength and speed of this thin young man still above the second young master? This is impossible. It must be just fast. Yu Yuan thought so too. Chapter 520. Chapter 518. If you want to go, stay with you. Boom! After a sharp metal crash, Yu Yuan's broad knife was directly cut by Yi Tan's powerful force. In an instant, the entire venue was silent, everyone with their mouths open, watching this scene in disbelief. This scene was really shocking. In such an instant, the second young master's knife was cut off. How can that be? Yu Yuan also trembled the tiger's body on the spot, but he was deeply touched by the powerful strength. Up to now, his arms are a little numb. But as the second young master of the Yu family, he considers himself a genius of real civilization. I would not believe that a passerby is stronger than myself. It must be that his speed is very fast, so the impact of speed has led to such a powerful force. Yes, it must be so. It seems that a quick fight must be made, Yu Yuan thought in his heart. Then he waved the half of the big knife and slashed through the air, producing bursts of air bursts. Second brother, kill him. In the aftermath in the distance, seeing his elder brother getting fierce, the sound that can produce an air burst in the air, you can imagine how powerful that power is. This time he must die. The second brother has used the most powerful force in his body, and he doesn't believe that he is not dead. Those Yus family members also have such thoughts, one by one, watching with trepidation. In their eyes, there is a ray of victory. And with a bang, everyone saw a dark figure flying out of the battlefield. Who is it? Everyone was shocked, because from this direction, only the second young master. If it is really the second young master, the hearts of everyone were chilled. The dust dispersed, revealing the person who had just flown upside down. The Yu family's eyes condensed, and they looked at the person. It didn't matter if they didn't look at it. They were startled at the sight, and everyone was shocked. I saw that man was the second young master. The clothes all over my body burst open, covered with red blood, and a lot of skin was cracked. The flesh with flesh and blood was turned out, and the corners of the mouth were spitting out pus and blood. And there were a lot of pieces of meat in the pus and blood. Peace. Second brother. Second young master. When the Yu family saw that it was Yu Yuan, all of them were shocked and rushed towards Yu Yuan frantically. When he came to Yu Yuan's body, Yubo slowly helped Yu Yuan up. His eyes were red when he saw the injuries on Yu Yuan's body. Tears almost fell. Who are you? Aftermath roared towards the place where the dust had not yet dispersed. He didn't believe that a passerby could be so powerful. If so powerful, the Freel civilization would have long been famous. Why do you suddenly appear here? I'm just a passerby. What do you say? A cold voice came from the place where the dust had not yet dispersed. Then Yi Tan, who had a thin body, slowly walked out of it. The big knife in Yitan's hand was also badly damaged, but Yitan didn't have any injuries. Looking at the family with cold eyes, there was a wicked smile on the corner of his mouth. "You pass by. Why kill us? Yubo supported you Yuan." His eyes flushed, and he roared towards Yitan with emotion. When Yitan heard this, he shrugged and threw away the knife. He looked at the aftermath and said in a joking tone, "Oh, I am chasing you all because I want a gene counter." Yitan didn't conceal anything, and said the matter directly. Yu Yuan was seriously injured and was about to pass out of a coma. But when Yitan said this, his angry eyes widened and a mouthful of old blood spurted out. Puff! The blood mist sprayed the aftermath on his face, making his face flushed all of a sudden. Second brother. Yubo saw the second brother faint, but no matter how he called, there was no response. Yubo wiped towards Yu Yuan's neck, then his eyes narrowed. Second brother. Yubo hugged Yu Yuan and screamed, "His second brother died. You give my second brother his life." Yubo's eyes were red, and a line of blood and tears flowed out, roaring at Yitan. "Three young masters? No. Yes, young master, let's go. Give him the gene counter, let's get out of here." When the Yu family heard that the third young master wanted revenge, one by one stood up anxiously, shouting nervously towards Yubo. Yitan didn't know. He smiled sharply and looked at what the third young master of the Yu family would do. Yubo looked unwilling and stared at Yitan. He really didn't know who this guy was. Just for the gene counter, he must all be killed. Such a person is too cruel. The aftermath of the chi, the heart tumbling constantly, almost spurted out a mouthful of old blood. He now blames Yitan for all his faults, but he forgot that he first troubled Yitan. This world is like this. The weak eat the strong, boss. At this moment, Hongle's voice came from behind Yitan. Everyone turned their heads and found that the person was chasing them with this person. "Boss, how is it? Did you kill it?" Now Honglei obviously didn't notice the Yu family, and that was the first sentence that came. "I heard that the Yu family is fucking up. What about Nima killing the chicken? Say you kill it." Another killer came, and everyone was shocked. Yubo was horrified. He didn't pay attention when he ran away, but now he could see clearly that this person turned out to be the prince of the Hongxian Empire. "You are Honglei," Yubo shouted from a distance. Hongle was so scared that he turned his head and looked at him. "Who is this guy? Why is he crying?" "Boss, who is this guy? How come I look so familiar with the person lying on the ground?" Hongle asked in a low voice. "Oh, you said the one on the ground. It seems to be the second young master of the Yu family. It's too crispy, so I slashed and died before it hit him," Yitan said casually as if he didn't care. When Hongle heard it, his eyes protruded. Nima, the second young master of the Yu family, isn't the third young master Yubo standing there? Moreover, the boss said that the second young master of the Yu family is too crisp. If this is not dead, you will not jump up to death with you. People are the level peak. You are at the level peak. Okay, can this be on one level? And when Yubo saw that it was the prince of the Hongxian Empire, his heart suddenly throbbed. He knew that Honglei was the boss of the 8 civilized princes, so how come he has another boss now? The prince of Saber civilization has been killed, so the 8 civilizations have become the 7 civilizations. But what made him even more shocked was that Hongle actually recognized the man in front of him as the boss. How can that be? "Leave the gene counter down and let's go," Yubo said with a gloomy face. He had to do this. "Only if you drop the gene counter can you leave this place. Just leave here, find your eldest brother, and take revenge again." "Yes, Master 3, the Yu family members said. They left all the gene counters in their bodies on the ground, and then everyone turned their heads and walked away. Hongle was dumbfounded. "Boss, just let them go like this. I know that Big Brother Yu is a ruthless character. Once you offend Brother Yu, you will offend a poisonous snake and face Big Brother Yu at any time." The revenge. Hearing Hongle's words, Yitan's heart burst. Suddenly yelled at everyone in the Yu family, "If you want to go, keep your life." Chapter 521. Chapter 519. The collapse of the aftermath. "Want to go, take your life." Yitan suddenly roared. and then his whole body rushed towards the Yu family very fast. When the Yu family heard Ethan's roar, they almost fell in fright. Everyone turned their heads and saw that Ethan was too fast. "We'll rush over soon." "Fuck. You are not worthy of being a warrior, let's run." Yubo glared and roared, and then ran away. Those Yu family members followed closely. Standing in the distance, Hongnal was stunned, as if he was being rushed by 10,000 in his heart. This Nima is too beeping a dog. After Hongnal returned to his mind, he wielded a big knife, just like Ethan, rushing forward. That posture is almost to kill everyone with a single blow. "Want to run? Leave it to me." Ethan roared, and he had already killed in front of them. The Yu family felt the gust of wind behind them. Each of them trembled, and their scalp numb, because they felt the breath of death. This feeling is like walking around in the cemetery alone in the middle of the night, always feeling chilly behind you. How to do? Yubo's heart was already horrified, and he regretted so much now. Why should he greet those insect genes? If you don't greedy the genes of those bugs, you won't provoke this kind of killing. It's too late to say anything now. My second brother has been folded in. I can't die. I have to wait for my elder brother to get revenge. Yubo's face showed a ferocious and crazy look, and he must not die. You guys, stop him. As long as I tell my eldest brother, he will avenge you. Yubo suddenly ran to the front and shouted. These are the domestic slaves cultivated by their family since childhood. They have been brainwashed since childhood, and they must obey the young master's words. But now, when the Yu family heard what the third young master said, they were taken aback and almost stopped. It was also the arrangement of the head of the Yu family that they could participate in this competition, and they were also eager to be admitted to colleges. In this way you can control your own destiny, instead of being a dog slave to the Yu family for a lifetime. Yubo ran wildly, but on the other side all eyes were on those Yu family members. Those Yu family members didn't move at all, and they still rushed behind him. He didn't obey his orders at all. "What are you doing?" Yubao shouted angrily. He is a little weak now. If these dog minions don't hold the man, he might really die today. But those domestic slaves kept silent and ran wildly. Looking at the aftermath, a mouthful of old blood almost came out. You dog minions, if you can survive, you will not survive one by one. Yubo shouted with his throat. Yitan, who was chasing after him, heard Yubo's roar, and he was happy in his heart. All of them were fleeing. Who cares about you? People in front, listen. As long as you catch the third young master of your family, I will let you make a living. Yitan also shouted with his throat. He had no choice. Did these Yu family members take hormones? Run so fast. It's a beeping dog. After hearing Yitan's voice, those Yuji slaves did not believe Yitan on the spot, but ran faster one by one. What you said is true. Originally, Yitan had already given up the idea of wooing them when he saw them running fast. But he didn't expect that he suddenly released this sentence. There is a play. Yitan's eyes lit up. Of course, I say one thing. Yitan shouted in a confident voice. When everyone in the Yu family heard what Yitan said, they almost turned their heads and scolded Yitan, this Nima, who just said that as long as we put down the gene counter, we will be let go. We put a gene counter. Who would chase us like this? Who is this? You swear. Those domestic slaves don't want to give up this opportunity. After all, the mastermind is the third young master. That person must only be aimed at the third young master. As long as the third young master is handed over to him, they will definitely be let go. In their hearts, there is still some fluke. Yubo's face was already gloomy and twisted. This dog minion actually betrayed himself. Really? When he sees the truth in adversity, when he sees a shit, these people betray them when they say betrayal. The family has raised them for more than 20 years, without a trace of kindness in return, but betrayed them. If you can go back, you must kill all the dog minions. Yubo was already crazy in his heart, and lost his mind. He ran faster under his feet, because he knew that these dog minions would definitely catch him. I swear. As long as you catch the three young masters, I will definitely not kill you and let you leave at will. Yitan shouted while raising his hands while running. The domestic slaves of the Yu family were a little tangled. They didn't know whether to believe this killing god or not, in case the third young master was tied up, but the killing god would kill them too. Swear it can be a fart. Everyone was a little tangled in their hearts. But at the thought of running like this, sooner or later he would be killed. You dog minions, as long as you protect me from here, when I go back, I promise to let you each get 3 million cosmic coins. The aftermath running in front roared. His physical strength is now getting weaker and weaker. I really can't run anymore. If I run, I will die sooner or later. Those domestic slaves were taken aback when they heard the aftermath, and then their eyes were full of greedy expressions. 3 million cosmic coins. This is an amount they will never earn in their lifetime. As long as you earn 3 million universe coins, isn't that a happy life? Everyone felt a little vacillating. When Yitan heard Yubo's words, he immediately smiled in disdain. The essence of these Yu family members is almost indistinguishable from Yubo. Life and death. So greedy. Since you are standing on the same line, then you go to die. Yitan snarled and roared, then stopped chasing. When the domestic slaves saw this plot, they were taken aback. What happened? When Yubo saw this situation, he was immediately happy. That's great. That ruthless person must have no physical strength. Cover me, leave here quickly, I said to do it. I am your third young master, for so many years. Don't you still believe me? Yubo roared. Everyone's heart is cruel. Yes, that cruel person must be tired. As long as you cover the 3 young masters to leave, you can get 3 million universe coins. Ha ha ha. Everyone smiled greedily. But Yitan, who had stopped running, suddenly smiled grimly at the domestic servants who had run a little far away. From his chest, he took down the energy series weapon and aimed at everyone. Yubo ran ahead, his attention was focused on the back, and he looked back from time to time. But he originally thought he could escape, and turned his head, wanting to see if the ruthless man behind was chasing him. But looking at it this way, it almost didn't break the aftermath. That hate is aiming at them with energy series weapons. Fuck Nima. Chapter 522. Chapter 520. The aftermath of being headshot. Yubo turned his head and looked around, and almost collapsed without being frightened, and saw that the ruthless man was using the energy series weapons to lock them in. Run. Aftermath roared. This is not a joke. It is an energy series weapon. Such a short distance. The accuracy is 100%. Once attacked, it is desperate. Yitan looked at Yubo and their hearts were a little flustered, and a grinning smile suddenly appeared at the corner of their mouth. Like a demon alive, the trigger was severely pulled. The sound emitted by the energy series weapons is only that kind of whistling sound. Yubo and the others heard a swoosh. Before they could react, they saw the locked Yu family's head exploded. When everyone saw this scene, their hearts were chilled. Very desperate. Others have already shot. What are they using to stop it? Take the corpse. Even if they use the corpse to block them, it is estimated that they will become a corpse before they can get the corpse. Now I can only leave this place as soon as possible, and leave that ruthless person. Everyone is now using their enthusiasm for breastfeeding. They just want to leave this ghost place. Only if they leave here, the ruthless person can't catch up. Seeing everyone trying to escape, Yitan smiled coldly and wanted to leave from here. Is it possible? Boom. There was another clear headshot sound, and only the head of a member of the Yu family was directly exploded. The aftermath became more and more anxious. If this continues, the dog minions behind him will all be killed. At that time, who will protect him? As he was thinking, suddenly 2 heavy heads were exploded. Everyone saw that 2 people were headshots. What's the matter? Everyone looked back, and at this glance, they almost collapsed. I don't know when. Nahongalai has already come to Yitan's side, holding an energy weapon in both his left and right hands, and shooting in the direction where they are. Even Yitan did not use energy weapons as weapons, just like Gatling. pulling the trigger frantically. Those blue rays of light shot through several large holes in the bodies of the Yu family in an instant. He fell directly into a pool of blood. The Yu family, who was running desperately in front, can no longer see any living people standing at this moment, because all the Yu family members were killed. Only Yubo remained. The moment Hong and Yi Ten met, he immediately lay on the ground, because he knew that he couldn't escape at all. Yubo lay in the pile of dead people, covered in blood, motionless in the body, trembling inwardly, praying that Yi Ten would not find him. Yi Ten and Hong Li saw that everyone had fallen, and they immediately walked towards the dead pile with Hong Li. Every time Yi Ten walked past a corpse, he would fire 2 shots at the chest of the corpse to prevent anyone from surviving. The 2 of them shot while walking, very vigilant. They came in front of Yubo, and Yi Ten smiled when he watched Yubo lying motionless in the pile of dead people. Really funny, pretending to be so peaceful. Didn't you look sassy just now? Why did you have such a serene expression when you died? Why did you tease me so much? Yi Ten directly took the energy series weapons, pointed at the aftermath, and looked at the aftermath quietly. Really? After the aftermath was pointed at by the energy weapon, his brows trembled unconsciously. As I'd class speak, Yi Ten certainly couldn't escape his eyes with this action. It's useless to pretend to be dead, even if you are dead, but do you know what I like to do most? Yi Ten said softly in Yubo's ear. Aftermath trembled all over, without any movement. Boom, an energy beam spurted out, and instantly hit the aftermath's head, and the aftermath's head burst open. Blood splattered. Yi Ten looked at Yubo's body and smiled disdainfully. My favorite thing is to kill everything. Yi Ten had cold killing intent in his eyes. Hong, who was standing on the side, felt the icy breath around Yi Ten, and shivered suddenly. Did you get the gene counter? Yi Ten pulled off the rags from some men whose death methods were still normal, and wiped the blood on them. Boss, I have already got it. Those domestic slaves have a little bit of gene quantity in their hands. They add up to more than 3,000, and the number of genes in the 3 young masters of the remaining families is more than 5,000. Hong also said excitedly. Because the goal required to complete the task is 5,000 per person, now they have 8,000. Plus some Zerg killed before them. The number of 2 people has been reached. As long as they spend 3 days safely, they can complete this mission before adding the second match. The 2 chicken thieves shared the spoils, and did not feel guilty at all because of the corpse under their feet. According to Yi Ten's words, if people don't offend me, I won't offend people. Since Yubo and the others have come to trouble them, they will kill them. Let's go. Let's continue, Yi Ten said with a smile, and now they have reached the targeted task completion. Now the remaining task is to find Avril. But Avril Lavigne is very far away from his coordinates, and it takes more than a day to walk this way. The 2 began to start again, walk in the direction of Avril Lavigne, and when they left, no one noticed that the light brain on Yubo's wrist actually flickered. An obscure signal scattered towards the insect star somewhere, and in a dense forest in the north, there was a heavily armed squad, rushing on the road calmly. This squad can be said to be a very powerful team in this insect star, because their equipment is very sophisticated. It can be said that it is already a combat squad. Just as everyone hurried on the road calmly, suddenly, the man in armor who was walking in the middle did not leave. Instead, he looked gloomy and looked at the light brain on his wrist. He is Yubo's eldest brother, Yu Yang, who is cruel and cruel. As long as the person who offends him, he basically doesn't see anyone alive. Even if he has a strong background, as long as you offend him, you will endure a counterattack all the time. Maybe one day you were stabbed to death on the road, and you still can't find out who stabbed you to death. This is the man known as the poisonous snake, Yu Yang. Master, what's wrong? Just when Yu Yang stood still, the whole team immediately became vigilant. They thought their eldest master had discovered something. But seeing the expression on the young master's face, I suddenly felt something wrong, because the young master's expression was very hostile, and the whole face began to be vicious together. My second and third brothers were all killed. Yu Yang gritted his teeth and said viciously, "What?" Everyone in that squad was shocked. The second young master and third young master were killed? How can that be? Chapter 523 Chapter 521 Fatty to die. My second and third brothers were all killed. Yu Yang gritted his teeth and said angrily. When all the members of that team heard this, they were shocked. The second young master and third young master were killed? How can that be? The second young master is an A-level peak martial artist, even if he is a royal student. He is also the top 20 strong. How can he be killed before one day has passed? And the third young master was also killed. How could this happen? So coincidence. It's the prince of the Hongxian Empire, Hong Eli, Yu Yang said viciously. When everyone heard it, they were shocked again. It turned out to be Hong Il. Isn't that the 6th-ranked figure in the Royal Academy? Even if he was alone, it was impossible to kill the second young master, because the level difference between them is not very big. My third brother recorded the video before he died and transmitted it using a new way signal. I will transmit it to you all in a while. If I meet these two people in the future, I will kill it. Yu Yang was full of hostility, his face was even crazier, and the murderous intent in his eyes made the surrounding air become cold and bitter. Everyone received the video and watched them intently. Although the second young master and third young master are not their masters, they are generally kind to them on weekdays. So they still love seeing the two young masters, because they are the playmates of the three young masters since childhood. Everyone watched the video. Although there was no video where Yi Tan smashed Yu Yuan to death, there was a video where Yi Tan shot and killed Yu Yuan. After reading it, everyone felt raging in their hearts. They only have one idea now, which is to find these two people and kill them. You have watched the video, remember these two people? Yu Yang said coldly while standing. Remember, young master. These domestic slaves said angrily with killing intent in their eyes. Yu Yang didn't look at them, but kept staring at the screen, as if remembering something. His eyes swayed. These two are my own brothers. Although I have some concerns about the future position of the family, my qualifications are much better than the two brothers. The position of that family is always his own. Moreover, they are very dependent on their feelings. Now that someone has been killed, how can we not report this hatred? Just remember, let's go. Let's hunt and kill the Zerg. And when all our tasks are completed, we will go to the assembly point. Yu Yang said coldly with a grim look. Young master. When these domestic slaves heard the young master say so unexpectedly, they all stared at Yu Yang anxiously. Young master, don't we take revenge right now? As long as we can find them too, regardless of whether he is the Hongxian Empire or who killed the second young master and third young master, this grudge must be reported. Revenge. Revenge. The 8 domestic slaves roared one by one. How can they not get revenge? Seeing the roar of domestic slaves, the anger in Yu Yang's eyes became more vigorous. He lowered his head gloomily, and said sternly, this enmity will be repaid, but not now. When we go to the meeting point and meet them, it will be their death date. Hearing the stern voice of the young master, everyone took a deep breath and their faces became hideous. Listen to the young master. The squad left, and the squad began to be in the Worm Star, violently killing the Zerg. No one knew why they were so anxious. If you catch the insects, you will not let it go. Even some people who are alone have been robbed by them without leaving a living. They are like the demons of hell. They were put into the world and began to devour lives frantically. But at this moment, Yi Tan and Hong Eli are like lunatics. As long as they catch people, they will be grabbed. What? No, call me. Call till you give it. Along the way, many people have heard the news, knowing that there are 2 crazy robbers in Chongqing. The less you don't give, the more they beat you, until you cried and begged them to give them the gene counter. But they didn't want it, and they had to beat you wildly before they stopped. Many people were beaten into shock. One can imagine how crazy these 2 people are. At this moment, Hongel was standing in front of a man crying and lying at Yi Tan's feet. This man was holding the gene counter in his hand, and footprints were everywhere. Yi Tan kicked those footprints fiercely. The whole person was beaten up by Yi Tan in an inhuman manner. The man who looked like Brother Pig lay at the feet of Yi Tan, howling and crying, "Please, take the gene counter away. Please." Hongel stood aside, looking at the man with a face that couldn't bear to look directly. "TSK Tut, it's so miserable. Didn't you give it earlier? Must the boss, this madman, be beaten wildly? Knowing our two great names, you still have to run to us and show off that you are fast. It's just a waste." "Oh, hey, now I know it. I said I wanted it." "No, we walked." "Well, why did you show up in front of us, so arrogant, huh?" Yi Tan looked coldly at the face. The man on the ground drank coldly. "Brother, I was wrong. I really know that I was wrong. Please accept the gene counter." The man cried out in tears. "Noisy!" Yi Tan yelled coldly. The man like Brother Pig stopped howling loudly, but his body still twitched rhythmically. Snapped. Yi Tan slapped it up fiercely. This stuff was simply annoying. Originally, Yi Tan and Hongel had gone well, ready to find prey, and had a good meal. But as he walked, the goods suddenly jumped out, and shouted at Yi Tan and the others in a squeaky voice, "Two bastards, come after me. Ha ha, come on, can you catch me? I am the most beautiful, I am the most beautiful, I am your fat man in society." The sudden roar of the goods made Yi Tan and Hongel jump with fright, because this fat man was really a ladyboy, and Yi Tan wanted to hack the goods with a knife on the spot. Moreover, the fat man screamed and ran away. The speed was surprisingly fast. Yi Tan was almost stunned. This was really different from his prompt. With such a side figure, he runs so happy. But when he thinks of shouting Zizi in front, Yi Tan is angry in his heart. "Oh, catch up to see if I can kill you." Therefore, Yi Tan chased after him. The fat man thought he was the fastest in the world, but he didn't expect that Yi Tan and Hongel would be beaten. The whole person's fat figure was deformed. "Two brothers, I really know I was wrong. Please forgive me." The fat man lay on the ground, full of regret, knowing that he would not provoke these two evil stars. "Nima, I am the fastest person in the Royal Academy. How come I was caught up by the thin man in front of me?" Fatty can't understand how. Chapter 524. Chapter 522. Fatty. Wrong? You were the one who scolded Little B, right? You were the most beautiful, right? You were the one who could catch up with you, right? Yi Tan looked at the fat man with a fierce expression. The fat body of the fat man started to tremble. His head was blank, and he almost fainted. "I really wanted to slap myself to death, so why bother to provoke these two evil stars?" "This Nima is planted." "Two brothers, I was really wrong. Little B scolded me. I am Little B, please let me go." "This gene counter is given to you. There are 13,000 majority in it, and all are given to you." The fat man burst into tears, tugged at the counter, howling and crying. Yi Tan and Hongel were moved when they heard that there were more than 13,000 people. Their eyes suddenly lit up. Fuck. How come this guy has so many? More than 13,000. This Nima is only half of the number of looting from the two of them. They knew how many people they had robbed. They didn't expect to grab so many people. Yi Tan grabbed the counter at the fat man's salted pig hand, but the fat man tugged tightly, as if he didn't mean to give anything. As soon as Yi Tan saw it, his petty temper came up. "Shame on your face." Yi Tan kicked the fat man's head fiercely. "Wipe. Can you give it? Give or not?" Yi Tan kicked up one foot after another. I was so embarrassed by the goods. He quickly let go and threw away the counter, paralyzed. This goods was too violent. A word of disagreement is a beating. Why is he so cheap? Can't you just give it to him? After another beating, the fat man was lying on the ground, obediently like a good baby, grumbling eyes, peeping at Yi Tan. Yi Tan checked the internal number of the counter, and it was true that it was a total of 13,000. This Nima is still real. How did this fat man get so many? Say, how did you get so many counts? Yi Tan said coldly. The fat man hadn't spoken yet. Hongel, who stood by, trembled. Is this true? Is this fat man alone, and got 13,000 in quantity? Are you kidding me? The fat man grunted his eyes, rolled his eyes, and just about to speak, he slapped his fleshy head with a big slap, snapped. The sound is loud. The Hongalai who listened all trembled. How cruel it was. Big brother, I said, don't hit me anymore. If you hit me on the head, I will be stupid. When the fat man saw Yitan's hand waved, he was frightened and hurriedly begged for mercy. Say, how did these numbers come from? Yitan stared at the fat man, and said fiercely, Big brother, I said, I grabbed these figures. Yitan was taken aback by what the fat man said. You are a fat man, besides being fast, how did you grab it? The fat man knew that Yitan would ask him this, and he immediately showed a proud expression on his face. Big brother, I count these when a group of people are fighting with bugs, or when students are fighting. Run in front of them and snatch their counter. Yitan's face suddenly darkened when he heard what the fat man said. This Nima turned out to be like this. It was really cheap. Yitan understood his speed. This guy is simply different from humans. Except for the fat flesh, he can be used as defense. The next step is the speed. Yitan has seen everyone the fastest. If it weren't for Yitan's overall physical fitness to be the pinnacle of grade D, he really couldn't catch up with this one. With this kind of speed, it is estimated that it is the first in the freer civilization. If this is to grab something from others, who can catch up, you can imagine that a fat man used speeding to grab something from you, and then he was very arrogant and insulted you. Finally, with super speed, patted butt in front of you and ran away. Can you feel your IQ being insulted? Can you feel the feeling of beeping a dog? It is estimated that the fat man robbed people, and they all collapsed, right? Being insulted by a fat man, despised by a fat man, insulted by a fat man, and not able to run away from a fat man, this is the most wonderful work in the domain of freer civilization. If it weren't for meeting Yitan, or if Yitan could run past this fat man, it is estimated that Yitan would be beeping a dog at the moment. The feeling of 100 billion CNMs rushing through my heart. Seeing Yitan and Honglei's dumbfounded expressions, the fat man snickered inwardly. Proud. Brother, the counter is given to you, can you let me go? The fat man asked weakly. Lying on the ground. Yitan suddenly felt sick when he saw the fat man's expression. This fat man was really disgusting. He was simply a lady boy. Superb. Get off. Yitan said coldly. They have already harvested 13,000. For Yitan, they are very satisfied. They robbed along the way and have already harvested more than 30,000. Now add more than 13,000. Even if those brothers don't have one. Enough, because I can still grab some on the road. When the fat man heard Yitan let him go, a carp suddenly turned over and ran away. Once again demonstrated that flying speed. Seeing that the fat man ran farther and farther, and almost became a black spot, suddenly, the fat man's roar came from a distance. Two bastards, Xio won't play with you today, haha, have the ability to catch me. Boys. Goodbye. After the fat man roared, he disappeared without a trace, and the angry Yitan almost caught up with the knife again and hacked to death. But it's not worth thinking about it. You can't waste time. As long as this fat guy has to take the next test, he will arrive at the meeting point. Until then, Yitan didn't know. He smiled sharply. Hong, who stood by, was helpless and admired. This fat man is simply a fighter among the best, relying on himself to run fast. So awkward. The boss is a madman. You are not afraid of catching you. That is not a beating, but a broken arm or a broken leg. Hongla was helpless, but he was also quite envious. It was no one for a fat man to be able to use such a fast speed. If he could have such a fast speed, he would be the same as the boss, right? Let's go ahead. Hearing Yitan's voice, Hongla nodded immediately. If this strange flower hadn't appeared, they would have reached the next destination, although he didn't know why the boss kept going there. But he knows that there must be someone he cares about. The two set sail again, and began to rob frantically along the way, and this place was almost close to the meeting point. Many people all gathered here. Nowhere, I can see some people walking in groups, which makes it easier for Yitan and Hongalai to rob. Seeing people going up without a word is a grabbing, no matter who you are. Even if you are the prince of Freel civilization, you can still grab it. Of course, if Freeman has a son. Chapter 525. Chapter 523. Frey. Yitan and Hongalai were very close to the meeting point at this moment. People can be seen everywhere around this forest. But those people ran away as soon as they saw Yitan. Not why, just because of the deeds of the two of them. They have already become famous in the entire Chongqing. Knowing that one of them was the prince of the Hongxian Empire, he didn't dare to provoke him. That was a dull evil elementary character. The other was extremely fast and couldn't catch his shadow. The two were simply bullies. Even the images of the two of them were widely spread among the students in this competition. Boss, we have arrived at the meeting point. Do we want to go there? Hongl stood beside Yitan and asked. The number of genes they had now reached 60,000. If you separate them, you can assign them to 12 people. Yitan stopped and didn't move on. Looking at the coordinates given by Gweng now, he found that apart from Avril Lavigne, his remaining brothers were all rushing towards the assembly point. Hongalai, just wait here. I will give you the gene counter. They will come to the meeting point soon. Then you will be at the meeting point. Yitan said solemnly, and then put his genes. The counter was handed over to Hongalai. Boss, where are you going? Hongl was a little puzzled. Why didn't he wait here? The final destination was here. I'm going to find someone. Just wait here. Don't say anything. I'm leaving. After Yitan finished speaking, he ran away quickly. Only Hongl was left alone. Since it is the boss, he must execute it. At the moment, in the northwest, there is a small team, and this team is all composed of girls. They are now facing an insect infestation. That's right, an infestation of tens of thousands of insects. In front of the insect tide, the women's team was attacking fiercely, but the number of insects was really terrifying. The weapons on them are not excellent, but they persisted. Princess, we can't hold on. A girl in the squad who wore a rugged armor shouted in the team. The captain of this team, the princess they call, is Avril. Standing beside Avril Lavigne was Xuxiana, who used to trade Xing Keng Yitan on the third. Two beauties, like odds, facing the tens of thousands of insects. There is no trace of fear, their faces are frosty. Hold on for a while, they will retreat soon. Avril drank softly, with a sweet voice like a bell. After listening to the team members, they felt a lot of comfort, because a little bit ahead, it was another mother bug area. If the tens of thousands of insects do not recede, the other female insects will be irritable and start to kill each other frantically. But the more they backed away, the insects chased like hormones. Faced with such a fierce attack, everyone in this team looked back. It won't work. If this goes on, it will definitely be swallowed by bugs. Princess, let's get out of here. Don't fight them. A female team member stood in the distance, shouting pale. Avril frowned and looked at the overwhelming bugs with a small face. Up to now, they have not collected the degree of completion of the task, because their counters were all taken away by a fat man. As soon as they jumped off the transport ship, they encountered a large number of bugs and a batch of weapons, and they killed many bugs with their weapons. But in a battle, a fat man appeared. That's right, the fat man took all the gene counters from them at a speed beyond ordinary people. Let their efforts be in vain. Without the gene counter, they can only carry the Zerg tentacles, but they never thought it was because they carried the Zerg tentacles. Let them cause such a big killing. The tens of thousands of Zerg came from feeling the breath of their own Zerg. What? A scream sounded, and Avril returned to her senses and found that a team member had been dragged into the large army by a bug and swallowed directly into bones. Avril Lavigne was very unwilling to see this scene. Throw down all the tentacles, let's get out of here. Hearing what the princess said, everyone hurriedly threw the tentacles directly into the swarm. Sure enough, the insect swarms suddenly became confused and began to compete with each other for those tentacles. Go! Avril Lavigne led the squad and rushed towards the distance. At a place very far away from Avril Lavigne, Yetan stopped. He has been observing Avril Lavigne's movements. Now the situation has changed a little. Just now, Avril was still walking slowly. Why did she run wild all at once? And the way forward is not a gathering place, but some remote places. What the hell is it? No, you have to take a look. After Yetan made a decision in his heart, he flew in the direction where Avril was. After all, what Avril is saying, they are all female generations, and there are still some things that can't be compared with men. Yetan ran all the way, and could already catch up with Avril Lavigne slowly, but Yetan followed the route of Avril Lavigne, and found that there were bug bodies everywhere. Her eyes shrank, and Avril was chased by bugs. Thinking of this, Yetan ran even faster. Avril Lavigne was chased and killed at the moment, not a bug, but a human being. That's right, when Avril Lavigne threw those tentacles to the bugs became chaotic and didn't chase them. But they met another group of royals. He is the son of his father's brother and his name is Fry. Furry came to the big competition this time. The first goal was for the big competition, and the second goal was Avril. His father told himself that as long as Avril was killed in a big competition, the entire Freya star field would be in his father's hands. Therefore, after completing the required number of tasks, Fry began to frantically search for Avril. As long as you find Avril Lavigne and kill her without knowing it, the throne will belong to them. The Emperor paid off, and Fairy finally found Avril Lavigne, who had escaped for his life, and saw Avril Lavigne's team, dead and wounded. All of a sudden, Furry's heart swelled. If the Avril team is fully armed and in good condition, he really doesn't have the confidence to beat Avril. But now, it's a godsend. Frey, you do this. Are you not afraid that my father will put you to death? Avril Lavigne stood far away from Fairy and shouted coldly. The moment Avril Lavigne saw Fry, she knew it was broken. She knew about Fry's wolf ambition, but she didn't expect that she would dare to attack her on Chongqing. Could it be that they couldn't wait so much? Chapter 526. Chapter 524, Sick Fry. For my dear lord, 1,000,000 rewards, plus more. Ha ha ha, here is the insect star. I killed you, who would know? Nafurui flushed and laughed. He really can't wait, because there is only one chance. As long as you kill Avril, the Emperor is in control. Looking at the women's teams that couldn't stand up, Fairy swelled even more. This is simply a godsend opportunity. A godsend opportunity. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha. Nafrai looked up to the sky and laughed, very arrogant and mad, as if everything is going to be a dream come true. Avril Lavigne and her team members looked at each other with frosty faces, staring at Nafrai. They are all students in the army. At the time of the competition, the Lord had looked for them alone, and the task for them was to protect Miss Avril, just in case some people beat the princess cruelly. But I didn't expect that things would come so fast. It was only the next day. Someone can't help but shoot Avril Lavigne. Nafrai seemed to be crazy. He laughed a while ago, and suddenly turned aside and yelled at Avril Lavigne ferociously. Avril Lavigne did not answer, looking at him coldly. Did you know? I have lived in your shadow since I was a child. The throne should belong to my father, and even I am the real prince. But Grandpa, he is getting old and he gave the throne to you confusedly, father. From the moment your father took over the throne, I knew it. In my entire life, I can only live in the shadow of a woman. You have the resources of your father since you were a child, and what you do is a genius. What about me? What about me? But I can only follow in your footsteps. There is no glory behind you, isn't I? Frig's better than a woman, is it? I'm not reconciled, but now, your father has reached the restricted age. Ha ha ha, he should be in the next position, and you are just a female generation. The halo of once is no longer. Now, it's time for me to take revenge. Nafrui's face twisted savagely, and shouted at Avril Lavigne and the others. Ha ha ha, ha ha, I am going to be a prince now, and when my father is down, I will be in the top. Ha ha ha. I am the Emperor, I am the Lord. Fry was crazy at the moment, for a while, and then he laughed frantically. Avril Lavigne and the others didn't speak. They were taking advantage of this to adjust their physical strength. and to cover the princess from running away. "Come here, kill them for me." Nafri suddenly roared with a gloomy face. Xaxiana is extremely speechless, and no one can achieve this level of expression. Wow! The domestic slaves behind Fry immediately stepped forward, holding the energy gun, and pointed at the members of the Avril team. "Kill them." Nafri gave orders again. Kaka. In an instant, his domestic servants immediately began to slide energy, and they were about to shoot in the next second. At this time, then Avril said suddenly, "Frey, these things are not their business, you let them go." Fry was taken aback, and with a wave of his big arm, the domestic servants immediately put down their guns. Because they all know that their master is a pretender, and it's this juncture. "Can you just kill him? I have to pretend to be horrible. I have to give Miss Avril an unprecedented humiliation. Only in this way can the master's abnormal heart be satisfied." "Ha ha, Avril, do you treat me as a fool, or you as a fool?" "Will I let them go?" "Let them go. Don't you tell the whole world that I, Frey, killed the princess of civilization." Frey? It's a shame to be a princess just like you, ha 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 ha. But this is not impossible. As long as you kneel down, beg me, and let me sleep for 7 days and 8 nights, I will let you go, ha ha ha. Nafri was crazy. The whole person was sickly, his face flushed. It was a pervert. His domestic slaves, when they heard the master say this, their hearts were chilled. They belonged to the same family, and they wanted to do this. It's abnormal. But they didn't dare to defy Frey, because that was their master. "How about kneel down, please?" Frey shouted while looking at Avril with a laugh. Avril Lavigne did not speak, and Xaxiana and the others who stood by did not speak either because it was time. Avril had regained some physical strength for the time she delayed. "It's different from just now. I was really tired just now, but now it's time for a fight." Everyone gave Avril a secret look, and Avril instantly understood. "Frey, what do you think will never come true? You are a poor worm who always lives in his dream," Avril Lavigne shouted. When Frey heard this, his face was repeated, and he looked at Avril gloomily, then became angry and screamed, kill them." Hearing the words of the master, the domestic slaves immediately took up their guns and were about to shoot at the female players. And at the moment they raised their guns, the female member who wrote that they were sitting on the ground resting suddenly jumped up and slammed toward the domestic slaves. The scene suddenly became chaotic. "Princess, run away, we are here to carry it," the female members yelled at Avril Lavigne. Avril Lavigne's small face was faintly pale, and her heart was tangled, and she turned her head and wanted to run. As long as she left, Frey would chase herself. At that time, his subordinates will also be out of trouble. Even if Frey did not chase him, he could not let the female subordinates sacrifice in vain. Seeing Avril Lavigne turned his head and ran, Nafri really made a face again, and she caught up with Avril Lavigne very fast. And those domestic slaves were just suddenly jumped up and down by the female members. But these domestic slaves have a much higher physique level than these female members. Within a few minutes, the female members were beaten to the ground. At this moment, Nafri caught up with Avril Lavigne. "Want to run? See how you run?" Frey yelled behind him, and Avril frowned, and the speed under her feet increased even faster. "I want to run." Frey saw that Avril Lavigne was running faster and faster. He was angry and suddenly took out his gun and shot Avril Lavigne in the calf. Boom! Avril Lavigne was hit by a gun and fell to the ground instantly, looking stubbornly at the arrival of Frey behind her. "Ha ha ha, run, keep running. I see how you run this time, hee hee, so perfect. I don't know how your father gave birth to you, so perfect, such a figure, I want to enjoy it." Something. Furry had a lewd smile on his face, and he smiled. And just when Avril Lavigne was desperate, suddenly, behind them, a cold voice sounded. "Do you think everything is as you wish?" "Who?" Furry turned his head abruptly and looked behind him. Chapter 527. Chapter 525. Yetan is here. "Thanks to the leader of Kinai for the reward. Thank you." "Do you think everything is as you wish?" A cold voice suddenly sounded behind Furry. Frey was shocked in his heart, turned his head abruptly, and looked behind him. I saw a big tree behind him, leaning on a thin man, with his head down and an evil smile on his mouth. There was a slight blood-red color in his eyes. Who are you special? Do you want to die? If you dare to spoil the good deeds of Lao Tzu, do you want to live anymore? If you know me, just give it to me, Fry said with cold eyes, seeing that the big beauty was about to fall into his own hands, and there was something desperate. Fry's heart suddenly became angry, and the intense lust almost made him burn himself. Yi Tan leaned against the tree, and when he heard Fry's anger, a disdainful smile suddenly turned upside down. Raising his head with a smile, Fei saw only a colder teenager, and there was nothing else surprising. Moreover, this young man had no impression at all. He must not belong to the Royal Academy, he knew it. The Royal Academy is more famous, and he has seen it all. But Yi Tan rarely showed up in the Friel civilization, except for the first time he showed off the Bloodstab Mecha and when he killed the prince of the Sabah civilization. The rest is given to the 7 civilizations. Even at the auction, there are big men, and Fry is a young boy. How could he recognize Yi Tan? Moreover, in the college all year round, he has no impression of the young man in front of him. And Avril Lavigne, who was paralyzed on the ground, was a little desperate, but when she saw the person leaning on the tree, it turned out to be Yi Tan. My heart brightened. This surprise was too big. Yi Tan actually came to her. Seeing that Yi Tan actually participated in this competition, that Avril Lavigne's stubborn and strong side was suddenly broken. A line of tears flowed out. Is Yi Tan able to participate in this competition, really for the places in those colleges? Others don't know, but Avril knows. Yi Tan's ambition does not stop there. He is the man who rules the entire universe. It's all for her to be able to come to the big competition. Thinking of this, Avril Lavigne's tears could no longer stop. As if a dam collapsed, they flowed out. Fry heard crying behind him, turned his head and found that Avril had become a tearful person, and his face was crying. Very pitiful. Seeing Avril Lavigne crying, Nafre turned to look at the man leaning on the tree again, and suddenly became angry. This man must be the man who has been rumored by the Academy. Thinking of this, Fry's hands are clattering. What a pair of dog boyfriends. Since you two are here, let you two be a couple in the underground. Furry's eyes were full of concentrated killing intent. Ha ha, you are Avril Lavigne's sweetheart. Ha ha ha, but you're woman, in my hands. You must have never tried your taste as a woman. Ha ha, but now, your woman will be my first. Let's try it, Fry said with a cold face while laughing wildly. He said this in order to test the man's strength, but in the Royal Academy, there are really few who can beat Frey, because he is 9th in the Royal Academy rankings. But what Frey said was the truth. Sure enough, when Yi Tan heard these words, the killing intent in his eyes suddenly became more concentrated. Are the people of these royal families already frantic to such an extent? Yi Tan didn't know it with a smile. Since you want to die, then I will fulfill you. After speaking, Yi Tan suddenly raised his head. When Fry heard what Yi Tan said, he suddenly snorted. What is it? He still wants to kill himself. Just your body shape. Want to kill me too? It's a joke. Furry swelled inwardly and smiled disdainfully at the corner of his mouth. And Yi Tan leaning on the tree moved. With a scream, I saw a black shadow rushing forward. Furry's eyes narrowed, and his heart suddenly tightened. Shocked. Speed type. This is speed type. Fry was already panicking in his heart, and he quickly raised his arms and slammed in front of him. Speed-type warriors are not a joke. Their speed is the fastest among all warriors. Of course, their strength is not strong. But once a speed fighter is equipped with a good knife, it is a massacre. The reason for Fry's inner panic was that none of the speed-type warriors in the Royal Academy ran as fast as the man in front of him. That's why he was surprised inside. Boom, a strong impact sounded, and the entire space seemed to tremble. A powerful dust was raised on the ground. Ha ha ha, the speed type is just that. Besides the speed, what else do you have? Oh, right, you speed type guys. Are you also particularly fast in bed? Ha ha ha, the dust dissipated. Fry's arms were firmly in front of him, and Yeaton's fists hit his arms. Furry was even more arrogant, laughing wildly. Seeing that Furry caught Yeaton's attack, Avril was shocked in her heart. He saw Yeaton's growth in his eyes. Last time at the Hwashing Yuan Hotel, he killed the elder of the Ma family with a punch. It can be seen how powerful Yeaton's power is, but now, Fry actually dangling against Yeaton's attack. This had to shock Avril Lavigne, and Fry seemed to have advanced a lot during this time. Avril Lavigne's face is a little shocked. She wants to remind Yeaton. But when she raised her head and wanted to remind her, she found that Yeaton's stern face had an intriguing smile, as if playing with pets. Freak saw Yeaton's intentional or unintentional smile on his face, and his heart became even more hot. "What are you laughing at so much? Today is your death date, I see how you laugh," Furry yelled, and changed into an attack toward Yeaton is to go fiercely. But Yeaton slammed to the right and grabbed Fry's neck fiercely. The speed was so fast that he couldn't see clearly with the naked eye. What Furry is saying is also taught by a senior tutor since he was a child, and he has strong fighting ability. Facing Yeaton's claw, Nafuru's body slightly tilted and flashed towards the back. Just when Yeaton was ready to make the next move, just far away, there was a sound of Fry's domestic servants. "Master, here we are." Yeaton didn't look back, but don't even think about it. The writers came to help Fry. But, even if they help, can Furry really escape his clutches? Today, Fry must die. Whether you are a prince or a prince, you will die. Chapter 528. Chapter 526. Violent. "Master, we are here to help you." In the distance, a team of domestic slaves, fully armed and carrying big beauties on their shoulders, threw down those big beauties and rushed towards Yeaton. Those big beauties are the members of Avril Lavigne's team. The domestic servants of Fry, like flying, came behind Yeaton at super fast speed. They held the energy gun in their hands and pointed at Yeaton steadily. When Fry saw this scene, he immediately smiled disdainfully. "Boy, no matter where you are, you will die here today." Furui was very confident, because the servants were all here. He didn't believe that Yeaton could kill himself by his speed, because this is impossible. After the battle just now, he has more or less understood Yeaton's strength. It's just a little faster, and in terms of strength, there is not much strength at all. Therefore, he still has the confidence to deal with Yeaton. When Yeaton heard Furry's words, looked at Furry, and said coldly, "Who gave you the courage to talk to me like this? Do you think the sky is sunny? The rain has stopped, and you think are you all right?" Hearing Yeaton's such arrogant words, Furry's heart suddenly exploded, and his face suddenly became savage. He is the prince of dignified Freel civilization. Even if he is not the prince, his family is also the royal family. An ordinary person who is not well known dare to be so arrogant to himself. Kill him," Fry yelled, his face twisted and hideous. The domestic servants, hearing Fry's roar, suddenly pulled the trigger one by one. Just when they pulled the trigger, Yeaton's figure shook suddenly and disappeared from everyone's eyes. Everyone was shocked. Even Nafry looked at the sky in horror. The domestic slaves saw the figure disappear and did not dare to shoot for fear of accidentally hurting the master. "This is impossible," Fry shouted in horror. "This speed. The speed king of the entire Freel civilization. It is impossible to have such a fast speed." Freya has the fastest civilization speed, is Chenzwang. Chenzwang is a wonderful flower of the Freya civilization. It looks fat and bloated, but the speed is super fast. Even his fat body has a strong defense. But the speed of the man in front of him unexpectedly surpassed Chenzwang. How could this be possible? Fry was horrified in his heart, and looked around with some panic on his face. Speed martial artist, the biggest way out, that is the killer, with a surprisingly fast speed. If it is equipped with a weapon, it can really be said to kill the leapfrog master in a second, because you can't prevent his speed at all. Behind. Suddenly, Furry felt gusts of wind blowing behind him, turned around abruptly, and slammed his fist behind him. Boom! It was another powerful impact. Fry's domestic servants all watched nervously. The Sped-type warriors confronted the Power-type warriors. Who will win? Even the big beauties lying on the ground were staring at the battlefield with piercing eyes. And among these big beauties, Xaxina was even more shocked, because she knew who the young man was just now. That's Yitan. Avril Lavigne is in a lover. Xaxina investigated Yitan at the time, and wanted to control Yitan in his hands, but as Yitan's influence grew, Xaxina had no chance to have any communication with Yitan. So this thing has been delayed. But what she didn't expect was that Yitan had also participated in the competition. He was the founder of the Bloodstab Mecha. The sale of the Bloodstab Mecha is not limited to such a small civilization in the Freya civilization domain. In addition to the Freya civilization domain, there are also many low-level domains controlled by the 4th-level civilization. Once the Bloodstab Mesh began to sell outside the territory, then Yitan can be rich in an enemy country. Why should he participate in the competition? Xaxina couldn't understand. Seeing the battle between Yitan and Furui, Xaxina was also shocked. She didn't know Yitan's strength, but she knew that of Furui. That's the existence of evil beginners. The Royal Academy ranked 9th strong. Except for some defidden powerhouses, this Frey can be said to be among the top 20 powerhouses in the domain of Freya civilization. Few can beat him. Yitan was looking for death, and he fought very decisively. If you don't be your big boss, but come here to find death, it's an idiot. Xaxina felt very disappointed with Yitan in her heart. Yes, Yitan came here to rescue them. She was still very moved in her heart and felt that this was a real man. But real men do not do this. A real man without strength is looking for death. As for Avril behind the battle circle, her little face showed a firm look. Her little man would not fall down. On the battlefield, the rising dust slowly dissipated, and the figures of the two of them appeared. The servants of Fry, seeing the figure of Yitan, all holding guns, hurried forward. And Fry's face was horrified, and his expression seemed to freeze. You are not a speed fighter at all. You are almighty. Fry shouted hoarsely. Puff. Before he could finish speaking, a mouthful of blood mist burst out. Prince. The slaves were shocked. The master was actually injured. Before they could act, Yitan moved. He slammed his right palm out, grabbed Fry's neck, and slid up fiercely. Frui's face flushed with a powerful hand grabbing his neck, and he couldn't breathe for a long time. Legs kicked in the air randomly. His arms slammed into Yitan's palms, trying to use his power to break Yitan's palms apart. But all this is a delusion. Yitan's palm was like a machine, pinching fiercely. There is no sign of loosening at all. Prince, you really let go of the prince. The domestic slaves were angry, anxious, and stabbed Yitan with a gun. He looked like a cannibal and roared. The expression on Yitan's face was even more crazy. With a dull voice, he yelled, "You will let me die, and then you will let me go of your master. Am I really that obedient? Now, let you enjoy it. What is a blood banquet?" Yitan said this in a very gloomy and cold-blooded tone. Those domestic slaves who listened to them felt a chill in their hearts. Is it this guy? All eyes shrank sharply when they just wanted to roar. Yitan shook the palm of his hand hard. Crack! There was a crisp sound, and then a palm slapped at the fruity tanling cover fiercely. With a bang, blood was splashed all over. That Fry's head was directly flattened by Yitan, and his eyes popped out. All the domestic slaves around were covered with blood. One by one, heads on the spot. Chapter 529. Chapter 507. Fairy Avril. Boom! There was a dull hammering sound, and Yitan slapped his head when he saw that Fry didn't respond. In an instant, the blood exploded suddenly. Flying in all directions, the domestic slaves around were splashed with red blood. Fry's eyeballs were even more strongly squeezed, and they suddenly popped out. The blood-stained domestic slaves felt the hot blood, but there was nothing in their heads. They trembled in their hearts, and everyone stunned the scene. The beauty squads in the distance looked at each other dumbfoundedly. This man actually shot Fry to death. How can that be? Everyone was shocked. Xaxina's eyes were even more horrified. and this result was far beyond his expectation. How can that be? Fry is the 9th best player in the Royal Academy, and he just slapped him to death. Who really believes it? But the reality of blood was dazzlingly placed in front of her, and she had to believe it. His heart was shocked, his eyes were horrified, and the whole person looked at him dumbfounded. When Avril Lavigne saw that Fry was slapped to death by Yeaton, her face was like a blooming white orchid, with a smile written on her face, overflowing with satisfaction and joy. The beautiful curvature of her mouth. My little man, really read it right. Fry was dead, and Avril was relieved from the great pressure all over her body. There are many people who are jealous of the throne of the father, the 4 major families, the royal family, and some united civilizations. But for his father, the royal family was the most unwilling force to deal with. But it never occurred to him that Fry was so frantic that he had no humanity at all. Now, it's good to die, and death will reduce the pain for the father. The family slaves who were covered with blood from their masters recovered their minds, staring at Fry, who was still on the ground by Yeaton. They were shaking slightly all over. Crazy, crazy. This is the Prince of Freel civilization. You dare to kill the prince. You will not live out of the worm star. A domestic slave, trembling with his fingers, pointed at Yeaton, and roared with horror in his eyes. The domestic slaves behind him were panicked because the master was slapped to death in front of them. If the master knows this, the 9 generations of their family will be killed. Yeaton read eyeballs, with a strong killing intent. Yeaton smiled unconsciously when he heard the slave's words. You don't know, I don't know, then who will know? After Yeaton finished speaking, he showed his big white teeth and smiled bloodthirsty at everyone. When everyone heard Yeaton's words, their eyes suddenly narrowed. This is too. Boom, the people behind hadn't reacted yet. The head of the domestic slave who had just spoken was directly violently exploded by Yeaton. There are only 8 domestic slaves. 1 died, and there are still 7 bewildered domestic slaves. Run! A domestic slave trembled and roared. But when they turned their heads and were about to run, the domestic slave who yelled for running only felt a pain in his back, followed by intense pain in his chest. Immediately afterwards, the whole body was numb, and the machine crashed in his head. He lowered his head and looked towards his chest. I saw a hand that came out from behind, and the palm that passed through was still holding a beating pink heart. Pop! With a sound, the heart was directly squeezed by Yeaton, turning into a trace of minced meat, slipping down from the seam of the hand. The slave's eyes were also dead gray, and there was no life left. He never thought that he would die in this way. The remaining domestic slaves don't care who is dead behind and who is not. In this situation, why don't they wait to die? They are not SB, for their own master, and that killer, knowing that his master was slapped to death, let alone their low-level physique. Going up is a death. This is not a game. It can be reborn. Yeaton sneered, looking at the rest of the people who fled, and wanted to escape from his hands. Is this possible? With a sigh, Yeaton unfolded with great speed and rushed towards the domestic slaves one by one. Boom, boom. The heads of the few remaining domestic slaves were directly photographed into mashed flesh. In that situation, it was as if they rushed directly in front of the others, with a palm falling severely. I have a peerless magic, named Tathagata Palm. After all the domestic slaves were beaten to death by Yeaton one by one, Yeaton took a deep breath. The violent aura in his heart was too difficult to suppress. When I see blood, my heart is very violent. This matter must be understood. During this time, Yeaton felt that the violent aura in his heart was too terrifying, but he never took it seriously. But today, the extra violent is twice as crazy as usual. Yeaton didn't want the future to become a demon with no ambition. After taking a deep breath, the violent breath in Yeaton's heart slowly calmed down, and he walked towards Avril with a smile. When he came to Avril Lavigne, Yeaton squatted down directly, frowning, looking at Avril Lavigne's beautiful round slender legs and smooth calves. The skin is even more exquisite, smooth, delicate and smooth. Ethan's heart is hot. This is the first time he has had such close contact with Avril Lavigne in the past 6 months. But seeing that smooth calf had a small wound like a bullet hole, Ethan's heart felt a little pain unconsciously. Frowning and watching, Avril Lavigne was also in a hurry, looking at Ethan with a flushed face. Seeing Ethan's serious face, his brows frowned slightly, and Avril Lavigne's eyes were filled with endless love. A pair of slender hands rubbed Ethan's stern face. Ethan felt a pair of warm little hands, turned to look at Avril Lavigne, and was stunned. At this moment Avril Lavigne, with her pure and white face, with a playful smile on her mouth, moonlight shines in her clear eyes. Wanran is the 2-point star. Like a fairy, Ethan couldn't help but stare blankly. So beautiful. Ethan pressed the small hand on his face, looked at Avril with a smile, and said nothing, just wanting to look at her forever. When Avril Lavigne saw Ethan's eyes, she couldn't hold on anymore. During this time, she seemed to live like years. Every time she exercised frantically, in order to obtain the opportunity of higher education and some technology, so that she could be the father of the king, is more stable. Only if the position of the father is stable, his little man can develop better. Thinking of the grievances these days, Avril Lavigne's eyes slowly overflowed with tears. I saw Ethan's heart being stabbed with a needle. Is this love? Chapter 530. Chapter 528. Go to the concentration camp. When all the royal family members were killed by Ethan one by one, Ethan carried Avril on his back, followed by a group of women's teams, and walked towards the assembly point. The number of genes required by the women's team already exists, and the royal family members like Ferrari are all big money. Everyone is up and down, no less than 10,000. So Avril Lavigne and the others have all the required quantities. Avril Lavigne's jade-skinned arms hugged Ethan tightly, her forehead pressed against Ethan's back, showing a very happy smile. Xiaxina, who followed closely, felt very uncomfortable. The man walking in front gives her unexpected surprises every time. Fu Rui was clearly a level beginner, and he was hammered to death by Ethan. Who would believe this? Xiaxina, with sad eyes, had no choice but to look at Avril with envy and hatred. Such a good man is held by Avril Lavigne. Why is she better than herself in everything? Xiaxina was very uncomfortable in her heart. Her current state of mind was the same as that of Nafu Rui. Even when Fry said she was going to destroy Avril Lavigne, her heart still wanted to see Avril Lavigne destroyed, because she is also a poor person. The same is a goddess-level character. But no matter what Avril Lavigne does, she always looks aloof, and those stinky men like to wander around Avril. Ethan ... I must grab it. Xiaxina's eyes showed a powerful look of desire. Such a powerful man, no one would be tempted. Ethan carried Avril on his back and seemed to feel the burning gaze behind him. Ethan turned his head and found that there was nothing unusual behind him. Even the burning eyes disappeared. Ethan frowned slightly, and did not take this matter to heart. The group of them hurried on their way, and after walking for nearly half a day, they finally came to the meeting point. This is the safety coordinate given by the Big Buy. This week, the army has cleared hundreds of miles, so it's pretty safe here. And this meeting point is a giant square surrounded by iron sheets. The iron sheets on the periphery looked like a city from a distance. There were entrances and exits on all sides, and many people rushed towards the city. Some were injured, some were traveling together, and some were alone. There are all kinds of people. On the way into the city, everyone was silent, unwilling to speak, and didn't want to say hello to each other when they first came. It seems that after a battle, each one has grown a lot. Sure enough, only war is the best place to experience. Ethan carried Avril Lavigne on his back, leading the women's team, and walked directly towards the city. Ethan, when will there be such a city here? Will our next competition be in this city? Avril Lavigne lay on Ethan's back, her cheeks pressed tightly against Ethan's neck, and asked gently. Ethan squinted his eyes and looked at the huge city. The scale of this city is indeed not small. It is possible, but there is a famous saying on our planet, if we come, we will be safe. Since we can pass the first level, then we can pass the second and third levels," Yi-Tan said with extremely solemn eyes. Avril Lavigne looked at Yi-Tan with a smile. She liked Yi-Tan's self-confident temperament. At the entrances and exits of the city, there are some Derby troops guarding them. They ignore the students and let them do whatever they want. Their duty is to guard the city to prevent insects from attacking here. Yi-Tan took the girls and walked directly into the city. As expected, the city was a huge square, and there was nothing else except people. Not even a transport ship. There are only huge platforms. Those high platforms are so big that they can hold 1,000 people. And that is not a problem. On the iron wall, one after another giant anti-aircraft artillery was set up. Those weapons, very high-tech, are probably the highest defensive force of the real civilization. It seems that all the remaining competitions will be completed in the insect star, Yi-Tan said with a smile. Avril Lavigne nodded, and she also saw the huge high platform. With her clever head, she understood that the next big competition would be either a battle or a mixed station. Yi-Tan, let me come down. I'll go to the medical station to treat myself first. Tomorrow is the last day for the completion of the competition. Then I will find you again. Avril's eyes twinkled like stars, and she looked beautifully, Yi-Tan said. Yi-Tan nodded immediately after listening. He knew what Avril was thinking and didn't want to cause trouble for himself. Avril Lavigne has her thoughts too, stubborn girl. Yi-Tan smiled and shook his head. This girl probably didn't want to rely on herself, but had to rely on her own strength to get the opportunity of this competition, and she didn't want to be her own burden. Yi-Tan didn't break through Avril Lavigne. He gently put Avril down, and before Avril Lavigne could speak, Yi-Tan took her in his arms. He sucked the fragrance of Avril's body fiercely. He really didn't want Avril to leave him, even for a minute. Yi-Tan once lived only for his empire and for the Red Police mission, but now he has found a place for his spiritual sustenance. That is Avril Lavigne. Stupid girl, come on. Yi-Tan hugged Avril tightly, and said in a hoarse voice. Avril Lavigne has big eyes with a smile. Her small mouth is slightly curled up, and her red lips are slightly open. Her face is like a blooming white orchid. A smile is written on her face, overflowing with satisfaction and joy. The beautiful arc of her mouth rises. In this life, he is enough. But when Yi-Tan saw Avril Lavigne like this, his eyes were full of anger, and Avril Lavigne looked like a frightened bird, nesting his head in Yi-Tan's arms. Yi-Tan, don't leave me for the rest of your life. As she said, Avril also hugged Yi-Tan, her arms tighter. Yi-Tan smiled slightly and said, silly girl, I will never leave forever. The show of affection between the two makes the women's teams behind them look at them speechlessly and show their affection in front of the single dog. You are murdering. This is a crime, especially that Xuxiana. His heart was even more uncomfortable. Avril Lavigne, let's go to the medical room. Xuxiana stood aside, said with a frosty face. Avril Lavigne turned her head and showed an apologetic smile at Xuxiana, then looked at Yi-Tan and said, I'm leaving. Tomorrow is the second time to start. Come on. With that, Avril Lavigne held up her small white fist and shook it. Yi-Tan smiled and nodded, then let go of her hand. Avril looked at Yi-Tan reluctantly, and followed the women's team toward the medical room. Chapter 531 Chapter 529, Great Big Concentration Camp. After watching Avril Lavigne leave, Yi-Tan turned on the light brain and checked the coordinates of Hongl, and found that the little brothers he had just recognized were all gathered together. Fast enough, Yi-Tan walked towards the coordinates of several people. At the location where Hongl was located, inside this huge iron wall, there were separate dormitories, and each dormitory only needed to pay for energy points to move in. And under the huge square, there is also a huge underground space. That is the real huge bedroom. Each individual small room can only live in one person, and it also needs to pay energy points. In a huge private room, 7 people are sitting lazily. They are the little brothers that Yi-Tan trusted. Second brother, what you said is true. The strange thing of the Royal Academy, the King of Speed, did not catch up with our boss, and even the 2 brothers of the other family were slapped to death by the boss. Huang Saiking had a face with an unbelievable expression. He looked at his second brother, Hongl. Since they recognized Yitan as the eldest brother, their eldest brother Hongl has become the second child. The status of everyone has dropped by one level. The few people sitting in the room also looked at the second brother with a dumb expression. This news is really maddening, not to mention the King of Speed. That is the fastest person in the Royal Academy. He was caught by the boss. How fast is the boss? Everyone's eyes were horrified, and they didn't dare to imagine. Moreover, there are two brothers in the Yu family, not talking about the aftermath, just talking about the Yuan, but the existence of the level peak will soon become the evil, and it is also a well-known existence on the Royal Academy rankings. It was slapped to death by the boss. Seeing the dumbfounded expressions of the people, Hongl was very proud in his heart, but when he heard Huang Saiking's words, he suddenly said angrily, "Why, don't you still believe me? Since you don't believe me, you can watch it tomorrow." Will the two brothers of the Yi family still appear? When everyone heard it, they smiled awkwardly. His second brother, who is good at everything, is just impatient. At this time, Kanazawa touched Hongl wretchedly and looked at his second brother with a smile. Second brother ... I heard that there are two crazy robbers in the northwest forest. See, people are robbed, and even girls are not spared. As long as they are individuals, they are robbed. I heard that the King of Speed, Chen Zhuang, was also robbed. Isn't it you? After Kanazawa finished speaking, he blinked at Hongl. When the brothers heard it, their eyes lit up and they sat up around Hongl. One by one looked at Hongl wretchedly. Hongl looked embarrassed, and his face even flushed. The people who watched are speechless again. Second brother, wouldn't it really be you? Damn, you've been in business any time, aren't you the most upright person? When we went to Dabojian last time, what did you say? What is coming? Huang Saiking held his forehead and thought. And the seemingly decent youngest, Sage, who has been silent all the time, showed a wretched smile and teased Hongl. Our second brother, we said last time, we are the children of the powerful. How can I go to that red and green place? I lose his identity. Ha ha ha. The other brothers laughed directly. They really didn't expect that their second brother could do such a thing. When Hongl heard the molesting of his brothers, his face flushed, and he looked at them embarrassingly. He did say that before. It's just that the nature is different. This is for the big comparison. I followed my eldest brother. What we did was not for you. Otherwise, where would you get the number of genes to complete the task? Hongl said with a curled mouth. The brothers knew in their hearts and were slightly touched, but they didn't want to miss the opportunity to molest their second brother. The brothers looked at each other and smiled. All of them suddenly realized, looking at their second brother, and said, "Oh. It turns out that it is our boss to let our second brother enter the way. Admire, admire." Ha ha ha. Second brother, this in the second big competition, we must go to Dabojian. You guys. When Hongl heard the brothers' words, he blushed immediately, staring at his brothers. When they were fighting, suddenly the door of the room opened. "What are you talking about? So happy?" a voice came from the door. Everyone turned their heads to look, and saw Yitan standing at the door with blood everywhere on his body. "Boss!" Everyone hurriedly stood up and shouted respectfully towards Yitan. Yitan smiled slightly, waved his hand, and walked over directly. Looking at them, "How's it? Have you completed the task?" Everyone nodded, and Yitan immediately let go of his heart. It would be good if they could complete the task. If they did not complete the task, it is estimated that they would not be worthy of their status. That's good. I'll take a bath first, take a good wash, and you guys continue. With that, Yitan turned his head and walked out of the room and walked to the room he just rented. After Yitan left, the brothers were shocked. Did you feel it just now? How many people have to kill the bloody smell on brother? Yes. The coercion unconsciously released by the boss just now almost made me suppress vomiting blood. The boss' strength is extraordinary. The brothers were horrified in their hearts and said to each other, if this is to let them know that their boss, who just killed Furry of the royal family, don't know what their expressions are, will it be dumbfounded? Yitan returned to the room, and took a good wash to wash away the bloody smell on his body. Only then rested on the bed. Close his eyes slightly. In his headset, Honglong reported the situation to Yitan. Master, we have made up enough of the requirements to upgrade again. After this upgrade, you can get 3 super weapon units again, and all units will be upgraded. Yitan was a little sleepy at first, but when he heard Honglong say this, his heart suddenly became hot. If this is upgrading 1 level, wouldn't all the arms also be upgraded? At that time, all the troops will be class peaks. Damn it, if this is to fight for the hegemony of the entire Freel civilization, wouldn't it be easy? The pinnacle of this class is the level that Yitan is at. It is already so powerful, and it is even more said to be the Red Police class of natural soldiers. It's even more powerful. Moreover, Yitan Xin's ambition to conquer the Freel civilization is now growing, because only by conquering the Freel civilization domain, the throne of Avrol's father will be preserved. That's his father-in-law. Yitan's heart is very hot, just want to end the competition quickly and go back to upgrade the base as soon as possible. Chapter 532 Chapter 530, Second Competition, Mixed Arena. Yitan tossed and turned all night, unable to fall asleep. His heart was hot, really super excited. He didn't care when he got 10 billion energy stones. Because I just finished upgrading, I didn't look forward to the next upgrade, but last night, in order to figure out a way to help Avril Lavigne, the Red Dragon said to upgrade the base. After talking about the benefits of upgrading the base, Yitan's heart became more excited, and it was difficult to sleep overnight. Fortunately, Yitan fell asleep in the middle of the night. Otherwise he would not be at his best when he got up in the morning. After washing everything, Yitan walked out refreshed. After getting too lazy, he walked towards Honglong and the others. When they came to the door of their room, they had already got up long ago, standing at the door waiting for Yitan. Boss, here. Honglong and the others waved to Yitan, and Yitan saw them smiling forward. Did you rest well? Today is the second competition, and I don't know what kind of competition will appear. Yitan said to everyone. Boss, don't worry, we are all ready for this competition, not taking 1, 2 or 3 places. I'm simply sorry for our background resources. Nasij touched his head and said old-fashioned. The other brothers pouted. Yo said, yo, you got 1, 2 or 3, then how many of our brothers do you get? Nazg was choked directly. These guys, it was enough. Everyone looked at each other and laughed loudly. Who made this Sage pretend to be cold every day, in private, but he was more nasty than anyone else. Okay, let's go. Yitan shook his hand and said, his heart is still very happy, at least he is not alone anymore. Alone for 2 lives. He never went to school. How could he ever feel this kind of warmth? Everyone came to the huge square. At this moment, all the students were basically in place. On the huge high platform, there were several large transport ships. Yitan and others stood behind the crowd, watching the scene. Everyone stood under the scorching summer sun for nearly half an hour, and finally, someone started to support the competition. More than 100 strong men in suits walked up to the high platform, standing where they were staring. There was also an old man, who was riding a hoverboard under his feet, floating above the crowd. Just when everyone thought they had any instructions, the counters bound to everyone sent out reminders one by one. Student number 9880, passed. Student number 29378, failure. Student. A voice prompting to pass or fail sounded continuously in the dense crowd. Immediately afterwards, the old man pedaling on a hoverboard shouted in the air, all the students who passed, stay, and those who failed, please order on the transport ship and send you back to the Emperor's Star. The old man's words were all sent from under the hoverboard. Everyone knows that the skateboard is a high-quality loudspeaker. Countless students, after learning that they had failed, were very depressed. Many female students cried and made noises. The task of this big competition is too difficult for them, even more difficult than usual. It is extremely difficult to kill 5,000 insects and to guard against sneak attacks by some students. Many people walked towards the transport ship, and after all the failed students landed on the transport ship, they left Chongqing. The entire huge square was suddenly empty. But the number of people is still quite large, at least tens of thousands of people. The rest of the students were full of fighting spirit in their eyes, gearing up. I want to start a big battle now. The fewer the number, the more chances they will choose. Half an hour passed, and when everything was in the level, the old man on the hoverboard spoke. You students, go to the corresponding ring according to the number you assigned. This is the second competition. The task rules. Each ring has 1,000 students. You are required to fight each other. In the end, each ring only has 100 left students. Wow! As soon as the old man's words came out, all the students in the entire square were in an uproar. Is this too cruel? Each ring directly eliminated 900 students. Countless people are directly worried. But Yi Tan squinted his eyes and looked at the huge ring, with an intriguing smile on his mouth. 900 students were eliminated, and it is estimated that there will only be 3 games in this competition, and each time it is fierce. Boss, this is too cruel. Melee, 1,000 people melee, how many people will this take down? Moreover, the rules do not say that you can't kill. Yes. This year's competition is too unbelievable, right? Why is it so cruel? Are the Zergs going to attack humans? Those who were eliminated in the front should probably be fortunate now. They will only have a dead end if they stay. The brothers Hongalai were talking a lot. Are you sure? Yi Tan said, squinting. Hearing Yi Tan's words, the 7 immediately straightened their backs and said confidently, Boss, even if it is a melee, we will not be eliminated. We are all famous on the Royal Academy. After speaking, the 7 of them raised their heads confidently. Yi Tan suddenly smiled when he looked at them. Their strength was pretty good. All of them were E-level beaks, and only Nahongalai was D-level beginner. D-level, in the Freya civilization domain, but very few exist. Some people reach D-level. That is the real strong. Ding. The light brain on everyone's wrists received a prompt. And everyone looked down. It was found to be the ring number. Boss, what's your number? How about you? Huang Saikang stood aside and asked anxiously. My ring number 3. Yi Tan said softly. Suddenly, the 7 suddenly turned their heads and stared at Yi Tan dumbfounded. Boss, we are also number 3. Ha ha ha, it's great that we are with the boss. Everyone shouted with joy. Yi Tan was also taken aback. Is this okay? It is estimated that it was chosen by the big names, not randomly. Wouldn't it be possible for some teams to cooperate? It seems that the difficulty is not so small. Yi Tan led the crowd directly to the 3rd ring, mixed men and women. Yi Tan looked at the coordinates of Guangnao, and did not find Avril Lavigne in the 3rd ring, but on the 7th ring. All students, please note that you cannot use any weapons in this competition. Anyone who uses weapons will be disqualified from the competition. In addition, even if it is armor, it won't work. The old man stepped on the hoverboard and shouted high in the air. Thousands of people stood up on this originally superlarge ring, and it seemed a bit small, and everyone gathered in the middle, because they were afraid of being beaten at the beginning. They would be beeping the dog. Chapter 533. Chapter 531. The Madness of Mixed Warfare. Yi Tan led everyone to the ring and looked at the dense crowd. The 7 brothers couldn't help but swallowed. They had never experienced a melee. The feeling was that they were going to the crowd and beating as you please. When they saw people, they just did. Whoever you are. But the situation is obviously different from what they thought. There are many of them, all in small teams, and they stand together as a group. Mixed ring battle, countdown, 10 seconds. The sturdy men in suits on the stage, the referees, yelled at the crowd. Suddenly the whole ring became irritated. One by one, the breath exploded, looking at the people around. 10.5.3.2. When the referee was about to shout 1, all the hearts of the people jumped to their throats, and they looked around nervously. 1. The referee yelled. In an instant, the whole ring broke out directly. Countless people directly started fighting together. Everyone was yelling, screaming, and cursing, and the heavy knocking of the punch directly sounded in all the arenas. It sounds like drumming. It's very heavy. But Yi-Tan and the others, standing on the edge of the ring, trembled in their hearts as they watched the inexorable fight in the center of the ring. Boss, are we going on? Kanazawa stood aside, and said excitedly in his heart, even that Hongalai was full of fanaticism. Their eyes were hot, and they really wanted to rush to the chaos. This kind of battle is where men should stay. Yi-Tan squinted his eyes and shook his head and said, no, let's not waste our energy. This is not a mecha melee. The people you have seen have already lost their eyes. When they lose their energy, we are on! Exclamation mark. Yi-Tan said with a bloodthirsty smile at the corner of his mouth. The 7 people trembled in their hearts, and the boss was worthy of being the boss. At this time, they were calm and comfortable. And on this edge, not only one of them is waiting for the changes, there are also many small teams, all in the distance, watching from afar, and their thinking is the same as Yi-Tan, that is, waiting for those melees to consume their energy. Above, at that time, the strength of the melee was greatly weakened. The melee is getting more and more serious. Those people are crazy and have red eyes. In order for the big competition to go smoothly, they have gone crazy. The melee time is very short. The more people there are, the crazier they will be. There are already a large number of people lying on the ground, howling dry. Has it started? Yi-Tan squinted, and there were not many people standing at the moment. Except for those squads, everyone else has been beaten or disabled. But they didn't dare to kill someone, because on their heads, there was the old man watching. If they killed someone, in case they left a bad impression, that would be bad. But the old man on the hoverboard squinted his eyes and didn't have any emotions. No one knew that in his eyes, these people weren't hot enough. The same competitors, they just fainted or left the stage. There is no sense of danger at all. Just when the old man thought he couldn't find a talented player, all the arenas have changed. When those useless or weak opponents are kicked off the stage, only those who form a small team are left on the stage. On Yi-Tan's number 3 ring, Yi-Tan squinted his eyes and stared at everyone on the stage with a serious cold light. The optical brain on his wrist was quietly running in the background. It was the Red Dragon who was investigating all the information of the people in the ring. Dominate. Red Dragon's voice suddenly remembered in Yi-Tan's headset. Yi-Tan didn't speak, and the Red Dragon continued. Master, it's been clear that the investigation is clear. There are 3 strong teams on the stage. One is the Tinder team, the other is the Red Flower team, the Killing team. Hearing the names of the 3 squads, Yi-Tan looked speechless. What names did they give? One is Tinder. Needless to say, isn't the meaning of the team that delivers the seeds of life? And what the hell is this Safflower team? There is also a Killing team that also kills. This name is so killing. In the 3rd ring, those teams didn't know the information of the people facing each other. Even if they knew, they didn't know all the abilities of their team, because all colleges come from all corners of the world. But each of them is fearless. Because of them, they must get the chance to be selected. The entire arena is circular. At the very edge of the circle, the 3 more powerful teams and Yi-Tan's teams are standing. Kill them. At the originally silent ring, someone suddenly yelled, and then the whole ring suddenly became frantic, starting from the very center, and suddenly fighting together. They did not pay attention to the team standing at the edge. In their hearts, the fringe teams are all without strength, being squeezed to the fringe, and at a disadvantage. Yi-Tan was also taken aback by this sudden battle. Did this begin? But think about it, even if there are not many skirmishers on the stage, the people in these teams add up to half of what they were just now. These people are not just those skirmishers. These people are all working in small teams. If you don't fight, then no one will be eligible for the grand competition. So they are crazy. Yi-Tan squinted at the center of the melee, and didn't make any moves. But the other 3 powerful teams didn't think so. They have had enough time. They can't hold it anymore. Ah ah ah. Suddenly, the captain of the killing squad screamed up to the sky, and his whole body, killing intent and compelling aura, rushed towards the Tinder squad. The other team is south and north, so in order to rush over, they must pass through the chaotic center. Kill. The captain of the killing squad roared with a thick neck. All his squads, with red eyes, clenched fists, rushed towards the center of the melee, and when they saw someone, they hit them with one punch, and then they headed towards their heads. Smashed to death. The whole process was very bloody, and the whole melee center was suddenly stunned. Their strength was not as high as that of the killing team. At the center of the chaos that was squeezed, everyone's heart collapsed suddenly, because the killing squad was just a bull, ramming and devastating, and no one could beat it. As for the Tinder squad to the south, seeing that the killing squad was so cool, the leader of the squad was hot in his heart, and his eyes began to frantic. Suddenly, the team leader looked at the Yitan team, who was squinting, and shouted, "All members of the Tinder team, kill with me." After the roar, the leader of the Tinder squad rushed in the direction where Yitan was. Yitan was also taken aback by the roar. Looking at the crazy fire squad, he suddenly smiled disdainfully, even starting with himself. Who gives you the courage? Chapter 534. Chapter 532, 3 Troops of Abnormal. Who gave you the courage? Yitan looked at the fire squad who had killed him with dark red eyes. The Tinder squad looked at a weak squad that it had selected, and the leader of the squad at the forefront looked at them with a disdainful smile. This is simply an insult, unforgivable. Kill them. Yitan's eyes made the fire captain furious, and the whole person's face began to twist. He vowed to kill this team. But if they want to rush over, they also need to pass through the central melee area. The central melee area was originally shocked by a killing team, but I saw a crazy squad, and they burst into tears. This Nima, who did we bother? Why did a powerful team appear, followed by another? Originally, they thought that their arena is only such masters, but compared with these two teams, they are masters. They are simply the dishes in the dish. Faced with such crazy attacks from the two teams, the scuffle teams can only dodge. Let the two teams leave at will. And another master team, that is, the red flower team. Boss, what do we do now? Do we want to go? A man who said in a Drake voice looked at his boss. When the boss heard the abnormal voice of his subordinates, his face suddenly twitched, and his face turned dark. He wanted to speak. Just when everyone thought that the safflower team was going to scold their men, no one thought of it. The boss looked like a little woman, hanging down the team member's chest and said, "People will hammer your little chest and kill you. How can we participate?" Countless people who looked at them directly fell their eyes. Fucking. This Nima red flower team turned out to be like this. It's all a group of monsters, but I don't know it is called the red flower team. But in the next scene, many people almost ran away with knives. The squad member who originally had some shambles looked at his captain with solemn expression, hugged the captain, and looked at his boss like a hero. Have you forgotten our oath? That is, let all the people in the world recognize our love, so we must let them recognize us. The player actually said in the Drake voice. When Captain Hongwa heard this, he raised his head tenderly and looked at the solemn player affectionately and said, Dear, yes, I almost forgot our vow. We want the world to recognize our love." After that, Captain Saffron looked hostile, and the team members behind him looked like pugs, looking at their boss, as if getting the boss love is an extremely lofty reward. Some of the teams who followed them saw their hearts collapse, and almost rushed to fight with them with their swords. It was simply disgusting. Kill. The captain of the safflower team suddenly let out a horrifying scream, and all of a sudden, everyone's heart was chilled. Damn it, so perverted. Seeing those safflower squads rushing in and resisting those squads, they suddenly smiled with disdain. If they can't even beat the personal monster squad, they will go to eat. Suddenly, many people directly targeted the red flower team, charged towards the safflower team, and just as they just came into contact with the safflower team and collapsed instantly, the safflower captain was terribly unacceptable. That powerful strength wiped out a small team in an instant. Fuck, brothers, get out. When everyone saw this situation, they immediately got hairy, and they were beeping the dog. They couldn't beat the two Shamal teams, and they even turned out to be a super team. Just now I vowed to say that if they can't beat this Shamal team, they will eat Xiang. This Nima. Of course, the current people, who want to have a face, after they retreated, the three super squads did not continue to chase them, but instead rushed towards the squad that had not moved. That is, Yitan's team. When everyone saw this situation, their hearts became excited one by one, because there were not many teams standing on the stage, almost less than 500 people. One less team, one more qualification for promotion. Moreover, as long as the three super teams don't chase them down. TSK, that squad has never seen it before, but they are miserable. Three squads, killing them at the same time is really interesting. Yes, as long as these three teams don't kill us. Guess, how long can this team last? Time? I guess 30 seconds. 30 seconds? Just now, a team of the same level with me was killed by the squad, and it was destroyed in 10 seconds, let alone this squad that has never done anything. None of these people were optimistic about Yitan. Instead, they watched with a gloating look. These scenes were all caught by Yitan. Yitan looked at the three rushing squads, lowered his head, and smiled bloodthirstily. For a long time, it has not been so despised. Since the beginning of the earth, I seem to have been low, and now my base is about to be in the hands of level 3, so why bother to be so low? Then fight. Suddenly, Yitan roared and roared to the sky. The little brothers behind him were so dumbfounded. What happened to the boss? How did their whole body burst out? So powerful pressure, so that they could not breathe. Then you can imagine how powerful they are. They were so overwhelmed that they couldn't move at all. They could only look at the three teams nervously and rush towards their boss. They suddenly felt regretful in their hearts. Why their strength is not strong, can't help at all. But Yitan's killing intent, like a demon god, was directly transmitted to the void, and then rushed towards the war fort that stopped outside the Emperor's Star. In the war fortress outside the Emperor's Star, they are all Yitan's troops. In the entire war fortress, all the red police soldiers with their eyes closed and motionless suddenly felt the crazy killing intent of the master. Suddenly, one by one opened his violent and crazy eyes, staring at the void. Kill, kill, kill. Every red police soldier suddenly burst out with powerful killing intent, shocking the starry sky. No one knows how they got in touch. Even Yitan didn't realize that his troops were passively following his own mood. The red dragon who has been looking at the surveillance screen in the Fortress of War also has a powerful killing intent in his eyes. Domination. The world is bloody ... You waited to provoke the master. Then you really don't have to. 520. Written request for leave. Dear readers, today is the big black taking his girlfriend out, so I'm not prepared to save the manuscript. There are only 2 changes today, and when I go back tomorrow, we will have more. Forgive the big black show. Please forgive me. Thank you brothers who support. Thank you. Don't worry. There will be an outbreak. Chapter 535. Chapter 533, Since you fight, then fight. Seeking subscription. If you fight, then fight. Yitan suddenly roared. Immediately afterwards, he burst out with a strong killing intent, and his eyes were red and staring at the 3 squads that rushed. The 3 teams were also taken aback when they saw the outbreak of Yitan. They were really dumbfounded. They chose a team at random. There is such a strong one. The breath that burst out from the whole body is not simple. Since it is not simple, it is even more impossible to stay. Go on. Kill him. The captain of the Red Flower Ladyboy swayed and ran and shouted. Suddenly, the rest of the squad issued orders and rushed towards Yitan. And those people who stood on the ring eating melons looked at Yitan with a pity, and in their hearts, Yitan was dead. How could it be possible to survive? It was a 3-sized team, a strong squad. Even if it was the Freya civilization, it is impossible for one person to block their attack. Therefore, they were not optimistic about Yitan, and even smiled happily in their hearts. And in the air, At this moment the old man has been paying attention to all the arenas. After all, he is the person presiding over this meeting. And just when the third team rushed to Yitan, then Elder Liu and Deacon Wang also took a hoverboard to the old man. Elder Huang, how? Have you found any novel disciples? Elder Liu said with a smile. This Elder Liu is the one who was vomited by Yi Weather. And the Deacon Wang who followed was the deacon who was just, honest, and righteous. Deacon Wang also followed because of Elder Liu's participation in this competition. He was uneasy and worried that he would have been targeting Yi, the talented player that day, so he followed. Can't let a genius player be ruined in the hands of an elder. It is not allowed at this time. Now that the Zerg is under pressure, the situation is getting more and more dangerous. At this time, every genius should be cherished, not because of personal grievances. Destroying a genius. When Elder Huang saw the two coming, his brows were also frowned. Why did these two people come? He muttered in his heart. These two people, one is from Danwu Academy and the other is from martial arts practitioners. How can they get together when they meet like enemies? Although Elder Huang guessed in his heart, he did not expect it to be on the students. I can only answer truthfully, Elder Liu, the melee has now reached a fierce state. There are several teams of very good students in each arena. If it goes well, basically, there can be more than 80 teams of advanced students. The rest of the squad, basically very medium, nothing surprising. After listening, the two elders Liu Su nodded in satisfaction. They recruited students at the border all the year round. It is already very good to be able to receive more than 80 teams of advanced students in such a remote star field. After all, advanced students are very rare. As long as we provide guidance, our future achievements will be high. Elder Liu looked towards the surrounding ring. He was looking for Yitan. Yes, he was looking for Yitan. One of the instructors of a dignified Tandwu student was actually reprimanded by a boy with no hair. How can we endure this kind of thing? There must be revenge. Elder Liu looked around in the big arenas, but after looking around, he couldn't find the whereabouts of that kid. He felt a little lost in his heart. Could that kid be eliminated? Still think that you have offended yourself and have no chance to qualify, so you give up. Just when he was thinking about it, he suddenly found that abnormal number 3 ring, saw 3 teams with acceptable levels, and rushed towards one team. Elder Liu suddenly felt a little puzzled. Who on earth was this squad that provoked strong attacks from 3 high-level squads? Elder Liu looked towards the team, and when he saw the team members, his eyes suddenly flinched, his heart beat violently, and flames almost burst out of his eyes. It's Yitan, that hairy boy. Humphrey, I haven't been eliminated yet. Deacon Wang, who was floating on the side, saw the change on old Liu's face, and immediately followed his gaze to look down. Sure enough, he saw Yitan, and his heart suddenly disdain, a dignified Danwu Academy elder. There is no room for a little warrior in his eyes. If this is spread, it will definitely be laughed out of. Seeing the unusual attitudes of the two, then Elder Huang also looked towards the third ring, and found that there was nothing. The team he also paid attention to, it was just a team that wanted to pick up the leak. Moreover, he is very optimistic about the 3 teams. Although their personalities are somewhat heretical, they are also 3 good teams. If you can persist until the end of the competition, you will definitely be selected. 2 elders, is there anything special about the team you are looking at? Elder Huang asked with squinting eyes. The 2 are so concerned about that team. If nothing happens, then there is a ghost. As soon as Elder Huang's voice fell, Elder Liu snorted and said disdainfully, what's so peculiar? It's made up of a sloppy team. Moreover, the leader is a person with disgusting qualities. You say he leads the team. What good results can be achieved? I think the 3 teams are very good. All 3 high-level teams will deal with him. Speak out. This team must have done something irritating. Hearing what Elder Liu said, Elder Huang was taken aback. This is not focusing on that team, just focusing on the 3 teams. But even if you don't pay attention to the team and don't like him, you don't have to talk about that team, right? You are the elder of Danwu Academy. The Deacon Wang who was standing on the side gave a cold snort. looked at the elder Liu faintly, and said sarcastically, "Elder Liu, it may not be. I have investigated the miscellaneous squad you mentioned. Except for the leader, the remaining 7 people are all in the highest institution in this domain, the Royal Academy, ranked 30th before. Such a high-quality student. Tell me, is it all sorts of things?" When Elder Huang on the side heard what Deacon Wang said, his mind suddenly thundered like a bolt from the blue sky. Looked at the Deacon Wang with horror. Fuck. His team members are all in the top 30 of the Royal Academy rankings. They all know the Royal Academy rankings, and they all understand the rules of the rankings. Who can be ranked in the top 30? Which one is an ordinary student? If this Nima is a sloppy squad, then all the high-level students in the ring are all grown up with Xiang. Because as long as they are in the top 30 and have a little strength, they have formed their own team. Who is so stupid? He has the strength and wants to be a member of other teams. In this world, strength is respected. The weak eat Xiang. Elder Huang was beeping in his heart. He looked at Elder Liu speechlessly. When Elder Liu heard Deacon Wang's words, he only felt a burst of pain on his face. That slap in the face is simply a snap. Chapter 536 Chapter 534, After Image. Seeking subscription, especially the corner of the mouth, constantly twitching. Elder Liu changed his mind and thought, even if it is a team composed of high-level students, the captain dares to offend him, there is only one dead end. Moreover, there are 3 high-level teams. They are killing them. Whether they can survive is a question. Suddenly, Elder Liu coldly snorted, even if the team members are all in the top 30 on the ranking list, the 3 teams on the opposite side are not vegetarians. They can't beat 4 hands with 2 punches. Understand? Furthermore, those 3 teams have a pretty good background in this star field. Although they are not as good as the 2nd and 3rd level civilizations, nor as the royal family of the Freya civilization, or the 4 major families in the Emperor Star, the family background is still good. As for the team leader, I have investigated it. It is a mere 2nd level civilization. What can you do? Elder Liu said with disdain. His eyes filled with endless disgust. The moment he awakened from vomiting blood, he started investigating Yitan's information. Although the time was short, he still investigated the general information clearly. A civilization that had just entered the interstellar, the 2nd level Tamron civilization. Seeing this message, Elder Liu almost vomited blood. I was actually insulted by a small 2nd level civilization. It was a beeping dog. When Elder Huang heard this, he shook his head and said, I thought it was a high-level team. I'm so disappointed. How can I mess around? Let a 2nd level civilization lead a high-level student team. What is this nonsense? Elder Huang's eyes were filled with endless disappointment. He was disappointed when he heard the 2nd level civilization. What is the concept of the 2nd level civilization? That is a civilization that has just entered the interstellar civilization. A civilization that has just registered a civilization level, strength, resources, nothing. Then the team leader, what is the ability to command the top 30 advanced students? It's just nonsense. On the side, Deacon Su, when he heard Elder Liu's words, originally wanted to refute, but when he heard Elder Huang's words, he almost made his nose crooked. This Nima Yitan was right. This guy doesn't have eyes. But Deacon Wang worked hard to investigate Yitan. But knowing all of Yitan's deeds, if this were all told to these 2 groups, would he be shocked and confused? This kind of talent, it is estimated that their dean will break the head of the person who is going to grab it. You, a little elder, will kill this kind of talent now. It feels like a beeping dog. Deacon Wang didn't say anything. He didn't want to expose all of this so early. So let this genius show off his strength, make a strong face, speak with his strength, and let this old clapper shut up forever. The corner of the Deacon Wang's mouth twitched. His eyes were full of war. His heart was all on Yitan's side. Elder Liu, who was on the side, suddenly smiled when he heard what Elder Huang said. He was looking at the Deacon Wang, but did not speak. He immediately thought that Deacon Wang was right, and that he was right. Suddenly, he lifted his chest confidently, looking like a grandmaster king. squinting his eyes at the number 3 ring. At the moment on the 3rd ring, the 3 teams have already rushed to Yeaton. The faces of all the members of the 3 teams are crazy, and their faces are even more distorted, hideous, and fierce. It's simply wicked. Can't kill Yeaton, swear to never give up the impulse. And Yeaton held a strong hostility all over his body. His eyes were sharp, and the corners of his mouth were bloodthirsty. But the little brothers behind him couldn't move a bit, because Yeaton's powerful strength firmly suppressed them. But in their hearts, they are very anxious, because they also want to do something for their boss. If you don't put us in your eyes, there is only a dead end. The killing captain who rushed to the front roared to the sky. Just now, if Yeaton wanted to fight, then if they were to fight, they would lose face. On this stage, there can be no such arrogant people. As soon as the killing captain's words fell, the figure had rushed to Yeaton's body, and slammed towards Yeaton hammer. The captains of the other 2 teams were also surprisingly fast. With a sweeping leg swept towards Yeaton's legs. The other milking dragon claw hand slammed it towards Yeaton's heart. 3 such powerful cooperation shocked everyone's heart, and they were even more sure that Yeaton would not be able to survive. As soon as the 3 team captains arrived, they used such powerful punches, not to mention the members behind them. Even the 3 of them could break Yeaton into pieces. The 3 elders and deacons floating on the 3rd ring. The elder Liu stared at him with a look of pity on his face, shaking his head and said, "Hey, this man, it's over, life is hard to save." After speaking, Elder Liu's expression changed, as fast as he turned a book, and then he continued, "However, the captains of these 3 teams are really good. The way of punching is very stable, worthy of being an advanced student." Hearing what Elder Liu said, Elder Huang nodded happily. That's right, he has been paying attention to these 3 team captains, and especially the captain of the killing squad, which suits his appetite very well. He likes such a student. Only killing is the kingly way of survival in the universe. If you have mercy on this and that, you will not live for 3 days. On the side, Deacon Wang looked at the expressions of the 2. And he was speechless. If the 2 of them saw Yeaton erupt for a while, they didn't know if they would be scared to death. He knew Yeaton's physique level. That's so. But Elder Huang didn't say it. Yeaton has always been loc. If he said it at this time, it would make the day a little uncomfortable. If they don't come to their martial arts students, then he will be a dog. But he even wanted to see that Yeaton slapped these 2 goods. At this moment, in the 3rd ring below, the 3 team captains, the attack was almost close to Yeaton's body. Even the melaniating students on the stage did not dare to take a sigh of relief at this moment. They watched nervously. It was an attack by the captains of the 3 advanced students. I don't know if their coordinated attack continues. That person will become a pile of flesh. Seeing that the attack was about to hit Yeaton. At this time, their fists, sweeping legs, and milking dragon claw hands are all useless. They slipped past Yeaton and penetrated. Yes, Yeaton's body seems to be an afterimage. No, it is an afterimage in itself. Wow, the whole arena boiled directly. They really didn't expect things to be like this. Even the 2 old clappers on the 3rd ring suddenly opened their eyes wide and looked at them with incredulous expressions. Chapter 537. Chapter 535. Exposed figure. Disappointment of everyone. Seeking subscription. How can that be? The elder Liu's eyes were astonishing. His mouth was stunned, and he stared at the afterimage below with horror. Elder Huang was also shocked by this situation. He was shocked. Isn't he a mere 2nd-level civilization? How can he be so fast, and also produced afterimages? How can that be? The Deacon Wang chuckled happily. He knew it would be like this a long time ago. The information from his own investigation was information that almost scared him to death. The information that can scare oneself to death. You can see how terrifying Yeaton's information is. And on the 3rd ring, the students who eat melons looked dumbfounded and horrified at the 3 captains in a daze. In their hearts, it was a huge shock at this moment, because they had never seen such a speed. It was too fast. As a result, the three captains were hit with after images. Who said just now, that person lasted less than 10 seconds? Come out and see if I can kill you. It's numb. 10 seconds? This kind of speed is too fast, right? It's okay to persist for a day. Yes, I think at this speed, even the royal student, Fatty Chenzwang, can't match it. All the people who eat melon are crazy. This kind of thing is simply terrible. And the three captains, at the moment they were empty, their eyes shrank in horror, and their hearts were shocked. After image, surprised in their hearts, the three hurried back to their team. If this speed is to attack them, how can they block it? Defense array. The three shouted at the same time, and immediately three people walked out of their squad. They were sturdy, and at first glance they were the kind of muscular men with extremely strong defenses. Enclosed the teams directly. This is the advantage of the team. There are defensive, there are scientists, organic armor divisions, speed assassins, and power type. 5 occupations. The defensive type can only be beaten, anti-injury, the driving mecha. The defense is also super powerful. Needless to say, the power type is a kind of natural strengthening power. The power is unexpectedly weak, with poor defense and poor speed. There are also speed assassins. Needless to say, the speed is surprisingly fast, but the strength and defense are very bad. The mechas they drive are also sped type, which are most suitable for detection and assassination. When the three teams were surrounded by defensive members, the captains of the three teams breathed a sigh of relief. At that fast speed, they almost didn't scare them to death. You pay attention to the wind and grass, and keep your eyes open. The three captains drank to the speed fighters in their team. Yes, boss. Those sped-type warriors immediately began to alert. Only their eyes could keep up with Yitan's speed. Because they are all speed types, their eyes have been strengthened. Just when everyone thought that Yitan would use speed to assassinate them, Yitan's figure suddenly appeared in the same place. Boss, look! The team members exclaimed, and the three captains turned their heads and saw that Yitan was standing still and did not continue to use speed. Seeing this, the speed fighters in the squad almost laughed. This SB, don't know if it is arrogance or something. Why did you expose yourself like this? Once a sped-type warrior stops and is locked by other sped-type warriors, don't want to use speed to hide your identity, unless your speed is really fast. But now, when you reveal your identity, you are beginning to hide your tracks with speed. That is impossible, because those speed fighters have locked you tightly. The little brothers standing behind Yitan, Huang Saikang and others suddenly became anxious. Why did the boss be stupid at this time and didn't need to speed to kill them? How could he reveal his identity? Even Na Honglai was anxious. He knew that the boss was powerful, but his opponent was the captain of the three teams. These three team captains are all level junior. One is not the boss, but how about three, boss? Everyone shouted anxiously, and Yitan, who was standing in front, with a smile on his face, waved his hand to the back, indicating that they should not worry or interfere. When Huang Saikang and the others saw it, they became even more anxious. The boss situation was too dangerous to let them interfere. Isn't this looking for death? But the boss words. Huang Saikang's face was repeated, and he suddenly became fierce, and muttered, "Follow his orders, no one can touch my boss." The brothers who were standing with him felt the same in their hearts when they heard it. Going to his uncle's order, as long as the three captains dared to kill, then their brothers, they must be frustrated. Up, the Melaniating students on the ringside and sighed when they saw Yitan appearing. I thought that the cockroach would counterattack, but this situation? It's the stinky cock making rote. In the sky above the third ring, when Elder Liu saw Yitan appearing, he smiled disdainfully and said, "I can't get on the table, I can't get on the table, even if the speed is surprisingly high, it's not showing up yet." He is powerful. I see how he perseveres. Elder Huang, who was floating on the side, also nodded. Yitan himself was surprisingly fast, which made his eyes shine. He had some thoughts about Yitan, But now, suddenly full of endless disappointment, a sped-type warrior cannot show his figure. Once he wants to start a mission, he is running fast, he cannot stop. Once he stops, he will die. This truth is in the universe, all children know, this captain does not know. Then Elder Huang is not full of disappointment, and there is a ghost. But Deacon Wang watched with enthusiasm. When Yitan did this, he didn't understand. Maybe the genius thoughts were different from them. Just look at it like this. If Yitan's strength was defeated by 3 evil beginners, then Deacon Wang would surely be overwhelmed by the feeling of Xiang. Beat the dog. But Deacon Wang was still a little nervous in his heart. The information he sent back stated that Yitan was the evil pinnacle, but seeing Yitan's speed, he was a little uncertain. If it's speed, isn't it now? But thinking of Yitan's various deeds, the Deacon Wang could only watch with interest. At this time, Elder Liu suddenly said, "The sped-type warrior is completely blind." How did the 7 advanced students from 30 years ago become his team members? Hearing Elder Liu's question, Elder Huang was also puzzled. Yes, how come those 30 former high-level students are his members? Could it be that the 7 members are all from the same team leader place? Elder Liu nodded in agreement and said, "It's possible. Maybe there is a relic of their civilization. There are medicines from a century ago in the relic. 8 of them can take it before they have this level of strength." Hey, I was blind too, but I remember that there are 7 civilizations in this domain, and I don't know who they are better than the princes of those 7 civilizations. Elder Liu continued. Chapter 538. Chapter 536. Fuck, isn't that the prince of the 7 civilizations? Yes, I heard that the princes of the 7 civilizations seem to be in the top 30. I don't know who is stronger than these 7 people. The Elder Huang also had an arrogant expression, said disdainfully. But when the Deacon King heard this, he immediately fell into a mess. Are these 2 Nima fools? What are the 7 princes of civilization? What are you in front of? Is it a ghost? Deacon Wang's mouth twitched more severely, and a black line appeared on his forehead. He wants to say so much now, but in order to see a more exciting face slap, he must bear it. That's right, this competition is the one he wants to see in his entire life. I was so excited to see my enemy and look like eating Xiang for a while. Therefore, he must bear it now. On the ring, the 3 captains saw Yitan appear, and looked at him bloodthirstily. When they came out, there was only one dead end. Brothers, give it to me. The killing team captain yelled coldly, and then the captains of the other 2 teams also gave orders. The 3 teams had 25 in total, all of them fierce and evil, using their talents to attack Yitanki. The defensive type is in the front, the strength type is in the middle, the scientist is behind, the speed type, and the sidelines wait for the opportunity to give him a fatal assassination at any time. Faced with the crazy attacks of the 3 teams, Yitan didn't move a bit. In his eyes, the 3 teams are all spicy chickens. But the brothers behind him can't bear it anymore. Do you want more people to deceive less? Have you ever asked us? You guys, look for death. Huang Saiken, a few brothers behind Yitan, were excited, their eyes flushed, and their faces grimly roared. This sound containing endless killing intent really shocked the small teams, and the students who eat melons were also shocked in their hearts. They have never seen the man take action, and they have never seen the man's team member take action, so they always think that their team is a group of cowards. But I didn't expect such a strong breath to erupt at this moment. No less than the 3 captains. Therefore, the students who eat melon looked at Huang Saiken and others with shock, and they collapsed. What's going on? Why did the high-level student squads pop out one after another, and it was not something they could beat? Can this Nima still play? At this time, they had no idea of watching the show in their hearts. They wanted to see the team was killed by 3 teams, and 1 team was missing from the competition. So they had the idea of watching the show. Nowadays, there are a lot of strong people who are special. How do you play this? Above the ring, the 3 elders already knew that there were many masters in Yitan's team, so when Huang Saiken and others broke out, There was not a trace of fluctuation. On the contrary, the elder Huang still looked admiring and looked at those members. Elder Liu saw Elder Huang's expression and glanced at the corner of his mouth with disdain. He knew that Elder Huang was the disciple who loved killing and poking the most. Because of this guy, he has a grumpy temper and loves to kill him. Below, Huang Saikang and other brothers on the ring broke out and rushed directly towards the 3 team members. Angry. And Yi Tan's 7 brothers, Hongil, Huang Saikang, and Kanezawa, are power type. Sage. Hyuna is a speed type. Bai Yi is a scientist. Kinyu was a defensive type. There was originally Shabi, the prince of the Sabik civilization, who was a defensive type, but he could not accept Yitan's punch and was directly smashed. So the defensive type is only Kinyu. Faced with such a powerful team, the 3 captains were also shocked, and their hearts were constantly fluctuating. How could this be possible? All members of this team are level beaks, and even level beginners. Why should they provoke such a strong team? Fear has arisen in their hearts, but they cannot shrink now, because they do these things in order to attract attention from above. Now the above must be paying attention to them. If they back down, they will be overwhelmed. Not to mention whether they can be elected in the future, they are not a minority. So, we must fight. Brothers, kill me, don't be afraid, we are crowded. The 3 captains roared together. Their players, hearing the boss speak, rushed forward desperately. Elder Liu, who was in the sky, looked at him with a smile. In his heart, he praised the 3 team captains very much. Facing such a danger, he could explode with such strong courage. Very rare. Although the opposing team is strong, they have more than 25 people. As long as they cooperate well, their overall strength is already comparable to that of Yitan's team. Therefore, Elder Liu's heart is as stable as Mount Tai. Even if these 3 teams fail, there are still princes of 7 civilizations. The 7 civilized kings have all found themselves privately and asked him to teach their princes. As long as they come forward, the 7 civilized kings will definitely let their prince help him and eradicate this disgusting secondary civilization. That Yitan who dared to insult himself. Thinking of this, Elder Liu's face was full of hostility. Just when Elder Liu's heart was as stable as Mount Tai, just when the 3 team members exploded with endless courage, among the melanating students, someone suddenly yelled in horror, "Fuck, isn't that the Jins of Jin Yao civilization?" Wow! The crowd suddenly became irritated. Where? I take a look. Fuck, this is really Kanezawa, Nima, isn't that the prince of Huangsheng civilization, Huang Saikang? My Nima, what is Huang Saikang? I saw Hongalai so much. Fuck, I'm already holding back my words, I want to cry. What did I see? Kanezawa, Sage, Bai Yi, Huang Saikang, Hongalai. These are the princes of the 7 civilizations. The people who eat melons are considered to be exploded. Everyone is shocked, shouting, they are really shocked, because that team is the prince of the 7 civilizations. Moreover, those 3 teams dared to do something against the princes of the 7 civilizations. Is this really a joke? Hearing the horror of the people eating melons, the 3 captains also heard all of them. They ran away one by one, beeping the dog. How could they jump into a small team? What is special is the prince's team, this Nima. But the battle has already begun. In the sky above the ring, Elder Liu was still as stable as Mount Tai, but when the crowd of students eating melons exploded, the 3 of them also heard what they said. Elder Liu almost stared out his eyes. This Nima is the prince of the 7 civilizations. The 7 civilized kings asked themselves to teach their sons, but now Elder Huang on the side almost bit his tongue in shock. His heart felt like a billion cnm rushing past. Chapter 539. Chapter 537. The face is hot. For subscription. Elder Huang was dumbfounded. The eyes were peaked at the Elder Liu, who just said widely that if the 7 princes of civilizations come, the team below will be scum. This Nima, the team below, is the prince of the 7 civilizations. Fuck. Elder Huang's heart was considered drunk and speechless. Elder Liu's face was hot, and he was beaten fiercely again. But Deacon Wang stood aside, looking at the two of them gleefully, paralyzed. Let the two of you pretend to be forced. Are you all right now? People slap you in the face of Kaiguago. Just ask you guys. Please. Below them, the 3 captains heard the exclamation of the students who eat melon, and they were also startled. Their enemy turned out to be the prince of the 7 civilizations. Damn it, do you want to be so cheating? Pick a small team at random. All of them are so strong, what else are they playing? But they can't stop. Their members have already fought with the princes of the 7 civilizations. I want to hurt our boss, and I asked if we did. After Huang Saiking and the others roared, the breath of the whole body erupted, one by one. Every one of them was vicious. Their level is higher than the 3 team members. How can they beat these 7 people? The defense line composed of 3 teams is not worth mentioning at all, and it was overwhelmed by 7 in an instant. All the team members were panicked. This 7-person team, everyone is as strong as their boss. What else is going on? But the 3 captains became even more anxious at this moment, and it would never be a way to go on like this. The 3 looked around to see what chance they had to get rid of the 7-person team. When they looked around, they happened to see Yitan, who was standing there, looking at the 7 team with a smile. The 3 captains suddenly became hot inside. Was it not because of you? Did we use it to fight each other with the princes of the 7 civilizations? This is the prince of the 7 civilizations. It's not good to offend anyone, but because of you, offend them. Now that we have offended, we can only take you with a knife. Perhaps if we kill you, they will give up chasing us. At that time, we are ousting the students who eat melon, and we will win. It can only be done now. The 3 captains looked at each other and then at Yitan. All 3 of them nodded suddenly. It seemed that their thoughts were the same. Let's move the tiger away from the mountain first, kill that kid, and make the 7 people feel frustrated. We are fighting down some students who eat melon, so as long as we make up 100 numbers, we will win. By the 3rd game, how could it be a melee? Even the chance of meeting each other will be smaller. Now that the goals are the same, let's go. As soon as the 3 of them became angry, they suddenly let out a roar, and rushed towards where Yitan was. Standing in the distance, Yitan looked at the cooperation of the 7 brothers and nodded in satisfaction. The strength of these 7 people was not bad. Kill. In the distance, there was a roar of 3 people suddenly. Yitan squinted his eyes and found that the captains of the 3 teams rushed towards him. Suddenly smiled disdainfully, since you want to die, then it will serve you. Elder Liu on the ring saw the 3 people rushing towards Yitan, and his heart suddenly became excited. The 3 of them didn't believe that this kid could not be killed. Elder Huang, who also saw the situation on the side, squinted his eyes and said, "This young man is over." He didn't talk about that kid anymore, but the young man. He was scared. Wave after wave. If they say something again, they are slapped in the face. They won't have to live. Yeah, this kid, it's over. The 3 team captains are all good. Can't you kill a kid? Elder Liu said disdainfully. The 2 did not continue to speak, looking at the ring below. At this moment, the other ring was almost at the end, and it was about to end soon. And there were still thousands of people in the 3rd ring. Under the attention of the 2, the 3 team captains had already arrived in front of Yitan at this moment. It's all because of you, die for me. With a sharp voice, the captain of the Red Flower Squadron suddenly roared, and then, the fists of the 3 men merged and hammered at Yitan's chest. The combined fists of the 3 people were quite terrifying, and bursts of air explosion sounded directly in the air. In an instant, the entire space seemed to freeze, and everyone held their hearts and looked nervously at the fists of the 3 people. Looking at the Yitan, he didn't move at all. Did he give up? Elder Liu looked at with an excited expression. The fist is close. Just as the fist was approaching, Yitan slammed his fist, and under the unbelievable eyes of everyone, his fist slammed into the 3 fists. Seeing that Yitan actually punched, the 3 suddenly laughed in disdain. and their fists became fierce. Boom! And 3 fists slammed into each other in an instant, making a thunderous sound, and everyone on the ring was blasted inside. One by one stared at the battlefield. But at this moment, the 4 of them seemed to be imprisoned, motionless, and the 3 captains still had a mocking expression on their faces. But Yitan squinted his eyes. His fists and the fists of the 3 of them, just like that. The melon-eating students couldn't see the result, so they could only get upset and discussed loudly. What's the situation? Why aren't these 4 people moving? Is that man very strong? Strong? Don't be kidding, that's 3 evil beginners. If the 3 add up, isn't it fierce? Don't be kidding, it must be the powerful force of the 3 people, which beat the man's internal organs. In the end, he was dead on the spot. Don't you see the expressions of those 4 people? Among the melon-eating students, someone said confidently. Everyone looked at the 4 of them, and indeed, the 3 captains all had laughter expressions on their faces, but the man had no expression on his face. It was the man who lost. It is estimated to be dead now. Suddenly, everyone shook their heads and looked disappointed. Elder Liu and the others didn't speak, because they couldn't understand the situation at this moment. It stands to reason that Yitan had already lost the powerful strength of the 3, and they flew out. And now, the aura on Yitan's body is still so crazy, there is no sign of weakening at all. Elder Liu squinted his eyes, and said in his heart, is that kid already the end? This is not impossible. Generally, a person with a strong breath will not be killed instantly when he is attacked 3 times stronger than his own. On the contrary, at the last moment of his life, he will stimulate his ultimate potential. The breath exploded. But it won't last long. Thinking of this, Elder Liu's face suddenly became happy. This kid finally died. Chapter 540. Chapter 538. Massacre. Captain's Doom. Seeking subscription. Elder Liu had already decided in his heart that Yitan must be the end of the battle, and there was no chance of a comeback. When I thought of this, Elder Liu was extremely happy in his heart. A small second-level civilization dared to jump on his own shoes and even scold himself. His dignity has been trampled on by him. This is unacceptable. At this moment, the stage was silent, and no one dared to speak, because they really wanted to know who had failed. When everyone was extremely anxious, the aura on Yitan's body suddenly exploded. Immediately afterwards, the 3 captains looked once again. Everyone's expressions were pale, and even their eyes were full of horror. Who on earth failed? Everyone was shocked and watched with their eyes wide open. Now the situation has become more and more interesting, and the faces of the 3 people have changed. Could it be that the man won? If that man wins, this Nima is too scary, right? Everyone couldn't believe it. At this moment, the 3 captains suddenly retreated one by one, and then vomited a piece of flesh and blood. Kneeling directly on the ground on one knee, his whole body was shaking crazily. You. Captain Killing raised his head with difficulty, pointed at Yitan, trembling for a long time and couldn't tell me or him. The other 2 captains also looked at Yitan in horror. On the other hand, Yitan didn't have anything at all. With a bloodthirsty smile at the corner of his mouth, he walked towards the 3 of them. The people who eat melons suddenly became upset when they saw this plot. Fuck. What's wrong with this? This person is a evil pinnacle. Do you care about this? What I am particularly concerned about is that he is a speed type and a strength type. How many people like this are in our real civilization? Everyone was shocked, dumbfounded, looking at it in disbelief. In the sky above the ring, Elder Liu was even more shocked. He kept repeating a sentence, that is, how is it possible? How is it possible? The whole person seemed to have been hit hard and went crazy directly. The Deacon Wang on the side was filled with surprises in his heart. Yitan, who is constantly speed type or power type, are air types of genius even in all human domains. But now, they saw one. At the bottom of the ring, Yitan beat the 3 of them to vomit blood, and the internal organs all over his body were shattered. He could only kneel on the ground with one knee and couldn't move. Yitan walked towards the 3 of them step by step, and their members, seeing that their boss was defeated, they couldn't accept it in their hearts, and the boss is now seriously injured. They must help their boss. But these 7 civilized princes did not give them a chance at all, and entangled them closely. Let them. There is no way to get close to the 3 people. As for the 7-man prince team, their brothers were more shocked than anyone else. They did not expect that their boss was so powerful, which shocked their hearts even more than the content of the merit monument recorded in their family. The boss turned out to be a double type. This double type is rare in the universe, because the evolution of medicine is determined by the active cells in the human body. For example, if you run a lot and run faster than other people, then your leg gene cells are very active and dense. After taking the medicine, your physical fitness is strong. A little bit, and the legs are strong, not a little bit, even faster than many people. If you are a strength type, your muscles will be very developed, and after strengthening, your strength will explode. The strength of the boss shocked their hearts. But these people must not be allowed to pass. They must be stopped. The 7 people were in one heart, and frantically blocked the 3-person team. But at this moment, Yitan had slowly come to the captain of the 3. The 3 of you, it's not good to compare, but you come to provoke me. Am I so good to bully? Yitan said coldly. As soon as the 3 raised their heads, they saw Yitan slap a palm, and patted the head of the Red Flower team, the captain of the perverted monster. Boom! There was a muffled sound, and the head of the captain of the human demon exploded directly. Yitan wiped the flesh and blood from his hands, and said disdainfully, "Isn't it good to be a human? You must be a personal monster." With that, Yitan walked towards Captain Killing. The killer captain saw Yitan coming, shaking his body, holding back the pain, and slowly backing away. When Yitan saw it, his heart suddenly became irritable, and he smiled sarcastically. "Want to run? Wasn't it amazing just now? You want to kill me? You call the loudest. Give me death." With that, Yitan slapped again and patted the head of the killer captain fiercely. Boom! There was another muffled sound, and the captain's head was directly exploded to pieces, and the pieces of meat scattered on the ground looked very disgusting. The Tinder captain on the side saw that the killing jab and the safflower were both dead. Is this Nima still running? Captain Tinder stood up abruptly. Regardless of the intense pain on his body, he rushed towards where his team was. As long as you can live, Derby is nothing but clouds. Want to run? Did I let you run? Just less than 10 seconds after Captain Tinder ran out, Yitan's faint voice sounded right behind him. The Tinder squad turned his head abruptly and found that Yitan was already behind him. Before he could speak, the big palm was sent to his head. Captain Tinder closed his eyes. He was desperate. In his mind, the last sentence was, "Run a hammer, people are speedy." Captain Tinder's head also exploded. Their members have been paying attention to this side, seeing that their boss has been blown to the head, and they all made heart-piercing roars. "Boss, I'm fighting with you." Those members are crazy, but their lives are in danger. They would rather be beaten by the 7-man prince team than rush over and kill Yitan, their boss. But their spiritual support, now their spiritual support has collapsed, let alone their surviving family. Only kill. Revenge for the boss. The whole scene was shocked by this situation, one by one looking at the team members with red eyes. These are the real team members, who are willing to give all their lives for their boss. Even Elder Liu and others in the ring admire these team members very much. They already have seeds of faith in their hearts. With the seeds of faith, on the battlefield, the combat power that the team cooperates with is not cheap. Facing the crazy impact of the 3 teams, Yitan didn't have any fluctuations in his heart, just smiled disdainfully, and then rushed towards the 3 teams madly. Silent Yitan, that powerful power, coupled with his speed, came to the front of the team members, and it was just like a ruin, and instantly smashed the heads of several members into pieces. In less than a minute, the heads of the members who had just boiled with blood were blown up, and the blood sprayed in them was like a small fountain. Let half of the ring be filled with blood. Chapter 541 Chapter 539, Dagon. Seeking subscription. Half of the ring, a piece of bloody meat, The smell of blood is even stronger. Yi Tan's body is covered with blood, like a killing god. His eyes are red, and the remaining students who eat melon are full of killing. With a bloodthirsty smile, he walked towards those people. The brothers behind Yi Tan saw that their boss was walking forward, and they followed closely behind them, step by step towards the melon-eating students. Those students who eat melons immediately trembled in their hearts when they saw Yi Tan coming, and Nima couldn't beat it. Just when they hesitated, several teams rushed up, but within 3 seconds, they all died. There was another piece of minced meat on the ground. Seeing this, the people who ate melons collapsed directly. This Nima, others have all taken down the stage, and you are seeing each other directly. Can't you not kill it? I will not participate. Someone in the crowd yelled in panic, and then jumped directly to the stage. If someone takes the lead, someone will follow, and more people will jump off the stage and stop the competition. Is not this nonsensical? They are the masters of murder, and they can't beat them. So do they continue to participate in the competition? Let them kill. Even if it's more important. Is life important? But there are some who are not afraid of death. Their faces are tangled, and they are slow to walk down the stage. Derby is an opportunity to change their lives. How can they win without fighting? Yi Tan looked at the remaining teams and smiled disdainfully. There was no team left on this stage. As he said, he walked toward those teams. Those small teams, seeing Yi Tan coming, their scalps suddenly became numb, their heads were blank, there was only endless fear. They regretted it and wanted to leave, but they didn't listen to their feet and couldn't move at all. In the sky above the ring, Elder Liu's face was somber and unreasonable at the moment, and his eyes were even more unwilling. The eyeballs were rolling. It is impossible for a speed type to have a strength type, unless he has been taking medicine since he was born. In this case, the past can still be said. But who can take medicine from childhood? If I drink it, it will either explode or use all its limbs, and it will simply not be able to bear such a powerful force. Even the supreme civilization. There is no way for young children to evolve. Also, even in the mother's womb, it is impossible to let the mother take medicine. That would cause the mother to die, and the son will be deformed. Moreover, a deformed fetus cannot live for a few months. Of course, there are such geniuses in the universe, but that genius is only found in higher civilizations. I have been exercising since I was young. Elder Liu didn't believe that Yi Tan was that kind of genius. How could such a genius be cultivated in a mere second-level civilization? Moreover, even if you are that kind of genius, the Freel civilization would have long unraveled your civilization level and cultivated you well. But the Freya civilization doesn't know your situation. You say you are a double series genius. Who special letter? Don't tell me. Are you just for this big comparison to inform the whole world? Isn't that a fool? And the double-lined level pinnacle, this ... If this is true, it is a real genius. No one will believe it. Therefore, this kid must be taking some powerful medicine, so that he has a strong power. Well, that must be the case. That kid must be a speed type. Knowing that he can't beat the 3 captains, he took the medicine and became a double series genius. Moreover, when he fisted just now, his aura slowly grew wildly, which was different from a real power fighter. A true power type warrior will directly burst out with powerful power, and the aura will directly reach the peak. How can it slowly grow wildly? This must be what medicine he took. That's why it is so. Elder Liu seemed to have discovered the new world, and felt that everything he thought was true. He was the tutor of Danwu Academy. But at the moment, Yi Tan is about to attack the remaining couples of students. Is this going to kill him? All of a sudden, Elder Liu's heart was hot. He shouted directly, "Stop!" After roaring, he floated toward the stage. Elder Huang was also taken aback. What's wrong? How can you intervene in the competition? He followed closely, and flew down. The Deacon Wang was upset in his heart. He really wanted to kill this Elder Liu. You intervened in the big match twice, and it was all because of a genius student. Are you looking for death? The melon-eating students who walked off the stage, seeing the host coming down, immediately looked at the stage with excitement. Is it because that man killed someone, so he should be disqualified from derby? If they are removed, will they have a chance to re-enter the ring? Suddenly, their hearts heated up, and even the rest of the teams on the stage in their hearts had this idea. If this man is expelled from derby qualification, then they can continue to live. This man is really terrifying. When Yitan heard someone burst into the air, he turned his head coldly and looked towards the sky. I discovered that the person who came was actually Elder Liu, who was vomiting blood for the first time, and he had to expel himself. Do you want to target yourself now? Over and over again. It's so shameless, isn't it? Gun. Yitan yelled at the Elder Liu with cold eyes. The scene instantly became quiet. The students who eat melon are dumbfounded. Elder Huang was even more dumbfounded. Even Huang Saikeng and others looked like scumbags. What's so special about this time is the elder of the great competition, the tutor of the higher education institute. You are so insulting to let people go. Damn it. There was an uproar at the scene of silence for 2 or 3 seconds. Every expression was crazy, and he looked at Yitan and Elder Liu with an incredulous expression. When Elder Liu heard Yitan's words, he almost exploded with anger. Yitan, you want to insult me? Let me tell you, you broke the rules. Elder Liu coldly shouted in the air. After speaking, he flew down, and the Elder Huang behind him followed closely. But Elder Huang is speechless. Foul? What's their rule? I do not know how. When Yitan heard these words, he looked at the Elder Liu and laughed sarcastically, and came again. Is this Nemu SB, who has been haunting him, just wants to die? Get out. Yitan still drank coldly. This guy talked like farting. Yitan didn't bother to care about him. Elder Liu heard rolling again, and now he couldn't help his petty temper. His face was distorted, and he looked at Yitan and roared, Yitan, I doubt you seriously now. I suspect that you have taken some kind of medicine. At this level, I have the right to investigate you now. Elder Liu's bursting voice made the ring even more boiling. What? That man, oh no, Yitan, he actually took the medicine, so he achieved this kind of strength. If this is the case, wouldn't they all have to start the ring again? Chapter 542. Chapter 540. Are you an idiot? Please subscribe. The whole ring could not be boiling anymore. Everyone looked at Yitan in shock. Yitan did not speak, but an Elder Liu, the Deacon Wang who followed him, spoke. Elder Liu, do you have any evidence that Yitan took some medicine? After Deacon Wang finished speaking, he stared at the Elder Liu with cold eyes. Elder Liu was frowned upon by Deacon Wang's eyes, but still snorted coldly, with my years of experience, I have been a mentor in Danwu Academy for so long, and I have never seen a genius with both power and speed. I have only seen researchers and power, speed and research, speed and defense. I have never seen speed and power coexist. Then Elder Liu said vowedly. All the students who listened to it suddenly realized that this is the instructor of the Danwu students, and it must be true to say it from the instructor. All the students' gazes at Yitan directly turned into a look of pity. In their eyes, Yitan was dead. Ha ha. Yitan smiled coldly. Elder Wang, who followed him, frowned when he heard what old Liu said. Is this really the case? If this is not the case, then a genius has been framed. But the Deacon Wang on the side snorted coldly. Elder Liu, what kind of evidence are you? Based on your experience? What is experience? We have the ability to ask the director to make a decision. Wow. As soon as Deacon Wang's words came out, the whole ring was boiling. It was necessary to know the director. The directors all knew that these elders were mentors, and the director was the head in charge of all the mentors. There was also the dean above the director. The dean is the biggest. When Elder Liu heard this, he felt uneasy, and directly replied coldly, okay, then ask the director to come and take a good look at this student if he has taken any medicine. Elder Liu said coldly. Hearing Elder Liu's words, everyone's heart came up. This is about to come true. I don't know if Yitan has taken any medicine. Huang Saikeng and the others, their expressions were a little gloomy. The boss was actually stunned by an elder, and his heart was very upset. If they didn't want to participate in this competition and get that place, they would have given the old clapper a meal. Dare to beat the boss, look for death. No need to invite, here we are. Suddenly in the air, a voice came, and I saw a kind old man driving a hoverboard from above to the ring with a smile. Behind him, he was followed by a man with a black hood. He is dressed in black, and on his chest, there is a wound written in blood red. When everyone saw the man in black, their eyes shrank suddenly, especially those scientists and researchers in the team. Their eyes were full of excitement. That is the people of the Creation Society. The Genesis Club is the largest scientific research club in the universe. All researchers dream of entering this club. The Genesis Conference is very powerful. The students who came to select students this time included Tanwu Academy, Yudao Academy, Dani Academy, Kwangshui, and Shinji Academy. A total of 5 academies came to recruit students. The Creation Club did not send people this time. Only the people from the Creation Club where the star field is located to recruit students. People who can enter the Creation meeting are very rare. Therefore, those researchers who are excited to see the Creation meeting come, don't want them. When Elder Liu and others saw the visitors, they respectfully shouted, "Director Liang, Brother Wu." Director Liang nodded, and did not look at Elder Liu of the Martial Arts Academy that day, because he was the director of the Martial Arts Academy. This Elder Liu was from the Tanwu Academy, and the Elder Huang was from the Tani Academy. Seeing that Director Liang didn't look at him straight, the whole body of the old Elder Liu was trembling slightly, and the pinched fingers creaked. "You are polite, Elder Liu." Brother Wu, a member of the Creation Society in the Freya civilization domain, a scientific researcher named Wool, had to respond when he heard what Elder Liu said. Hearing Brother Wu's words, Elder Liu's expression softened. Throughout the ring, all the students looked at the elders, and Yi Tan looked at him blankly. See what they will do. But Deacon Wang saw that his director was coming. He pulled it over, and began to explain all the details to Director Liang. Director Liu, who was on the sidelines, began to talk with Wool of the Creation Society. "Elder Liu, what's going on?" Wool said with a smile. Elder Liu saw that Wool was so interested. Wouldn't it be a help if Wool could be pulled up? "Brother Wu, this is the case. That kid, named Yitan, is a second-level civilization, but his physique is the pinnacle of grade D in the test just now. So, I concluded that he must have taken some kind of potion. That's why he is a dual-line warrior." Elder Liu said a lot. After listening to Wool, he was stunned. He was reminiscing about what Elder Liu said just now. "You said. What's the student's name?" Wool asked with brilliance in his eyes. Elder Liu said directly, "Yitan, second-level civilization." "What's wrong?" Boom. Hearing this, Wool's mind of the Creation meeting burst. The last time he had a meeting, he also participated. This Yitan killed their researcher, Wang Ba, and auctioned the second-level evolution potion formula at the auction. Also suppressed the chairman. He said that he needed to study the formula thoroughly, so I asked Yitan to trouble. But now, Yitan turned out to be a dual-line genius. This Nima. No, Yitan must be expelled, otherwise, if he is elected, it will be difficult to deal with him. Well, this matter must be checked carefully. The second-level civilization can appear dual-line geniuses. Our Creation Society will definitely find out early. Why does it appear now? I know him. He is a mecha seller. Boss, I have never found out that he is a dual-line. He is a level pinnacle alive. He must be taking some medicine. Then Wool said fiercely. When Elder Liu heard this, he was almost dumbfounded, but he didn't think much about it. Anyway, everyone in the Creation Club is facing him, then this matter will definitely happen. Director Liang and Deacon Wang on the site had already finished their conversation, and the general situation had been understood. Feeling a little shocked, Deacon Wang said that when he was investigating, he knew that Yitan was a level pinnacle talent. Such talents did not win, but instead came to frame them. Were all the people in the martial arts school that day SB? Director Liang glanced at Yitan, then turned to look at the Elder Liu, and asked in a low voice, "Elder Liu, you said this student took medicine. Did you take some medicine? When Elder Liu heard Director Liang speak, he said coldly, "Of course, I have been a tutor in colleges for so many years." Before Elder Liu had finished speaking, Director Liang waved his hand and interrupted him. He said coldly, "Well, you are in the Freal civilization realm now, and you can buy me a bottle of state potion, which can continue to burst out of class potion for a day." Director Liang looked at the Elder Liu with disdain. Chapter 543 Chapter 541 Creation Club Pursuit Order. Seeking subscription. Hearing what Director Liang said, Elder Liu was taken aback. How could it be possible to buy the state medicine, and it still lasts for a day? That thing does not exist at all. Could it be that Yitan is really the pinnacle of the dual line degrade? Elder Liu's face was a little gloomy. The students on the ring suddenly exploded. They know the state medicine. Once the medicine is taken, it can be powerfully broken. Of course, the side effects are extremely large and can only last for about a minute. Moreover, after the effect of the medicine is over, the body will be greatly damaged. Mental power will also be weak. I haven't heard of the medicine that the universe can maintain for one day, and it is still a Class D medicine. How could this be possible? Is Yitan really the pinnacle of dual elements? Everyone was shocked. Huang Saiking and others looked at the Elder Liu with disdain, smiled sarcastically at the corner of his mouth, and looked at them firmly. This Elder Liu, based on your experience, have you ever seen a potion that can maintain the state for one day? Yes, Elder Liu, you are using your experience to find this medicine for us. Oh, my Elder Liu, you are really a real mentor. You still know this kind of medicine. Where can I find it? I want to buy a dozen. Huang Saiking and others said sarcastically, and the face of Elder Liu was fierce. Why didn't I think of that? If the medicine in the state was taken, wouldn't it be a side effect? Being slapped in the face again, Elder Liu almost committed suicide at the scene. Director Liang snorted coldly. Was it all kicked by the donkey in the head? Such a common-sense question, even so awkward. The instructor of this Tandwu practitioner seemed to be out of order. Elder Huang and Deacon Wang, who were on the sidelines, looked embarrassed. They just joined in the fun, and the matter was resolved in one sentence. Make it so embarrassing now. Yitan, on stage, smiled disdainfully, amused. Elder Liu happened to see Yitan's expression, and his heart became even more angry. A small second-level civilization dared to be so disdainful of himself. Wu, who was on the sidelines of the creation meeting, also heard Director Liang's words, knowing that this matter is difficult to do. But this opportunity must not be missed, otherwise, it will be difficult to destroy his civilization in the future. Just when everyone thought it was a farce, they were ready to leave, return to the transport ship, and leave the insect star. Those students on the stage are also preparing to step down. A voice stopped them all. Wait. This matter is not over yet, Wu said, squinting. Director Liang and the others were taken aback, turned their heads, and looked at Wu Zun of the Creation Society. What's the matter, Brother Wu? Any advice? Director Liang and Wu are not very familiar either. They just ran into each other on the road. That's why I came here together. But when Brother Wu suddenly came, Director Liang felt a little upset. Wait, Director Liang, this matter may not be that simple. Do you know, who is this Yitan? Wu said with squinting eyes. Everyone was stunned. What identity can a student have? Even the Deacon King was taken aback. What identity Yitan had was just the controller of a second-level civilization. What else? Looking at everyone's puzzled eyes, Wu said, everyone, you don't know the identity of Yitan. He is the master of the second-level civilization, and he is also the founder of the Bloodstab Mecha. The voice just fell. Those students who ate melons suddenly exploded, in an uproar. Fuck. Yitan is the founder of the Bloodstab Mecha. When I think of it, the creator's name is Yitan. Why do I say so familiar? The founder of the Bloodstab Mecha, I actually underestimated him just now. I was an admirer when he killed the Prince of Sabik's civilization. My god, it turned out to be Yitan. The people who ate melons had exploded, and they were all crazy and shocked. Elder Liu and others were dumbfounded. Isn't it just a blood stab mecha? Why are they crazy? What's happening here? But those students just don't talk about the benefits of the blood stab mesh. They can only treat the blood stab mesh as an ordinary mecha. Perhaps there are a large number of fans who love it, which is why this is the case. Director Liang didn't think about the power of the blood stab mecha, but asked a little uncomfortably, "Brother Wu, what's wrong with this? Isn't it the founder of a blood stab mecha? What's the matter?" When Wu heard Director Liang's words, he suddenly sighed. "I'm afraid you don't know that this blood stab mesh was researched by scientific researchers in their civilization. But the research on this blood stab mesh is ours." A scientific researcher in the Creation Society, Wang Ba researched, but this Yitan sent someone to kill our Wang Ba and clone Wang Ba privately. After that, let the clone use all the previous data to create this blood stab mesh. Wow! The whole scene was boiling. The blood stab mecha was actually studied by the king instead of Yitan's civilization. All eyes were on Yitan, and Yitan smiled disdainfully. "Is this the creator of the world, silly? How to die like this?" Indeed, Wu of the Creation Society is now dying. He only wants Yitan to step down, but he has no worries. In case someone finds out the blood stab mecha, it is not their Creation Society's research. In that case, the reputation of their Creation Society will be ruined. "This is your private matter. What does this have to do with Darby?" Director Liang said coldly. "Even if Yitan does something like this, we want to keep him. You can't do it. You said that you want to do it now?" So Director Liang was very angry. Seeing Director Liang's face, Wu of the Creation Club suddenly felt a little unhappy and said, "Director Liang, people like Yitan don't deserve to participate in this kind of competition. We have issued a chase order, and now he actually participates in the competition. Then, you know our kill order." Hearing what Wu said, the whole scene suddenly became irritated. Fuck, is this true? The blood sting mesh was researched by the Creation Society, and Yitan just plundered others' finished products. Moreover, the Genesis Club also issued a chasing order. The chasing order is not simple, it is the most terrifying thing. Think about it, how many people are there who will do business? They all wanted to indulge in the Creation Society, but now, they have directly issued a killing order. How many will they chase and kill Yitan against this killing order? As long as someone dares to protect them, they will die miserably. Director Liang was taken aback when he heard these words, and he hesitated. Although Wu and the others were just the creation meeting of the Freal civilization, once the incident happened, the news would return to the creation meeting in the Supreme Civilization Temple. That's it. Not to mention whether their academy can protect Yitan well. Even the 9th level civilization dare not protect Yitan. Chapter 544 Chapter 542 Aggressive Creation Meeting. Seeking subscription. Seeing the expression on Director Liang's face, Wu laughed inwardly and calmed down. "See how you can help Yitan? As long as Yitan failed and could not be elected, they would be able to destroy Yitan." Wu is a fox, a fake, a tiger, and a dog. They didn't dare to issue such a hunt-down order at all, because they got the evolutionary medicine formula from Yitan. This kind of 100% successful medicine, as long as Yitan is given to some supreme civilizations, those supreme civilizations will still protect him. Don't look at the creation of the world, but compared with the true supreme civilization, is it a dish? Therefore, in order to prevent Yitan from participating in the grand competition, Wu could only do so, mixing up food and audio, and putting a hat on Yitan. Standing on the stage, Yitan, with his eyes full of killing intent, looked at Wu with disdain. What a creation meeting, a king who died, and now he is smashed. Even if you splash dirty water on yourself, what can you do? Director Liang, therefore, you must check carefully whether or not Yitan has taken some kind of medicine, which is why this is the case. Wu said gloomily. What he said is very clear. That is, Director Liang, you must let Yitan kick out the big match, otherwise, our creation club will not let you go. When Director Liang heard Wu's words, his face suddenly became gloomy. His heart was weighing, but the Deacon Wang who stood by was a little anxious. because Yitan is an unprecedented dual-line genius. If you kick Yitan out of the competition at this time, someone will still recruit him. The lack of a genius. How much loss does this have to students? Deacon Wang doesn't care about the threat of the Creation Society. In his eyes, the researchers are a group of hypocrites and villains. Director Liang didn't want to offend the people of the Creation Society, but so many students on the scene watched, and the 7 princes also watched. If you directly kick Yitan out, in this case, it is impossible to pass it. If the 7 princes have informed the Lord Freya's civilization, the Lord is now with the deans. If the master told the deans of this, everyone would not have to mess around. Therefore, Director Liang has already made a decision in his heart. Since this matter belongs to the Creation Society, let the Creation Society make the decision. Well, since you have been suspicious of Yitan's physique, why don't we test it? Director Liang said coldly. When Wu heard it, he was stunned. How could he forget this? His physique can be tested. Before Wu could speak, the Melaniating students below all began to coax. Test it. It must be tested to see if he has taken any medicine. Yes, it must be tested. Hearing this sentence, Wu's face looked even more as if he had eaten xiang. He was originally confused, but now, you pigs, even support the test. Once the thing is tested, it will be dead. And even if the president comes, it is impossible to kick Yitan out. This Nima Wu was hard to tell, and Huang Saikang and others yelled more happily, and they had to let Yitan test it. Okay, then test it. Wu had no choice but to bite the bullet and shouted. With that said, there are a few staff members, carrying a large nutrition cabin, floating from a distance. They are all stepping on hoverboards. The staff put the testing machine on the ground and left. Wu looked at the test machine with a sullen expression, and looked at Yitan coldly and said, "Boy, go in, take a good test and see if you have taken any medicine." Wu's gloomy words made Yitan's eyes a murderous intent that could not be covered. Looking at Wu coldly, bloodthirsty said, "The Creation Club. Less than an hour? I will make you regret it." Yitan's bloodthirsty voice was very cold, causing the entire air to produce a gloomy and chilly breath. Wu's eyes jumped. Less than an hour, making himself regret? Are you kidding me? I am a member of the Creation Club. And Yitan has entered the test machine at this moment. When everyone saw Yitan enter the test machine, they all started to talk. Hey! What is this testing machine? Can it test people's physique? Cut, don't you even know the test machine? This thing is only available in higher civilizations. This thing can be tested, your level, and your talents, and see what type you are. Oh, it turns out that there is such a thing. It is worthy of a higher civilization. Everyone commented, making many people who didn't know the test machine understand the purpose. They just want to know what kind of talent Yitan is, whether it is a dual line, or whether the dual line is a evil pinnacle. Huang Saikang and others also stared at it. And when Yitan lay in the testing machine, there were a lot of needles directly inserted into his body, and then there were several red lights constantly scanning his body. Did he? Scan the brain, scan the legs, scan your arms, scan the flesh. The scan is still going on. If the red dragon is here, he will smile disdainfully. The scan is the master? Are you kidding me? Produced by the red police base. It must be a boutique. Every time you dominate the strengthening, it is the all-round strengthening of the body, and the brain area will also be strengthened. The brain area strengthening is the scientific researcher, arm strength, leg speed, and physical defense. If this is the conclusion of the scan, it will not shock you to death. However, the scene was quiet, and the eyes of Elder Liu and Wu were a little excited. Why? Because the test machine is basically tested in 1 minute. And now, it has been about 3 minutes. It hasn't been tested yet. This must be some medicine taken, and it is under analysis. Thinking of this, Wu and the others are ready to kick Yitan out of the competition. And at this moment, in the Freel civilization, beyond the Emperor Star, that huge golden war fortress, at this moment, has begun to fly towards an unknown civilization. The speed is super fast. There are countless jumps in the middle. The huge golden fortress has arrived outside this unknown civilized planet. The red dragon sat in the control room, looking at the planet with gloomy eyes, and said bloodthirstily, "Is it from the Creation Club? Since you are shameless, let you be completely finished." Immediately afterwards, the red dragon closed his eyes, and a blue light invisible to the naked eye moved towards the entire area of the planet. In this planet, there are no people on the surface, but the underground is a huge excavation space with large laboratories everywhere. This is the headquarters of the Creation Society in Freya civilization. The huge underground headquarters was instantly invaded by that blue light, and no one noticed that all their information was being stolen frantically. Chapter 545. Chapter 543, Information was stolen. No one had noticed the huge underground headquarters. Outside their planet, there was a huge warship at this moment, stopping steadily outside their planet. There was also a blue light invisible to the naked eye, instantly covering their underground base. Invaded the laboratories of all their researchers. All their data is being copied and stolen crazily. The president of the Creation Society is in the frail civilization Emperor Star at the moment, accompanying the deans of the Academy from the Advanced Civilization, Dean Tanwu, Dean of Martial Arts, Dean Tani, Dean of Shenji, and the Master of the Freel Civilization. Freeman. At the moment they are in Freeman's ruling palace, talking and laughing constantly. The Genesis Club president still wears a mask as always, and throughout the Genesis conference, all researchers wear masks, and how to distinguish their identities depends on the badge on their chest. Their president is a cross-shaped sign carved in blue, and the cross-shaped symbol is like a battleship. There are 5 star points on the cruciform, which means that he is a class researcher. A level scientific researcher is able to study the science and technology of the 5th level civilization. Of course, he cannot do it alone except for some of the highest technologies of the 5th level civilization. Just when they were talking and laughing, the optical brains on their wrists all made noises. Everyone looked down. Report to the dean that there are some problems in the 3rd ring. Everyone frowned when they looked at the message displayed on it. What the hell? Even the director was dispatched. The president of the Creation Society saw the message, but his eyes were a little turbulent. This Nima. He was a little humble among these people, and there are still people doing things now. But seeing that it was Yitan, he was a little muttered in his heart. Looking at the message displayed above, Yitan turned out to be a level dual-line talent. If it was verified that he did not take any medicine, he wanted to occupy their civilization. It will be hard. When he lowered his head, the martial arts dean opened his mouth and said, "Everyone, what do you think?" According to the information, this student is a level dual-line talent, and is now testing whether he takes any medicine. Once it is tested, we have not taken any medicine. How should it end? After speaking, Dean Tandau still looked at the person who created the world. Everyone is the dean, real big shots, and they can tell at a glance whether this student has taken any medicine. Are you kidding me? Have you ever seen in the universe who can make a potion that can last a day? After finally seeing a genius, are you all crazy? Doubt this? Doubt that? Dean Tandwu frowned and looked at the president of the Creation Club, feeling a little speechless. His subordinates were ignorant. The people of the Creation Club were all born and raised in the Freel civilization. How about doing this? Tani and Dean Shinji didn't have any thoughts. Their mentor didn't interfere in this matter, and they didn't have any problems with them, but their gazes still unconsciously looked at the founder of the society. The president of the Creation Club also felt a few bitter gazes, and when he looked up, he immediately beeped the dog and became paralyzed. It wasn't because the tutors of your Danwu Academy were doing things that made the matter so big. Although he thinks so, he has no confidence to scold him directly. If he scolds, it is estimated that it will be difficult to get out of this room today. Everyone, this student Yitan, I know. Since members of the association are confident to investigate, should we not believe him? If the information from the investigation is true, We can correct it as soon as possible. Under the mask, his eyes were gloomy and his voice said hoarsely. In fact, his mind is constantly turning now. He has to find a way to put Yi-Tan directly on the students who take medicine. In this case, Yi-Tan would not be admitted by these students. In this case, thinking of this, the president of the Creation Club suddenly became fierce, and just then, that Freeman spoke. Deans, I don't think that's the case, right? Freel Civilization spoke. These deans still have to give face. After all, this is the place of others. Oh, what did you say to Freeman? The dean of Tanwu Academy looked at Freeman and said. Freeman took care of the message in his mind and said, Dear Dean, the student on the third ring is named Yi-Tan. I can't know this person well. I know him and have communicated with him. He is the founder of the Bloodstab Mecha, moreover, is a young and promising person. Let's put it this way, at the moment of his rise, their civilization is still an aboriginal of advanced second-level civilization. At least it will take more than 1,000 years to do it. To the extent of interstellar voyage. And Yi-Tan, it took less than 2 years to upgrade an aboriginal civilization to the second level, and even the Bloodstab Mecha developed by their civilization is the most popular of our Freel civilization. A mecha, on the day of sale. 1 Beijing universe coin every second. Hiss. At the moment when they heard the universe every second, those deans couldn't sit still anymore. What was the price? 1 capital every second. Earning in that second was more than they had struggled for 3 or 4 years. But didn't the president of the Genesis Society say that their members studied the Bloodstab Mecha? The director of the Shinji frowned and questioned. He is an academy and specializes in training mecha divisions. So as long as he is about mechas, he is very sexual. When Freeman heard it, a scornful arc appeared at the corner of his mouth. The president of the Creation Club, your king overlord scientific researcher, was killed before the appearance of the blood-stabbing mecha or after it appeared. After speaking, Freeman looked at the founder of the Creation Society, and everyone looked at that guy. Of course our member Wang Ba first studied it, and then was stolen by Yi-Tan's little thief. The Genesis Club president could only bite the bullet and said. Hearing these words, Freeman smiled. President, I'm afraid it's not right. Yi-Tan didn't seem to have seen you when they launched the Bloodstab Mecha conference. Moreover, when the mecha was actually released, your researcher, Wang Ba, seemed to have gone too. And, at the beginning, he was rude, saying that the Bloodstab Mecha is just a dish. Compared with the God of War mecha he has developed, it is a rookie chicken, right? The message from Freeman's mouth made the face under the mask of the founder of the society suddenly panicked, paralyzed. How could this be so? Those deans squinted their eyes and looked at the president of the Creation Society. They had a bottom in their hearts. This blood-stained mecha was studied by student Yi Danwin, and the president of the Creation Society didn't know what mentality he wanted this genius to die. Chapter 546 Chapter 544 5th-level scientific and technological materials. No money. The president of the Genesis Club snorted coldly, and said coldly, even if the Bloodstab Mecha was not designed by our members, but he killed my members, this cannot be let go. You all know it. Kill me. What are the consequences of the members of the World Council? After the president of the Creation Society said this, his whole body burst out with a strong killing intent. When the deans heard it, everyone knew about the overbearing practices of the Creation Society. If anyone offends the Creation Society, there will be no good fruit. Not to mention killing their members this time. The deans didn't want to get fishy all over. Such talented students are very rare in the universe, but there are still many in higher civilizations. This type of coordination of speed and power is really rare, but there are a lot of people in the 3 types of characters, such as scientific researcher, power type, and defensive type. They are all easy to see. Of course, as long as there are more than 2 types of geniuses, they are basically super students who are focused on training. Therefore, although they felt a little pity in their hearts, they didn't want to make them fishy, so they had to give up this student. Seeing that the people didn't continue to speak, the chairman of the Creation Society gave a secret smile in his heart. What kind of shit Advanced Civilization Academy is a group of hypocrites? Everyone did not speak, but at this time, the wrist-light brain of the president of the Creation Society suddenly issued a prompt. The chairman clicked on the message directly in front of everyone. In an instant, a projection appeared directly. Also wearing a black mask, standing in front of the projector, anxiously shouted, "President, it's not good. All our information is spreading in the free civilization." What? The Genesis Club chairperson sat up. His face changed drastically and looked at the member, and then hurriedly walked outside, wanting to find a quiet place to ask. The people who stayed in the room were suddenly surprised when they saw this scene. All the materials of the Creation Society began to circulate in the free civilization. It's interesting. How much data does this creation meeting in the free civilization have studied? No one knows. But it can be said that all their information combined is enough to make a second-level civilization become a fourth-level civilization. Freeman was a little excited in his heart. This creation meeting was simply a help in the snow. He immediately gave orders to the Scientific Research Department of Free Civilization in Guangbrain. Start to collect the circulating information. In a secret room, the president of the Creation Society looked at the projection with a gloomy face at the moment, and asked fiercely, "What the hell is going on? Tell me from the beginning." Facing the fierce roar of the chairman, the member shrank his head and hurriedly said, "This is the chairman. 10 minutes ago, the scientific research materials in our meeting were turned into folders by someone on Skynet. For 10 universe coins, you can buy second-level civilization technology, and 5 universe coins, you can buy third-level civilization technology. 1 universe coin, you can buy fourth-level civilization technology, and fifth-level civilization technology information. No money." What? The president of the Creation Society was anxious, spit out a mouthful of blood, and trembled violently. "President, are you okay?" the members of the projection shouted anxiously. The president of the Creation Club raised his head, looking at the member with red eyes, and said, "Are you sure it is our Genesis Club technology?" "President, it has been investigated clearly and it is indeed true." When I heard that it was true, the president of the Creation Society spewed out old blood and fainted to the end. He was really mad to death. They were the crystallization of hundreds of scientific researchers in them. Just 10 universe coins, 5 the universe coin was sold. Can he not die? Even the science and technology of level 5 civilization can be sold without money. This, "President, are you okay with the president?" On the other side of the projection, seeing his president vomiting blood and fainting, he hurriedly called the members who followed the president. And in the ruling hall of Emperor Star, the deans were still closing their eyes and resting, waiting for the results of the third ring. It has now been 20 minutes, and the students have not yet come out of the testing machine. There seems to be a problem. Only people who have taken the medicine will come out of the testing machine so slowly. And just as they closed their eyes to rest, Freeman sitting behind them suddenly laughed. "The 4 deans are a little upset. You are a dignified 4th-level civilized master, so you are so indifferent." Everyone turned their heads and found that Freeman was blushing, looking at Gweng now with a smirk. "Freeman, what's the matter?" the martial arts chief asked. Freeman hurriedly raised his head, looked at everyone with a smile and said, "Dear deans, the creation meeting in my free star field seems to be over." When the 4 deans heard this, they suddenly became interested. "Oh, what's the matter?" Looking at the 4 deans so interested, Freeman immediately straightened his body and said, "You deans, this is the case. Just now, someone stole all the science and technology materials and technologies of the Creation Society. Then list 2, 3, 4 and 5 civilization levels and start selling." As soon as the 4 of them heard, this was a major event. Who would dare to have such a courage to steal their scientific and technological achievements? Isn't this looking for death? But what does this matter have to do with you? You smile so happily. Seeing the unhappy expressions of the 4 deans, Freeman immediately regained his expression and said with a serious expression, "Everyone, do you know the price of sale? Level 2 civilization technology, 10 universes, 5 level 3, and 1 level 4. No money for level 5. Ha ha ha." Speaking of not needing money, Freeman couldn't help laughing out loud. The 4 deans were so calm and complacent. They were also smiled by these prices. The person who stole their information had a hatred against them. Level 5 technology doesn't require money. What a hatred it must be. If this information spreads to other territories, I guess, even if the headquarters of the Genesis Society was not seriously injured, a piece of meat was severely bitten off. Most of the funding sources for the Creation Society are the small civilizations in the border star regions. If they want to upgrade the civilization level as soon as possible, they need to spend a lot of money to buy technology from the Creation Society. Is there a way to keep these materials from spreading outside? The deans of the 4 majors asked. After all, this incident happened when they came here. If they don't do something, the Creation Society will definitely blame them. Freeman also calmed down. But these materials could not be circulated outside, otherwise he would be blamed for the domain controller. Dear Deans, those who stole the materials of the Creation Society, our Freeman civilization can't track him at all. According to our defense network, this is done by a high-level literary wise brain. The brain cannot be tracked at all. Chapter 547. Chapter 544 Hiss. When everyone heard this voice, they were shocked. The intellectual brain of advanced civilization. Who on earth would have such a big enmity with Guangxi? Even the Freel civilization can't do anything about it. Outsiders, what can they do? They can only shrug their shoulders and do their own thing. At this moment, in the room where the president of the Creation Society fainted, the president was awake, with blood dripping from the corner of his mouth, and he looked at a folder in Skynet with a distorted look. The number of downloads at the moment has reached tens of millions. Downloads are still increasing wildly. Kaka, a crisp voice sounded from the president's fingers, and the president's heart was violent at this moment, with anger boiling. Around him, there are dozens of projections, all of which are projections of senior members. Can you delete this source file? The president growled grimly. A dozen members, hearing this, immediately looked at each other, and then one member said, "Chairman, there is no way to delete this source file." The opposing intellectual brain is really too powerful. It is the intellectual brain of advanced civilization. So there is no way to delete it with our brains. Hearing these words, the guild leader couldn't help but patted the table frantically and let out a heartbreaking roar. Ah, he really exploded in his heart. If these materials spread to Outland, the consequences would be disastrous, and the headquarters would kill them. President, the brain that sent the source file, asked to talk to us. Suddenly, a member shouted. The president of the Genesis Society brightened his eyes and hurriedly shouted, "Take it, take it." As soon as the president's voice fell, a projection appeared. It is a shadow of floating nothingness. Who are you? What on earth do you want to do? The president of the Creation Society shouted directly when he saw the shadow. The shadows made a hoarse and low voice coldly. Who am I? What do I want to do? I want to ask, what did you do? When the chairman heard these words, he was taken aback. Whatever I didn't do anything special. Could it be that his subordinates did something? Thinking of this, the guild leader looked at the members of the guild with murderous eyes, and kept scanning past them. But that group of shadows spoke. These things have nothing to do with them. You are thinking about it. What are the days these days? What have you done? Hearing the gloomy words of the shadow, the president was immediately confused. This time, it's a big match. What did he do? Isn't it just that I discussed with the deans on how to kick Yitan out of the third ring? Yitan. The guild leader's eyes suddenly lit up, looking at the group of shadows. Suddenly realized, it's Yitan. What are you trying to do? What on earth do we want to do? Our young master came down from the 8th level of civilization to try, but you have repeatedly targeted him. What do you want to do? What? The president was shocked, and the 8th level civilization came down to try it out. I don't know. I don't know. A small indigenous civilization can be quickly promoted to the second level within 2 years, and it can even get a blood-stinging mecha. How could this kind of deeds be accomplished by an indigenous person? It turned out that the son of the 8th level civilization came to try it. The president was shocked in his heart. Don't want it. He was thinking of the formula of the second level potion. He knew in his heart that Yitan was the son of advanced civilization. What do you want me to do before you are willing to let us go? The president asked weakly, looking like a little daughter-in-law, without the violent temper. The group of shadows did not have any emotions, and directly said coldly, "It is easy to let you go, but you have never let us go. Your member is still in the ring against my young master, threatening to get my young master off. Dead." As soon as the president heard it, his heart trembled and became paralyzed, and he knew that it was the thing that the guy had done, and he must be killed. Sir, don't worry, I will go to the ring immediately and clean up the scum. Sir, do you think you deleted the source files first? The president said with a smile that was even worse than crying. His heart is very broken, he now seems to be a dumb-eating coptis, and he feels bitter and indescribable. If someone deletes the source file, the remaining loss can only be borne by himself, and he cannot seek revenge from Yitan, because they have already deleted the source file, and even the fault lies in their creation meeting. Moreover, the most important thing is that they are an 8th level civilization. It is impossible for the Creation Society to easily take action on an 8th level civilization. My fate is over. The Genesis Club president had a look of death on his face. His face was grey, he was already desperate. At this moment, the shadow said, "It is easy to delete the source folder. I know you are a smart person and you know how to do it. But my young master still needs a dog. As long as someone can act as that dog, I will delete this download data for you. All files, as long as they are downloaded from the source folder, can be deleted for you, so that this has never happened." Hearing these words, the president's eyes lit up. He knew what the shadow meant when he said this. Didn't he make himself a dog for Yitan? As long as you can survive, you can eat Xiang. And also following an 8th level civilized master, the benefits will certainly not be less. I understand. From today onwards, I will be the dog-legged of young Master Yitan. The president said with a face suddenly and sternly, very righteous and awe-inspiring. All the members I saw were speechless. These members dare not be big now. Take a breath, because they don't know what the president will do to them next. If the president does not want anyone to know that he is Yitan's dog, and kills them to kill him, then it is really a beeping dog. I will delete all the files for you, but my young master doesn't like to go back and betray his dog. Once you let me know that you are half-hearted, you know the end. Next time, it won't be that simple anymore. I will let you completely evaporate in the world. At the end of the speech, the voice changed, full of murderous intent, and the ice was so cold that everyone's hearts were chilled. Immediately afterwards, the projection disappeared. The president watched the projection disappear. His face was a little gloomy. Why did he keep provoking Yitan? When he auctioned the second level evolution potion, he should have known that he was a senior civilized son who came here to try. After all, these things are modern, not tens of thousands of years old medicine. President, the source files have disappeared, and even the files we downloaded have disappeared without a trace. As soon as the guild leader wanted to leave, he heard these words, and he was taken aback. This speed is worthy of the 8th level of civilization. Chapter 548. Chapter 546. Test results. 1 inch. The news that the source file was quickly deleted. The 4 chiefs and Nafriman sitting in the ruling hall received the news. The 4 deans relaxed in their hearts, although they didn't know how these files were deleted. It must be related to the Creation Society, as long as the file is deleted. In this way they don't have to suffer the sin of innocence. And Freeman was sitting at the back, looking at the wrist brain a little weirdly. He knew that all the files have been deleted now. Even if you save them in a folder without a network, they will be deleted. And, if you print it, are you kidding me? A technique. The printed materials are so special that there are more textbooks from the 1st to 6th grades, and the exam papers are added. Especially for some super technology, you can't even imagine the amount of information. Therefore, it is impossible to print all of it in a short 10 minutes. Even if you have 10,000 printers, it is impossible. But what made Freeman a little helpless was that the folder he downloaded from Gwimbra was not deleted. No, it was deleted. The information for level 2 to 4 civilization was deleted. However, the information for level 5 civilization he needed was not deleted. Been deleted. So Freeman was a little weird, so. He already knew who did it in his heart. That guy is not afraid of death. Squeak. The gate of the palace was pushed open, and the president had already rewashed and returned to normal, even a little floating. That's right. He looked very floating, confidently walking towards everyone slowly. Before these people could speak, the president shouted, "Everyone, let's go to the Chongqing examination room and see the student in the 3rd ring." When the 4 deans heard this, they were taken aback, and the crisis was lifted. "Are you going to deal with this student now?" And Freeman was even more shocked. Could it be that Yitan has been discovered by the people of the Creation Society? So now we are going to the 3rd ring to kill Yitan? Freeman was a little anxious in his heart, discussing countermeasures in his mind. Should he send troops to rescue Yitan and let him fly away? But it was too late now. The 4 deans had already walked towards the shuttle with the founder of the society. Everyone took the shuttle and flew towards Chongqing. On the way, the guild leader was still a little unwilling. He turned out to be Yitan's dog, but no matter how he discussed the plan in his heart, it was useless. An 8th level civilization. He is just the branch president of a human border star field. What can he have to fight against 8th level civilization? Moreover, as long as they don't follow their orders, they will do something like this again. As long as they kill themselves, who knows they did it. So now the president has not figured out a better way and can only treat it as a dog. On the Chongqing 3 ring, everyone has been waiting for nearly half an hour, and Yitan in the test machine has not yet come out. None of them knew how many things had happened in just 30 minutes. Wool of the Creation Club, eyes under the mask, squinted at the test machine, and then looked at the time. Half an hour has passed. It seems that our student has taken some kind of medicine, otherwise, how come it hasn't come out yet? Hearing Wool's words, then Elder Liu agreed and nodded. Yes, this kind of student is simply the scum of all the students. Scum, you must not admit such a student. Director Liang and Director Huang, who stood by, did not speak. They believed what they were saying in their hearts. This student had taken some kind of medicine, so he has not come out yet. And the Deacon Wang, with a worried expression on his face, wouldn't he believe in such a strange stupid thing? After taking the medicine, he lasted for a whole day. In the arena, or under the arena, all the students who eat melons are discussing, "Hey, I didn't expect my idol to take medicine. It disappointed me so much." Is it an idol? Didn't hear the creation meeting. Wool said, Yitan stole the blood stab mecha from their creation meeting, so Yitan is simply a disgusting bug. Scum, hypocrite. Really, such a person can still survive in the universe? If I see him next time, see if I can kill him, the man said fiercely, and the people around him looked at him immediately, with a light of disdain in their eyes. Who was the first to run off the stage just now? Now there are ruthless words. Speaking of disgusting, this guy is disgusting. Ding. A loud voice suddenly sounded inside the test machine. Everyone is worried. Are they coming out? The result will also be announced to the world, but we have to see if Yitan has taken any medicine. Sneeze. The door of the test machine opened, and Yitan wobbled out of it. Huang Saiking and the other brothers rushed to see his boss coming out. "Boss, are you okay?" The brothers gathered Yitan around and asked anxiously. They believed in Yitan, so they didn't ask about the test result. If you don't even believe them, then who can believe Yitan? Moreover, they had already planted Yitan's stalwart and confident seeds in their hearts. Yitan shook his head, a little dizzy, and said, "What can be wrong? I got stabbed when I went in, and then there was no response. The above shows that it is analyzing and analyzing. I listened to it for a long time and there was no way. Just fell asleep. Hearing what the boss said, the faces of the brothers showed smiles that were uglier than crying. Boss, this is a test. Are you not worried at all? But the students who eat melon burst into laughter. Ha ha, I'm so ridiculous. This guy actually fell asleep in the testing machine. That's being analyzed. Isn't it just because he took the medicine that it is difficult to analyze it? Ahem, I guess. The reason why he fell asleep must be side effects, so he was so weak. In the sky above the ring, Elder Liu and Wool showed confident smiles on their faces. Yi Tan must have been taking medicine, so it only took 30 minutes without detecting results. Yi Tan, the matter of your taking medicine will be revealed soon. If you still have some self-esteem now, then leave as soon as possible. Be careful for a while and you will lose your face. Elder Liu stood on the ring and turned towards Yi Tan said coldly. Yi Tan was immediately upset when he heard what Elder Liu said. From Malagobi, do I have any grudges against you or why? Do you want me to play the game like this? Yi Tan hadn't spoken yet, but Wool said, let him go. A scum student will come out soon, so he must be punished. Two old clappers. Just as Yi Tan was about to yell at him, suddenly, a roar came from a distance, looking for death. When Wool heard it, it was the voice of the president. The president must have learned the news, so he came to clean up Yi Tan himself. Suddenly, Wool looked at Yi Tan with pity. Chapter 549 Chapter 547, Test Results 2 inches caught death. In the distance, there was a thunderstorm, which exploded in the entire third ring. Wool and other instructors immediately looked in the direction from the sound from the rear, and saw 4 or 5 people rushing towards this side on the hoverboard. When Wool saw that it was the president, he immediately became excited, and the president was dispatched. This Yi Tan was dying. Suddenly, Wool's gaze at Yi Tan was full of pity, as if Yi Tan had become a corpse. The mentors were also a little shocked. The 4 deans and guild leaders were dispatched, and the leader of the Freel civilization also came. It turned out to be so big. And at the position where the president of the Creation Society was located, hearing the roar of the president, the deans were also a little choked in their hearts. This guy came to trouble that student. It seems that this genius is really going to be bent over here. And Freeman followed everyone behind. His face was already gloomy and out of place. He felt it now that the guild leader was heading towards Yi Tan. The troops must be mobilized, otherwise Yi Tan will rarely leave this insect star today. Freeman thoughtfully followed the crowd and came to the third ring. Those people who ate melons also saw the deans. They didn't know that these were deans, but they all knew Freeman behind them. That's the lord of the Freel civilization. If they don't know each other, it would be a beeping dog. There are also the president of the Creation Club who wears the face. They don't know. After all, this president is fascinating, and there are not many people who know it in the Freel civilization. Wool and others came to the president, and beside the dean, they respectfully shouted, "The dean, president, you are here." Wow! Only then did the people who eat melon know that these people turned out to be the deans of the advanced academies, and the one with the golden mask turned out to be the president of the Creation Society. It is the creation meeting that those researchers think day and night and want to enter, and the president is the one who determines their future. Hey, these are the real big shots. It seems that the matter is a bit serious. Then Yi Tan must have stolen the information on the blood-stabbing mecha of the Creation Society, and even took some potions, so these big people are all coming. Hey, I didn't expect Yi Tan to be such a kind of person. He was really blind, and he won't buy a blood-stab mesh in the future. Everyone commented. Yi Tan was already awake at the moment. He lay in it for half an hour, really fell asleep. Yi Tan looked up at the big figures, and there was no fluctuation, but Elder Liu saw that his dean was coming. Inwardly, he made up his mind. The dean and others came for Yi Tan. "President, I'll tell you," Elder Liu said in a few words. He explained all the things about Yi Tan. There was some added fuel and jealousy in the middle. After all, Yi Tan insulted him is true, But his Tanwu Dean did not speak. They didn't want to take this muddy water. After all, what is going to deal with this student this time is the Creation Club. Dean, this is probably the case. Yitan is a student's scum, attracting insects and killing students. I saw this with my own eyes. Then Elder Liu saw that his dean didn't speak. He was still unselfish, fanning the flames. On that day, Dean Wu was beeping in his heart. Can you hold back your words? The dean did not speak, and the president of the Creation Society came to the Elder Liu. You said, Yitan lures insects and kills students. There was a gloomy and cold voice under the mask. The listener's heart was chilled, and Elder Liu was taken aback, not knowing whether to answer or not, and turned to look at his dean. And Dean Tanwu closed his eyes and nodded, tacitly saying that Elder Liu got permission, sorted out the content in his mind, and said, yes, President, I snapped. Then Elder Liu hadn't finished speaking. The president of the Creation Society directly slapped it up. Elder Liu slapped him directly, covering his face, widening his eyes, and looking at the founder of the society in disbelief. Even Dean Wu on the side stared at the president of the Creation Society with wide-eyed eyes. My name What's the situation? Didn't you come to trouble Yitan? Why beat my mentor? The whole scene was silent. Those students who eat melon are even more daunted. The president of the Creation Society suddenly gave Elder Liu a mouthful, something no one thought of. Even Wu behind him was stunned and watched motionlessly. Yitan stood on the stage, squinting at the president. What are you doing? Dean Wu said in horror that day. It depends on the owner to beat the dog. This Nima is just a mouthful when he comes up directly. What are you going to do? Hearing Dean Tanwu's cold expression, the president of the Creation Society smiled disdainfully and said, what am I doing? I don't have eyes long. Who is Yitan? Yitan is a genius, a dual-line peak genius, and he needs some ants to come. Lure bugs, you said. Should you fight? Hearing the aggressive words of the president of the Creation Society, Dean Tanwu choked up. Nima, didn't say that just now. Didn't you say that Yitan is a villain? Don't you threaten to kick Yitan out? Now why is Yitan rectifying his name? Dean Wu was directly confused that day, and he opened his mouth for a long time and couldn't speak. Wu, who was on the side, trembled all over his body when he heard the words of his president. What happened to the president? Do you want to hold Yitan high? Slap in the face once? Impossible. The president is not so boring. As Wu lowered his head to think, the president of the Creation Society slammed his backhand with a mouth, and slammed it toward Wu's cheek. Snapped. It was very loud, and the whole ring on the third ring could be heard clearly. President, what's the matter with you? Wu covered his cheeks with tears in his eyes, looking at his president sadly. She looks like a wronged little wife. What's wrong with me? My head is flooded, and I beckon a scum like you, a good genius. You framed him? Why did he steal the blood stab mecha? Snapped. The guild leader went up again while speaking. Who created the blood stab mecha? You don't know. You frame a genius. What do you intend to do? The president was upright and awe-inspiring, and he shouted angrily, and Wu's head was a golden star. He is still in a daze. Didn't you say that you want to deal with Yitan? It's a beep. What do you mean by saying these things now? The sound of the crackling sound, the scene of the fight was silent. No one dared to gasp, and the crowd of melanating people in the audience became more and more, because the other arena were almost played. More and more people came to the third ring and watched the show. Hey, brother, what's the matter? Are you new here? I don't know anything about it. I'll tell you, the senior college tutor doesn't believe that a student has dual-line evolution talent, and suspects that the student uses the state potion. So he was testing the student's talent just now. But the student test takes more than 30 minutes. I guess what kind of medicine is being used? Now that the results haven't come out, a few big people have come. The deans and presidents of the Advanced Academy are here. Furthermore, the president seems to be teaching his tutors, and he doesn't know how to deal with that student next. When everyone was stunned and silent, The test machine suddenly made a sound. Test results ... No more. One last update, you guys come and bite me. Chapter 550. Chapter 548. Test results 3 inches. The whole arena was already full of students who eat melon at this moment. All of them opened their eyes wide, watching the farce on the third ring. These students are basically those who have been eliminated, and they are about to leave Chongqing. But unexpectedly, when they left, they could still see such a good show. Of course they couldn't miss it. The 4 principals and one of the presidents have all been dispatched. Of course they can't miss it. They all have understood the general situation, and they all know that this student is basically finished, and even dared to take the state medicine. Isn't this looking for death? Cheating in derby is the result of punishment, but it is very serious. Just when everyone was nervous and did not dare to speak loudly, the test machine on the third ring suddenly made a beep. Ding. The test result is over. When everyone heard this sentence, their minds became more solidified. Will the result come out? This Yitan is alive or dead, and everyone will know. Those instructors and deans on the ring are even more nervous. They don't want a genius who finally appears to be taking medicine. Elder Liu and Wu, feeling even more uneasy, kept secretly saying in their hearts, "It must be taking medicine, it must be taking medicine." The president of the Creation Society was extremely anxious in his heart. If this Nima really took the medicine, how would they end up? His life is still in the hands of others. Once Yitan took the medicine, but he did not help Yitan. Wouldn't that offend the forces behind Yitan? Thinking of this, there was a lot of sweat on the forehead of the Genesis Club president, and his eyes were slightly tangled at the test machine. Ding. The toilet results. The level peak of the Strength series, the level peak of the Speed series. There is no sign of taking medicine, everything is normal. Call. Hearing this prompt tone, everyone was relieved. The big rock that Huang Saiking and others raised in their hearts also fell, and the few of them seemed to be directly relieved. The president of the Creation Society also breathed a sigh of relief. As long as he didn't take any medicine. What they worry about is this problem, and the others looked at Yitan in horror at this moment, and the test results showed no problems. They were the level peak. Moreover, it is the pinnacle of the dual system, such a talent. Everyone dared not imagine further down. Then Elder Liu and Wu were even more unbelievable. They couldn't accept such a result. After half an hour of testing, they even detected this result. How can they accept it in their hearts? No, there must be something wrong with this test machine. I asked to test it again. Are there some flaws that have not been revealed? Elder Liu shouted unwillingly, and Wu, who was standing by, also lighted his head, agreed to go along with it. Upon hearing this, the president of the Creation Society and Dean Tan Wu turned black, paralyzed. Do you have to make things worse? Don't you believe that someone is the pinnacle genius of the dual line? Can you see that they are better than you? But the students in the audience were in an uproar. They could understand that Elder Liu and Wu were going to blow Yitan to death. Hey, this jealous. Is this still a tutor? I don't even believe a student, and I don't believe in their civilized testing machine. Forgive me for really laughing. Hee hee, such a mentor. I am also drunk. What kind of mentor? Can you not see that others are dual series geniuses? The students can't let go of this opportunity. They were originally watching the show, but now they see Elder Liu and Wu's unrelenting looks. They feel sick. In addition, when they failed this competition, their hearts were a little angry, and it was spread directly on the elders. The sharp words of the students who eat melon made the president of the Creation Society and Dean Tan Wu look gloomy and unreasonable at this moment. Even the eyes are extremely hostile. President, there must be a problem with this test machine. It must be a program that has a problem, so it was not detected. For half an hour, I don't believe he only detected that everything is normal. Wu came to the creation. The president of the meeting shouted anxiously. The guild leader who listened to Wu's cheek directly slammed his mouth. Snapped. Enough. The chairman directly scolded. Wu, starting from today, you have been excommunicated from the Creation Society. Then president, he said coldly. After listening, Wu was stunned. What? Was he expelled from the creation meeting? How can that be, President? Wool widened his eyes and shouted at the president. He really didn't believe that his brother-in-law could do such a thing. That's right, the president is his brother-in-law, and Wool's sister is the third concubine of the president. Therefore, Wool's success in the creation meeting was all because of his sister. If he hadn't had his sister, he might not even have the qualifications to enter the creation club. Gun. President, he growled coldly, and Wool's heart trembled even more when he heard it. His brother-in-law was here for real. How could it be like this? Didn't the president hate Yi-Tan the most? Didn't he say to give Yi-Tan to pieces? Didn't it mean that after studying the formula of the second-level evolution potion, he would attack Yi-Tan's Tamron civilization? How could it be like this now? President, you must not be blinded by Yi-Tan, I swear. There must be a problem with the test machine. Wool said while approaching the test machine and shouted. In each test machine, there is a light brain to perform tasks. Hearing Wool's words, the test machine started to run again, but President, he looked gloomy. Wool, say it again. You have now abolished the Creation Club. You are no longer a member of the Creation Club. You are not eligible to participate in this competition, he said in a gloomy voice. The entire surrounding air has become. It gets very cold. Elder Liu, who was standing next to Dean Tanwu, choked up, and the current situation has become a bit delicate. The Melaniating students in the audience looked at this farce with great interest, and they found it very interesting. A great instructor didn't even believe in the testing machine. This is simply no one. And just when Wool was about to speak, the test machine suddenly made a prompt sounded in the silent ring. Ding. There are unknown evolutionary talents without analysis. Do you want to analyze? Everyone heard this sentence. Directly forced. Damn, what's the situation? There are still unknown talents that have not been analyzed. Could it be that Yi-Tan is more than dual line? 3 series? Everyone was shocked and couldn't calm down for a long time.